for the authorities of Parliament to call us so that we're able to clarify matters there. And then, so the Minister is here, is going to take us through that report. As we said, that the first available date we'll put it, we've put it, we found today. I know it's a Friday, it's month end. Some of you stay very far. After flying, you must still drive long distances, and you may want to attend funerals, but we really appreciate Honorable Governor, they are from Bizana, so you must fly to Durban and drive through the lower south coast, go to Bizana. It's very far, but we really appreciate members that you are here. Then the second matter that we had scheduled was the Minister to brief us on the issue of the state of affairs at the University of Limpopo, as we had indicated to her that, or had written to her. You colleagues in one of the meetings indicated that you are extremely worried about the state of affairs and governance collapse at the University of Limpopo, and you had instructed the chair to write to the minister to request that she considers looking at Section 43 and 44 of the Higher Education Act, and considers putting in an independent assessor to look at all the allegations there. The minister wrote to us and said that she requests some time to prepare a report. She had visited the University of Limpopo last week Tuesday, yeah. On the 20th, Minister, on the 20th of May, and therefore she requests a lot of some time to look at consolidating the report. We had put it to you, members, and majority of you said we can grant the minister that leeway, but with strict time frames. We have written to her after consulted with yourselves. We have asked her to look at between when will she be ready to present the matter, but it must not be after July, considering that after the end of July, but considering the fact that we had written to her in December already. So I've written to her and indicated that we have granted her not to present the report on the University of Limpopo. That's on what the minister must present on. We do have our own process that you guys would have set on the meeting of the 5th of February, that the University of Limpopo is not responding to the questions that would have been posed to them on the 20th of November 2024, and we had written to them a number of times. We do have a schedule of events when we wrote to them, and they are just not responding. And when they respond to us through media, they tell us that they've got a separate process that they are dealing with the department and the minister, indicating that they are not going to respond to us. You colleagues took a decision that we must evoke Section 55, 56 of the Constitution and summon those responses. It was a decision of the 5th of February. We took the matter through internal processes in Parliament. wrote to the powers that be, and the summons were approved. They were sent to the University of Limpopo on the 28th of March 2025 at 10:24 in the morning through the sheriff of the courts. University of Limpopo did not respond to the summons despite numerous claims that they have. We had, after they've claimed that they had responded on the 4th of April, their letter from their lawyers dated 4 April claimed that they had responded. We had a meeting with, as a team, we had a meeting with the secretary to Parliament because they claimed they'd emailed him and the sheriff came to Parliament. You know, when you come to Parliament, every member here knows who does not have an access card here. You go through a process, you register, you are on the system. So we had to check with Parliament if indeed there was a person who came here claiming to bring, claiming to be the sheriff and bringing in the answering documents. There was no such. There was no email that they would have sent. So in essence, they would have lied to say that they've responded to the summons. Be that as it may, we then said, because we are not punitive generally, and if they are saying they want to respond, we will bring the matter back here for us to consider. And I want to lobby you, colleagues, that we reserve them because we're not punitive, even though they may have lied, but we're not punitive. We want them to answer those questions, to provide the details that we had asked for. Amongst other things, Minister, very disturbing, which they had confirmed through their CFO in our meeting, was that in 2023, which was the last audited financial statements, they would have spent 14.7 million on legal fees. And we had asked them to break it down. We want to see who are those people that they've been pursued against. Is it workers? Is it students? Is it service providers? Because if it's workers and students, it doesn't make sense that you'll spend so much money on your own clients, which are the students. I know that many interviews they would have said we relied on hearsay, on gossip, but it was said by their CFO in our meeting. So we will deal with that part at the end after we have dealt with the presentation from the department and the minister. So at the end we will then deal with that part, which I want to lobby you to agree with me, to agree to be lobbied, that we reserve them so that they answer those critical issues, because they raise a number of serious collapses in governance there. So we are here, members. The department is here also with the full team. So I want to welcome you, Minister, welcome you, Director General, the National Skills Authority, National Skills Authority Chairperson. Congratulations on your appointment as the NSA Chair. NSA CEO, team from the Ministry, our legal person from Parliament, who's here, members of Parliament, our staff. You are all welcome. On apologies, members, we have an apology from Honorable van der Walt, who said she's attending the memorial service of the former Chief Whip of the DA and Ambassador to Thailand. So there's a memorial service. That's the only apology we have. We have an apology from the deputy ministers. both deputy ministers. We have apologies from both deputy ministers who are not here with us. And that's all. We don't have any other apology. So it's a full house. So I want to, so members, that is what we are going to discuss. We have agreed that the minister of the department will not present here, but they will give us a date on when they will do so before end of July, so that we put it on our program timelessly. They will take us through the withdrawal of the appointment of the City Accounting Authority chairpersons, and then we will have a small discussion, hopefully where you'll agree on us resaving the University of Limpopo, because they can't say they are not going to answer us because they are dealing with the department. We have a legislative authority or legislative prerogative to for them to be accountable to Parliament as well. So that's it. Can I get anybody who wants to move for the adoption of the agenda, Honorable Low?
No, thanks, Chair. With the brief that you gave us, I wish to adopt the amendment of the agenda with one item that we could have identified and agreed to defer the other item to give the Minister time and space to process the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Msaza.
No, ngibonga ithuba, Chair. Perhaps I'm going to disagree on the basis that a report is one thing, Chairperson, but there were certain utterances that were made by the Minister and the DG at the University of Limpopo at a live broadcast of the department. The utterances related to the state of affairs, in particular governance, and the concerns of the committee as it relates to that university. And I'm certain that the Minister and the DG could have not just thumb-sucked their utterances, but they based them on a report which they spoke about in that particular broadcast. So I strongly disagree with the fact that there should be allocated time to finalize a report which they've already spoken about on a national broadcast. So I need maybe more clarity from yourself, Chairperson, if you are saying, because even that particular agreement, of course you raised it to the committee yesterday as it relates to that particular report on the University of Limpopo, but I still stand not to agree with the fact that there should be more time allocated, because I don't believe that the Minister and the DG can speak on a report that is not finalized.
Yeah. Honorable Sazana, they may have spoken to the report that they got from Council for Higher Education and the university, but they still need to consolidate their own report and bring it to us, so that, there might be many other issues that they need to consider and bring. The context might be different. So I want to appeal with you that I know you have raised it before. When you saw the issue, you've raised it, and we did say that we will inform the ministry about the concerns that were raised there, and we have, and they've explained that, Chair, we will bring a comprehensive report to yourself. So I want to lobby you. But before I give you Mama Seko, I saw Honorable Kabo's hand there.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought we were going to apply meeting procedures, because the item that we were discussing was the adoption of the agenda. So in terms of the meeting procedures, Honorable Msizane is out of order. He's crying in a wrong funeral. The cry might be legit, but this is the wrong funeral. So I would like to second the proposal by Honorable Sidukanele Low on the adoption of the agenda based on omissions and augmentations that we have agreed on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I was raising my hand to firstly second the adoption of the amended agenda, but also to add to, since we are going to increase the time frame, Minister, for you to consolidate the report. One of the other things that we identified is some of the universities, the governance. So if you can add, because now we are prolonging time, add the state of the other universities' governance, so that when we engage, we focus solely on universities. As today, we are going to focus solely on the setters. That will be helpful. We'll appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. You want a second bite on the matter?
Yeah, you see, Chair, we're going to have a problem if we're going to be appearing to, if we're going to appear as a committee to be too lenient of the department on this basis, Chair. There's a number of concerns that we send to the department and get no responses. Yet again, I do not know because of if it's because of majority that we're going to keep on allowing a situation where the department can do as they please. They come here, we give them time and all of those things. It's not going to work for us. But obviously, because it's a game of numbers,
Order, Chairperson.
it's going to go on and on. But we will state the fact that we don't agree if we don't agree.
Yeah, what is the, you see, Honorable Citizen, let's be productive. We're not always going to agree. But I've made a plea. You've raised your matter, and I've answered that the department is not a game of numbers. The department, even though they may have received the report elsewhere, they still need to do their own report. It is not an issue of having a game of numbers. It's us being considerate that they must put their own report that they must come and defend before the committee, and not take a report from somewhere and send it to us. So please let's try and concentrate on what we want to achieve today. Are you covered, Honorable Kakao?
Chairperson, good morning to yourself and good morning everyone. So firstly, this committee is characterized by how robust we engage with matters, and that's not going to change unless people are weird. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to engage the department robustly, but equally our robust engagements must be premised on fairness. So it means nothing for us to want to engage the department on a half-baked good, because then it limits really how much we can engage with the problem, get a full understanding of it and resolve on it. So if the department is still baking the cake that we want to slice with them, it means nothing for us to say "Kole mahe le phofu le tswekere ntse di le jwalo," and then we will see how we end up with the problem. So I'm 100% pro making sure that, we leave no stone unturned. I'm very much pro such things. I like such. But equally, let us be fair and have something tangible to work with when we engage on the matter.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members have agreed on that will give the department time to come and address us on the issue of the University of Limpopo. We'll bring a report. So we're now going to introduce ourselves, and then we will then give to the department. We'll start with myself. My name is Nobuhle Nkabane. I'm a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. After you, Anna, we'll start there by Tanya, and then we'll move like that.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. All protocol officers. My name is Nobuhle Nkabane. I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Kleinans, and I'm the Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair, members and delegation. Agnetha Orense, the researcher for the committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, Minister, and all delegation. Mampha Mudimba, Committee Content Advisor.
morning, Chair, members and guests. I'm Jablani Majozi from Parliament Communication Services.
Good morning, I'm Zeline Merrington from SABC.
Good morning, I'm Siyabonga Kone, a journalist from Daily Maverick.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, Honorable Minister. My name is Kabelo Makitla. I'm from the Auditor General, Liaison Manager.
Good morning. I am Advocate Nyukumbo Weni from Legal Services, Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Gonasaneo from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Chair. My name is Ndomzodo Akuta from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Let's give our positions, colleagues.
Chief Director responsible for legal services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, members, colleagues. My name is Steve Mampehu. I'm the Parliamentary Liaison Officer for Deputy Minister Manamela. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone in the House. My name is Pumela Lengema, Parliamentary Legal Advisor.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, colleagues. My name is David Motlame, Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Teacher.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, members and colleagues. My name is Malande Nomvalo, Private Secretary to the Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable members and colleagues. My name is Nelisiwe Semane, the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister.
Chairperson, Honorable members, Minister and colleagues. My name is Ntombi Zethu Sibisi, PLO, Office of the Minister. Thank you.
A very good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, DG and colleagues. My name is Nobuhle Nkabane, Chief Director responsible for Seta coordination. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister, honorable members. My name is Wasanda Luaca. I'm the Chairperson of the National Skills Authority.
Respectful greetings, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DG and the colleagues. My name is Zamugwa Kekuzwayo, Executive Officer of the National Skills Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, esteemed colleagues. My name is Zugile Christopher Mosese Bafomvalo, the DDG responsible for skills development in South Africa and Africa.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Clarence Chitereke. I am the advisor to the minister.
A very good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members, our minister, and all the colleagues from the department. I am Kosinati Seshe, the Director General.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the technical team from the Office of the Chairperson in Parliament, as well as the media, together with the NSA, represented by the CEO and the Chairperson, Ms. Luaka, and the executive of the department. My name is Nobuhle Nkabane. I'm the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Lance.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you, the members of Parliament. Special greeting to the Director General of Higher Education, as well as the Minister. My name is Sihlelonzi, a Member of Parliament, deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Just one plea, Chairperson, because there are people who are watching at home and they're updating us. And they don't take kindly with the fact that the Minister is eating. So please, Minister, if you may not eat on the live TV. You can maybe step outside to have a small snack, but when you come in here, please don't engage in those activities, considering that in higher education there are many students who are vulnerable, don't have food, not getting their allowances of NSFAS. So it may appear insensitive. It may not necessarily be what you intend, Minister. That's why I'm doing it with a kind heart to say, let's exercise sensitivity to that effect. Thank you very much.
Kabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I will not be tempted to engage on any other issues. Lina laka ke khaolatli sefane ke khabo. Let me pass my greetings to your good self as the Chair Minister. Welcome to the Portfolio Committee. You can relax, Minister. Welcome, DG. And thank you very much, Chairperson. You can relax, Minister. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Hey, well, she can't eat most. How she can't even eat or do anything. She can't even eat. The poor minister can't eat. She can't even stand up. Hey, it's a mess.
Let's come back, colleagues.
No, thanks.
Suduganelo.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Suduganelo Tsepolo. I'm part of the committee. Greetings to you, Chair, the Minister, and the DG, and the collective. Thank you.
Enkosi sihlalo mandiqale kuqala ndibulise wena amalungu ekomiti umphathiswa ugqirha ophethe abaphangeli uDG igama lam ndinguyanga Govana ndililungu lale komiti.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, together with your team and everyone else, my colleagues. My name is Ashley Toike, the First Souls, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister and the DG and all the DDGs and all the team. My name is Nobuhle Nkabane, and I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Sihlalo committee, my Lunga department led by the Minister, colleagues of the committee and extended staff members. Igama Mnqobo Msezane, and I'm a member of the committee.
Keleva Mutula Stulo, Kudumedisa, Listulo Sahau, Minister, Deputy DG, DG and your delegation in the department, everybody else who's tuning in and following these proceedings, our colleagues in the media fraternity. Good morning. My name is Karabo Khachal and I am an alternate member of this committee. You can drink water, Minister, it's fine.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Minister, DG, and the reps from the department, NSA. My name is Matlodi Maseko. And just to put a disclaimer, Chair, I'm a diabetic, so Lonzi, if I eat, I or to collapse, I will be to an ambulance. So bear with me. For your constituents, tell them I'm diabetic. I'm going to eat something, nibble something. If I feel horrible, okay, thank you very much. So I'm the. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I think we've all introduced ourselves. Minister, I'm going to hand over to you to deal with the presentation. And then you can direct who's going to add, and then we'll take it from there. Thanks very much, Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for giving us an opportunity as the department to come and account before the Portfolio Committee. I believe we're not only accounting to the Portfolio Committee, we are also accounting to the public and the society at large. Maybe to just give a brief background before I hand over to the Chief Director responsible for Seta coordination, is to indicate that in terms of us executing our responsibilities, we are indeed empowered by the Skills Development Act number 97 of 1998, which provides that the minister must appoint the chairpersons of the Accounting Authority of SETAs after consultation with the National Skills Authority. It says the minister must also, by notice in Government Gazette, invite nominations for the positions of the chairperson of the Accounting Authority from interested parties in the relevant sectors. Meaning, if we nominate a person that we believe can add value in Agri-SETA, that particular person cannot be nominated by a sector or by a bank sector. It must be a specific sector relevant for executing that responsibility. It is sectoral based. I think it's very important for me to emphasize that, hence the Gazette is still out, so that we advise our people when they are making their nominations what they should consider in terms of nominations. Maybe to expand is to indicate that above legislative provisions, they also empower the minister when appointing SETA chairpersons to consult the National Skills Authority, and this consultation is neither intended to seek NSA approval nor concurrence. Thus, the decision to appoint the chairpersons and board ultimately rests with the executive authority. In this case, is the Minister of Higher Education and Training. In executing the whole process, the minister remains a staunch proponent of the Bill of Rights, as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is the supreme law of the country, where Chapter 2 provides, amongst others, that freedom of trade, freedom of occupation, and freedom of profession, where every citizen has the right to choose their trade, occupation, or professionally freely. Equality, where everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit to the law. Freedom of association, where everyone has the right to freedom of association, as well as political rights, where every citizen is free to make political choices. Against that background, honorable members, it's very important to indicate that we indeed complied with this legislative imperative in our efforts to make sure that we are indeed compliant with the law when we're processing these appointments, that at the end of the day we nullified it through the withdrawal. The important criteria that we need to also indicate in terms of the Skills Development Act is that Section 11 of the Act provides that the minister in appointing accounting authority members must take into consideration the following: gender representation, demographic representation, representation of disadvantaged persons or communities that have been prejudiced by the past racial and gender discrimination in relation to the access to skills development programs, and also make sure that she considers a blend of knowledge, skills, and experience required for the effective functioning of the SETA in question, and also draw from the ranks of the senior officials in organization so that they can as well assist in shaping some of the policy interventions in trying to address the skills deficit that we are facing in the country. In the quest of improving the state of SETA governance and oversight, and to attract a caliber of suitable, qualified candidates with a blend of experience, knowledge, and capability, and to redress the historic imbalances, we then had to up the game, because we said we need people who are going to turn around the current situation that we are facing in our SETA system, where there is a general consensus that they are not impactful or they are not responding to the needs of our society, of which we will need to make sure that we leave a very good legacy as this government of the 7th administration. We said the NQF level must be a level 8, and then the preference was to be given also to people with disabilities, young people, as well as women. But in terms of the analysis of the master list that we received, we did not have a number of youth that met the criteria in terms of requirements. We only got 2 that met the criteria. So those are the limitations that we need to look at when we try to spread the word to say the Gazette is out, people must come on board. They must raise their hands to come and serve the nation. The second issue that we're confronting is that we did not get people from other groups, like whites, Indians, and others, and coloreds, raising their hands to say they are ready to serve the nation. I call upon to all of us to go out in numbers and request them to respond to the call, because we've already issued a gazette, and this gazette was issued on the 22nd of May 2025. The closing date is the 12th of June 2025. Coming closer to the last issue, because I've seen the letter that the Portfolio Committee has written to the Minister requesting a new date. Hence, we indicated that we still need to consolidate and compare notes, working closely with our legal team, together with Dr. Gondo, who is responsible for legal matters in the department, so that when we produce or present a report around issues of the University of Limpopo, we produce a quality report that is not going to be questionable, a report that can even stand the ground if anyone can challenge it in court. So we want to be clinical with our approach. We don't want to bring here before you a half-baked a report that must be considered by the Portfolio Committee. But I think it's very important also to share with the committee what it means when we say there is the governance function of the council. The governance function of the council refers to the council, which is the highest decision-making body in that institution. And then there is another critical terminology that we need to analyze: chronic dysfunctionality, what it means. Chronic dysfunctionality refers to this situation where the council is highly divided into factions, and the council admin is chaotic, and the chairperson is at war with the VC or the management team as a whole. So when we do an analysis, we need to take into cognizance of these issues before we can say either the university is stable or dysfunctional. The dysfunctionality in terms of management is evident where there is a constant infight amongst the executive, where there is no internal audit unit, where accounts are withdrawn, and there is high number of irregularities reported in the successive audit cycle. We just want to commend the University of Limpopo because they received clean audit. So in terms of these areas, we did not pick up anything. I just want to reflect on the research. The research suggests that amongst the historic disadvantaged institutions in South Africa, the University of Limpopo and the University of Venda have made significant strides since a major turnaround strategy. University of Limpopo at some stage was bankrupt and now boosts substantive revenues. In its current
Minister,
account,
I've got members raising their hands. Please hold on. Member Seko.
Sorry, Chairperson and Minister. I'm afraid once you open that can of worms, we are going to engage with Limpopo. So the ideal scenario was you are not going to touch on Limpopo. all that you are saying now, when we engage after we have report in front of us, we can engage about that. For now, we open Seta, board appointments, and then we close with that, and not hear anything about Limpopo as we adopted we amended our agenda. So if we stick to that, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
You're covered. Well, thank you very much, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yeah, I was just bringing context before I could commit to the date, because eventually the committee said they need a date for me to come and table the report. So I wanted to give a context so that when we come, at least we understand these concepts. But I take note from the Honourable Member, Honourable Maseko. We've looked at the processes that we are going to follow, Honourable Maseko, because when we sat down with the technical team that we're working with, in particular legal team led by Dr. Gondwe, said we cannot make a determination with just one visit. After consolidating, we need to go back again to University of Limpopo to present what we have observed and what we have analyzed after looking at all the reports, the one that they gave us, the report from the university branch, as well as our legal team and CHE and SAQA, then we combine so that we are going to have a clear view of a full picture of what is happening in that institution. So we are proposing that we should bring the report for the attention of the Portfolio Committee on the 30th of July, 2025. Thank you. With those few words, Chairperson, I believe there are few. Allow me to hand over to the Chief Director responsible for Seta coordination to take us through the details of the presentation.
I don't know how few are they, but if you are saying there are few, it's okay. We'll take your word for it. Seta coordination.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, the part that I'm about to present clarifies the process which was undertaken, as well as the due diligence processes which formed part of the whole process of the nomination that led to the appointment. It is important for me to emphasize that the process is regulated in terms of the Act and the Seta Standard Constitution. I must state from the outset that the process strictly was handled in terms of the applicable policies and legislative prescripts, in particular the Skills Development Act, as well as the Constitution of the Setas. The process unfolded as follows. With regards to the call for the nominations of the Seta chairpersons, in accordance to the provisions of the Act, Section 11, subsection 1b, the Minister published the Government Gazette 51625 on the 19th of November 2024, in which she invited all constituencies in various economic sectors to submit nominations of suitable candidates for consideration and appointment as the Seta chairpersons. With regards to the call for nominations for the Seta board members, in terms of the Act, Section 11, subsection 5, on the 15th of November 2024, the Minister issued a directive to all Seta chief executive officers, directing them to invite nominations from the relevant stakeholders and constituencies in various sectors to nominate suitable candidates for consideration and appointment as board members of the Setas. The initial deadline that was provided for this process was 29 November 2025, but following the call and the concerns from the stakeholders about the short deadlines that were given for the submission of nominations, Minister agreed to extend the deadline for submission of nominations for board members to 15 December 2015. In her agreement, the purpose was to afford various constituencies and the stakeholders to conduct internal engagements for the nomination process to be properly concluded, thus affording the stakeholders to engage among themselves so that they can agree as to who they want to serve in the Seta boards. I will jump the slide on the nomination criteria because the minister had already spoken about. To uphold the integrity of the process, ensuring that the process is beyond any form of scrutiny, probity, and is beyond reproach, we took into consideration the King IV Report on Corporate Governance 2016, which recommends that the governing body should consider assigning the oversight of, among other things, the nomination process for the members of the governing body to the dedicated committee. I must also highlight that this requirement of assigning a dedicated structure to evaluate nominations was also a recommendation by the Auditor General during the appointment process of the boards in the year 2020. Therefore, resulting from the above, a selection and evaluation panel, a nomination task team, was established by the Minister to independently evaluate all nominations and recommend suitable candidates for the Minister's consideration and decision-making. The selection and evaluation panel functions under specific terms of reference. They are as follows. They were assigned to evaluate the nominations received against the established nomination criteria. Secondly, they had to identify suitable candidates based on the identified or established nomination criteria. Thirdly, they had a responsibility to assess candidates against the eligibility criteria, which is spelled out in the Skills Development Act. They had to identify accounting authority members who may be recommended for reappointment to serve in the new accounting authority, which is intended for institutional memory and continuity within state accounting authorities. This is a requirement in terms of the Act that when appointing the board members, it is important to ensure business continuity by identifying certain accounting authority members who served in the previous boards to be reappointed for business continuity as well as providing institutional memory. They had to identify suitable candidates with due consideration to demographic requirements, which talks to race, age, gender, people with disabilities, geography, and so on. They had to oversee that the appointed accounting authority members are subjected to an induction program as well as continuous capacity building, training, and development sessions so as to familiarize them with their roles and responsibilities in order for them to properly execute their fiduciary responsibilities. Lastly, they had to ensure that the necessary documentation as well as the records are kept for future reference as well as auditing purposes. How the suitable candidates were identified. In identifying suitable candidates, the selection and evaluation panel complied with the legislative provisions of the Skills Development Act. The panel considered the CVs with profiles of the nominated candidates whose nominations were received on time. Focus of the panel was in identifying suitable candidates, looking into the extensive past experience, past leadership experience, the blend of experience, knowledge, as well as their capability to execute their assigned responsibility. Preferably, NQF level 8 as a minimum qualification, and also with an intention to redress historical imbalances, in particular with regards to people with disabilities, attracting the youth, as well as ensuring that the composition of our accounting authorities include women. It is important to point out that candidates' political affiliations did not form part of the selection criteria in identifying suitable candidates. as it was also not part of the government gazette that was promulgated. There is no candidate who was given preference or suffered any prejudice due to political affiliation or association or any political party. That is provided in terms of the Bill of Rights, which the Minister in her opening remarks spoke about, which is the right to equality, the right to make political choices, the freedom of association, and the freedom of trade, occupation, as well as choosing one's profession. Therefore, there is no candidate who suffered any prejudice or was discriminated against due to his or her association with anyone. Coming to the credentials of the candidates that were appointed, the recommended candidates were suitably qualified with extensive management and leadership experience, which ranges from governance aspects, the auditors, chartered accountants, legal professionals such as advocates, medical doctors, engineers, as well as the scientists. Out of the 20 candidates recommended, 3 have doctoral degrees, which is at NQF level 10, 15 with master's degrees at NQF level 9, and 2 are the medical doctors. The profiles of all recommended candidates bear testimony about the suitability as well as the capability of all the candidates that were recommended. I wish at this moment to just flight the profiles of the candidates so that honorable members can quickly look through them before I conclude my presentation. Sorry. Yeah. I think it's still coming.
I'm listening to the presentation. So your meetings are not.
I'm still waiting, honorable share members, for it to appear.
What happened?
I was changing the slide, or maybe I can conclude my presentation and then flight the profiles at the end.
Yeah, so it's not
It's
open.
not showing them.
Is the slide not open? Okay. Let's go back to the original.
And our IT is not beyond reproach, Chair.
Can we have Can we have order there? No, Minister, don't fall for it. They are not. They are not. They've been chatting on the group about the word beyond reproach. So don't fall for it. Maybe Mr. Nkabane, it opens when you are not opening the one of profiles.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back.
Maybe it doesn't want you to open the profile. I don't know. No, I'm joking.
Is it not opening? Don't you have an IT person here to assist us?
Let's check the banner. But
MSCT.
I saw it had open. So why it's opening now?
Minister, we've outgrown this stuff.
Is this not your screen?
This is small stuff.
Nkabane, is this not your screen? Is this not your screen?
No, it is not.
No.
I think it's coming now.
Yeah, it's coming slowly.
And it has
Yeah. Don't remove the plugs there. You see now.
And if we don't want this, we want the profiles.
Or let's finish and then go to the profile. Yeah, I'll conclude with the website.
Maybe Chair, you can dim the light.
So you're saying what you are seeing there is not your screen?
No, it is not. It is not.
Whose screen is that?
It's slow. It's slow. It's not coming as slow.
Okay, because I was still struggling, your minister were getting our 80% to come. I think with the spirit that Honorable Lonzo was saying, we can allow you to grab something to eat if
I'm going to die. I'm diabetic. I'm your mother, Lord. I'm your mother. I'm diabetic. I'm old.
Let's check it. Let's check it. Where you find it?
Yeah, no, it's fine now. I think the problem is the gadgets from the department.
No, don't worry. Here, I didn't display more.
Hey, Minister, I think it's working now when we're using our laptop. I think the problem might be the quality of the gadgets from the department. and I hope they were not 90,000 as well as per laptop from the department. But there's something if that just done. Huh? No. But you see, you've just touched there's a cable you've touched when you're putting that thing down.
No.
The problem is when you're putting that thing down.
There's no signal.
Huh?
Chairperson?
Yes.
Sorry, man, with respect, Chair. In the meantime, can you ask the very capable legal office of the department to quickly work on a definition of beyond reproach so that when we come to Q&A, we're all on the same page. Stalo, thanks.
No, they're always ready. Honorable Kaka. Honorable Kaka says she's seconding. So, Advocate Kuta, you're working on it. I trust you with your team there that the beyond reproach will be properly explained.
Yes. While we are waiting for the technicians there, can we call the security so that we have them closer? We don't want to struggle like the last time and wait for too long.
No. I think not. No. There's no seconded, please. No. You see, if Honorable Lonzo goes there, the back, far back, then I might know that we might need. But if he's here, it's fine.
Chairperson, my behavior will be beyond reproach.
be subjected to an induction and a capacity building program to ensure that they are capacitated with regards to their roles and responsibilities. My presentation ends here. I want to go to the profiles to quickly browse. Okay.
Honorable Khakau says she has the profile. She can give you the ones that she has. You can go ahead.
Honorable Kakao can doctor profiles.
Yes, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, it's like we are managing our people. They remember this accountability is not only for us as the committee. Our people are complaining that there is no sound. So they are suspecting that we have switched them off. So I thought I must bring it to the attention of the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I had asked Anela to check with them outside. So they are working on it. They said it was fine. So do check again, Anela. Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. It's not opening again, Tadenguba.
Yes, Chairperson.
That's recalibrated.
With this presentation, we have learned one or two things. Two concepts. Plus concepts.
That's how. Yeah, sure.
Now we're going to stay here trying to define this concept.
No. Security is not far.
The IT person was here. Can we call her so that she's not going to solve the issue of showing the profile? The IT person was coming in, the lady. Can then they assist with solving the issue of profile?
Members, colleagues, let's settle. This is the second time, Minister, when the IT guys arrive here, the system is working. I suspect that Nkabane, you know them, so when they arrive, you just plug what you are not plugging, you know. Yeah, but on a serious note, we're ready now. Please go through the slides with the profiles, and then members want to beyond reproach ask their questions. Mr. Nkabane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members. Here are the profiles of the recommended candidates, starting with Agriculture Sector Education and Training Authority. The recommended candidate was Ms. Khaitsiwe Sharon Sipeng, who was the chairperson of Agri-Seta, and she was also recommended for reappointment as the chairperson for continuity and institutional memory. She is in possession of the following qualifications: a university diploma in education and a master's degree in business administration. Her experience in corporate governance includes, among other things, serving in various boards and committees, such as the chairperson of Agri-Seta Board, interim chairperson of the Council of the Orbit College. With regards to her leadership, she has experience which includes serving as a director of corporate services at Greater Tzaneen Municipality, the director of Kika Consultants, Close Corporation, director of corporate services at Ratlo Local Municipality, acting head in the office of the municipal manager in Mahikeng Local Municipality, senior project manager at MT Nebo Development Institution, as well as the human resource business partner at the SAICA, South African Institute of Chartered Accountants. Coming to the bank Seta, we have Dr. Nomusa Dube, who is now in possession of the PhD in Public Administration, Master of Public Administration, National Diploma in Public Management. I beg your pardon with regard to the last part of that paragraph. The profile was updated to reflect a true reflection of her latest credentials. She has vast experience in corporate governance and leadership that include serving as Premier of KZN, member of Executive Council for Finance and KZN, MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, Environmental Affairs, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Mayor of North Central Local Council in eThekwini Municipality, Speaker of the North Central Local Council in eThekwini Municipality, Deputy Secretary and Treasurer in KZN, Ambassador of the Czech Republic, Chief Whip in KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, Member of the Senate Council of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Chairperson of the Gender Working Group of African Union of Local Authorities, as well as member of South African Local Government Association, National Executive Committee, and so on. The Cath Seta, it is Mr. Thembinkosi Josopu, who is in possession of a Master of Education, Honours Degree in Development Studies, Bachelor of Arts, Higher Certificate in Public Management, Certificate in Multi-Sector Microeconomic Executive course, Certificate in Corporate Governance and Risk Management, as well as the Certificate in Entrepreneurship. With regards to her corporate governance experience, she has served as a member of ESCO. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. He has served. It's because I'm sitting next to you, Minister. He has served in various positions, including as a member of the Executive Committee, Management Committee, and Development Chamber of the National Economic Development and Labour Council, the board member and chairperson of the Capacity Building and Governance Committee of the National Skills Authority, board member of National Development Agency, board member of Employment Services Board, acting chairperson of the Unemployment Insurance Fund, which is the UIF, chairperson of the African Peer Review Mechanism, National General Council, as well as the board member of the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations. He has 20 years leadership experience in civil society, specifically in youth development, skills development, legislative and policy environment. He has participated in the Pan-African Youth Union and was part of the drafting team for the South African Development Community Youth Union Constitution. He is also in possession of a combined experience of 9 years working in administrative and management roles at the University of Cape Town and the Department of Trade and Industry, respectively. The construction Seta, Dr. Zakhele Buthelezi, is in possession of the MBCHB, which is a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, and the Basic Financial Management Certificate. He has vast experience in corporate governance and leadership, which includes serving in various constituencies and positions, such as Managing Director at Railstone Quarries. He oversaw road concrete material crushing operations, which is a process that enables the reuse of waste concrete materials in road construction while offering economic and environmental benefits and also providing a durable and versatile base material. He was responsible for ensuring quality and efficiency. He has implemented innovative business strategies to improve production output and revenue. He has managed a multidisciplinary team fostering collaboration and high-performance culture at Railstone Quarries. As a managing director at Black Horses Lodge in Vryheid, he has delivered consistent revenue growth by identifying new business opportunities, expanding service offerings. He has also developed comprehensive business plans, outlining long-term goals and actionable steps towards success. He has served as a sessional medical officer in Charles Johnson Memorial Hospital, as a general practitioner in Melmoth and community service medical officer at Kamagwaza St. Mary's Hospital. The next Seta is Chemical Industries Education and Training Authority. We call it CHETA. There's Mr. Kwebinkundle Konde. He's in possession of a Master of Education, a Bachelor of Education, Higher Diploma in Education, Bachelor of Arts, Diploma in Labor Law, Certificate in Project Management, Certificate in Municipal Executive Development, Certificate in Management Development for Municipal Finance, and a Certificate in Evidence for Policy Making and Implementation. He has a vast experience in corporate governance and leadership in positions such as a special advisor to the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy, head of advocacy and stakeholder relations at WASAA, Director General of Higher Education and Training, Acting Director General of Higher Education and Training, Special Advisor to the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Deputy Municipal Manager at Cape Winelands District Municipality, and the Councillor at Unicity Cape Town. He has also served as the principal at Herekuala Secondary School, head of department at Jos Lovo Secondary School, head of department as well as an educator at Vianney Public School. He has served as a district chairperson, provincial secretary, and central committee member in other structures. He has served as a SATU chairperson of Jos Lovo Comprehensive. SATU chairperson of Jos Lovo Comprehensive School, SATU chairperson of the Cathcart Vianney Public School, vice chairperson of the Lady Flair Youth Congress, vice chairperson of the Basil Fabry Residents Association, and the member of South African Students Organization at the Fort Hare University, as well as the University of Western Cape. To the ETDP Seta, it was Mr. Lungelo Ngwane. He is in possession of a Master of Business Administration, BSc in Mechanical Engineering, Safety Management Training Certificate, Junior Management and Supervisor Development and Project Management Certificate. He has vast experience in corporate governance and leadership, which includes serving in various constituencies and positions, such as leading student movement organizations while he was a student, Executive Director and Senior Mechanical Project Engineer at UWP Engineers, Mechanical Project Engineer, Business Unit Manager at LUP Consulting Engineers, as well as Environmental Engineer at Nzingwe Consultancy. Mr. Ncwane is a registered professional engineer by the Engineering Council of South Africa and is a member of South African Institution of Mechanical Engineers, thus making him suitable to serve.
That made him.
That made him. That made. Pardon me for the English, I'm Zulu. The Energy Sector Education and Training Authority. There is Dr. Nandi Malumbazo, who was nominated by the Nuclear Industry Association of South Africa. She is a PhD in Mechanical Engineering, Master of Science in Synthetic Organic Chemistry. Her corporate governance and leadership experience includes serving as Non-Executive Director of National Nuclear Regulator, Chairperson of Nuclear Safety Technical Committee, and member of HRR Committee, Non-Executive Director of Energy and Water, Seta, Chairperson of the Governance and Strategy Committee and member of EXCO, Chairperson of South African Bureau of Standards, Technical Committee, member of South African Energy Engineers Congregation, South African Bureau of Standards Technical Committee, member of Carbon Dioxide Capture, Transport and Geological Storage, Senior Lecturer and Researcher in Clean Coal Technology at the School of Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering, Sessional Senior Lecturer, teaching Energy Policy and Regulation to the Postgraduate Diploma and Master's student, Master of Management in Energy and Leadership at WETS. She has been the chairperson of the Research Committee for the School of Chemical and Metallurgical Engineering at WETS, Chief Scientist, Collaboratory Section Head, and Shale Gas Project Manager at Council for Geoscience, Postdoctoral Fellow, Researcher in Material Science and Manufacturing, which includes energy and processes. She has published peer-reviewed books, journal papers, Google Scholar citations and reports locally as well as internationally. Her academic work includes supervision of master's and PhD students. Facet, it was Mr. Petole Sitole. He is in possession of a Master of Science in Local Economic Development, BTech in Project Management, National Diploma in Mechanical Engineering, National Certificate in Public Finance Management and Administration, Technology Leadership Program in the Management of Technology, and so on. His leadership experience includes occupying positions such as External Expert at Technology Innovation Agency, General Manager and Head of Local Economic Development at Solplaatjes Municipality, Acting Executive Director, Infrastructure and Service Delivery at the same municipality, Local Economic Development Manager at Francis Bard District Municipality, Senior Industrial Advisor and Operations Manager at Small Enterprise Development Agency, SEDA, Engineering Project Management Consultant at Enterprise Assets Management Africa, Technical Engineering Advisor for Operations Support at Eskom Henrina Power Station, Fuel Oil System Engineer. The Food and Beverages Seta, it was Miss Loisi Masugulu Kayeni, in possession of a master's degree in politics, postgraduate diploma in public policy and African studies, Bachelor of Technology in Public Relations Management, National Diploma in Public Relations Management, Certificate in Gender Mainstreaming in the Public Sector, as well as the Certificate in Municipal Leaders, Media and Stakeholder Engagement. Her leadership experience, She has been an MMC for Group Corporate and Shared Services at the City of Johannesburg, leader of Executive Business of City of Johannesburg, member of the City Council Proportional Representative Council of City of Johannesburg, manager for Administration, Protocol, Events and Stakeholder Relations at Agro Lane, Private Office of the Executive Mayor, Deputy Director, Events Management, Stakeholder Relations and Protocol at Gauteng Office of the Premier, Acting Senior Manager, Communications and Events at Gauteng Youth Commission, Events and Marketing Manager at Gauteng Youth Commission, Accounts Manager at Envisage Invest and Corporate Relations Consultancy, and Junior Accounts Manager at Vars Street Marketing Agency. Her experience also includes governance, risk and compliance, serving as a team member, a member of the Employment Equity Committee, Skills Development Committee, as well as International Relations Reference Group. FPNM Seta, it was Advocate Mthokozi School. He is an advocate of the High Court of South Africa and is in possession of a Master of Laws, Bachelor of Laws, and is currently studying for the Master. Is currently studying for the Master of Laws. I think there is a minor mistake there. Sorry about that. His past experience in corporate governance includes serving as chairman of BRICS Business Council on Trades and Investment Working Group, director of JSX Investments, director of South African Statistical Council, president of the South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, director of Small Enterprise Development Agency, board member of Business Unity South Africa, director of Community Schemes Ombudsman, Service for Department of Human Settlements, board member of Mombela Concession Company, council member and chairman of the Corporate Governance Workstream for the African Peer Review Mechanism, director of IQ Business, director of Mine Workers Investment Companies, director of Nashua Mpumalanga and Lowveld, provincial executive committee secretary of the Black Management Forum, deputy chairperson of UNISA Law Students Association, president and executive committee member of Middleburg Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and South African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and lastly, a member of the Institute of Directors of South Africa. The Health and Welfare Sector, it is Dr. Rehazu Nora Mongwe, who is in possession of Doctor of Literature and Philosophy in Health Studies, Master of Arts in Nursing Sciences, BCare degree in Health Sciences, Advanced University Diploma in Health Services Management, Certificate in Total Quality Management, Certificate in Labor Relations Management, Certificate in Public Finance Management, Certificate in Healthcare Quality Improvement, as well as the Certificate in Using Information to Manage and other programs. Her leadership experience, she has been a district executive manager at the Department of Health in Limpopo, a CEO at Mankweng Hospital, a senior manager, HOD support at Department of Health, senior manager, performance monitoring and evaluation at the Department of Health. The insurance sector, it is Dr. Mohlopi Filmon Mapulane, who is in possession of a National Diploma in Public Management and Administration, a BTEC in Public Management. He has completed his coursework for the Master of Public Administration with a mini dissertation, which is still outstanding. He also is in possession of the Certificate Program in Management Development, which is NQF Level 6. He has served as the Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies for the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, a chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Environmental Affairs, the Deputy Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, the Municipal Manager at Matibeng Local Municipality, the COO at Matibeng Local Municipality, Departmental Manager or HOD for Economic Development and Tourism at Middleburg Local Municipality, The local economic development coordinator at Masakane, coordinator at Matibeng local municipality. I beg your pardon, it's Matibeng, not Middleburg, Matibeng local municipality. The Merisita, Mr. Buyambo Mandashe, he is in possession of a BSc Agricultural Economics from the University of Fort Hare, the MSc Agricultural Economics.
Nguban, hold on. There's a hand from Honorable Lonze.
No, Chair, I'm not going to touch on Kwete Mandashe's son. I just wanted to check, do we have this, because usually when the department presents, they send us the, can that be sent to us so that we can follow it, because the screen is a bit far, thanks.
No, it's fine. I was going to request after we checked whilst they were presenting, so I was going to present that they sent.
Oh, okay, no, thanks, Chair.
Sorry, continue, Honorable Mr. Nguban.
Thank you very much. He is in possession of the Master of Science in Agricultural Economics from the China Agricultural University, Management Advancement Program from the VET Business School, a postgraduate diploma in General Management from the Gordon's Business School, Master of Business Administration from the Gordon's Business School. His leadership and corporate governance experience includes serving as advisory board member and deputy chairperson of the advisory board at the Tsolo Agricultural and Research Development Institute, board member of Ukanyo Farmer Development non-profit organization. He has served as a learner economist at the National Agricultural Marketing Council, a strategy analyst at the Beijing Axis, project analyst at Agri-SA, business development manager at Agri Enterprises, as well as managing director at Sipamba Agri Group. MICT Seta, Ms. Nolita Peterson. She is a chartered accountant and is in possession of a Master of Business Administration, Bachelor of Commerce Honors in Accounting, as well as the BCom in Accounting. Her past leadership experience includes as a technical advisor to the administrator of NSFAS, managing director at Zamindlela Consulting Pty Ltd, director business development at Building Supplies Direct, the head of trading enterprise development at Ntinga or Tambo Development Agency, independent consultant at BTKM for Eastern Cape Department of Education, Program Support Unit, Administration and Finance Manager at Independent Development Trust, Manager Payment Services, Assistant Audit Manager at Auditor General of South Africa, Statutory Accounts Manager at Truden Pty Ltd, and an accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers. Her experience includes serving as a board member of Railway Safety Regulator, board member of Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, board member of State Information Technology Agency, board member of Eastern Cape Development Corporation, chairperson of Buffalo City Metropolitan Development Agency, chairperson of the Audit Committee at Emalahleni Local Municipality, board member of South African Post Office, Audit and Risk Committee member of Post Bank, board member of Maibuye Transport Corporation, chairperson of Risk Management Committee at the Eastern Cape Department of Health, advisory committee member at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, chairperson of Advancement of Black Accountants of South Africa in Eastern Cape, as well as board member of Finance Committee of Meals on Wheels Community Services. The Mining Qualifications Authority, we have Dr. Sianda Mngadi. He is in possession. Yes, thanks. We have Dr. Sianda Mngadi, who is a young professional in possession of a PhD in philosophy, specializing in geophysics.
Hold on again, Honorable Lonze.
No, sorry, Chair, I'm not trying to be disruptive. Can the speaker say had? Because when you say we have, it creates an impression that these people are there. So they are no longer chairpersons, these people. So can you please say we had Mngadi, not we have him. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. The minister corrected him earlier on.
My humble apology.
Yeah. I think, I thought when you were raising a point of order, you wanted to say that the noise that was coming now towards the end was not there earlier on. So it might give an impression, DG, that we favored others over others, because it's your whole report. So if we are happy with you, so that you suggest something, DG. So sorry, Ntate Nkabane.
Honorable Chairperson and members, my humble apology for using present tense instead of past tense. Pardon my English. Doctor of Philosophy in Geophysics, Seismology, Rock Engineering and Geology. I don't know what seismology is. Master of Science in Geophysics, Seismology, Rock Engineering.
Ngizamile ukukhuza. Now I must speak it in Zulu so that let's allow Mr. Nkabane to present. Department, it's your report. You should have seen it before. So no need to ululate for it now. Honorable Lonzi.
Yes, Chair, and so that I don't waste the time of the committee, maybe I'll mention it when I come in. But I think it's very concerning for someone who would have been expected to verify these CVs to say he doesn't know what seismology is, which is in the CV. I think that's because it means he's seeing it for the first time. Because if he verified the CVs, he would have gone to research what is seismology. But for him to come to the committee and say, I don't know what is seismology, it means he's seeing these CVs for the first time. But I'll come in, Chair, so that I don't derail the meeting.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, it's fine. We have emailed you the profiles. You can check them there. No, these are the real profiles that we're getting from the department. You want yours. You want to give us the ones that you posted, Honorable. Continue, Honorable Nkabane. You see, you are being disrupted by the DG. It's him who's making you. Honorable Loans is now questioning whether you have done oversight on this. Is because of what I was trying to say to the department, ululating outside. Let's wait, because you see now you are forcing Mr. Nkabane to say he doesn't know what is a seismologist or seismologist. Continue. Don't say you know, because now they are going to ask questions. Just continue with the profiles. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. The other qualification he possesses is a Bachelor of Science Honours in Geophysics, Bachelor of Science in Physics, Geology and Mathematics. His corporate governance and leadership experience is serving in various constituencies that include leading student movement organization, since he is part of the youth. He has served in positions which includes, among others, as a managing director, mineral exploration, mining and energy at Ntutugo Resources, executive manager, mining and mineral resources at Pamodzi Group, investment analyst at Senior Capital. He also has experience serving as a member of the South African Geophysics Association, member of Society of Exploration Geophysics, member of American Association of Petroleum Geologists, member of American Geophysical Union, member of Association of Black Securities and Investment Professionals, as well as the member of the BMF. The PCETA, it was Miss Elizabeth Patricia Tobejane, who is in possession of the Honours Bachelor of Arts in Literature and Linguistics, Bachelor of Arts majoring in Politics, Afrikaans and Law, and is currently studying for a master's degree in Education and Skills. She has occupied various leadership positions, including serving as Innovation Specialist at N International, Director Education and Training at Kuku Consultant, the Chief Operations Officer at Facet, DDG, Institutional Development Support and Integrity Management at Gauteng Provincial Government, DDG at Gauteng City Regional Academy, Chief Director Seta Coordination at the Department of Labor, which was later transferred to Department of Higher Education and Training, Executive Manager Seta Support Services at Department of Labor, Senior Manager Learning and Development at Umsobovu Youth Fund, Skills Development Coordinator at Department of Education, as well as Head of Human Resource Development Unit at Nehau. Her experience also entails serving as Chairperson of the PSETA, Chairperson of the African Peer Review Mechanism National Governing Council of South Africa, President of the South African Youth Council, Network Community Constituency Overall Convener, Board Member of Proudly South African, High-Level Panel of Parliament of which is the High-Level Panel of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Sorry, it's a Board Member of Proudly South African, a High-Level Panel of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Member of the Presidential Youth Working Committee on Jobs, Deputy Chairperson of the National Skills Authority Board, Board Member of the Presidential BEE Advisory Council, Board Member of Solidarity Fund, Member of the Institute of Directors, Board Member and Acting Chairperson of the UIF, Board Member of the ICT BEE Sector Council, Committee of Principals for the National Minimum Wage, etc. The Safety and Security Sector, it was Mr. Eric Chilambavunwa, with a Master's in Business Administration, Honours in Public Administration, Bachelor of Administration, Postgraduate Diploma in Security Studies, Postgraduate Diploma in Legal Principles and Compliance, Executive Development Program, Certificate in Money Laundering, Executive Development Program. He has occupied leadership positions that includes being a head of security operations and intelligence training at South African National Intelligence Academy, which is under the Department of State Security Agency, acting divisional head, security advising and audits at the Department of State Security Agency, unit head of vetting at the Department of State Security Agency, etc. He has been a member of Association of Certified Anti-Money Laundering Specialists, a member of the Institute of Directors of South Africa, board member of SASITA, an advisory committee member of the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority, which is PSIRA. The services SITA, Mr. Michael Mabuya Kulu, who is in possession of a postgraduate diploma in business administration, BTech in management, advanced business program, and certificate in leadership. He has served as an MEC for Economic Development and Tourism in KZN, MEC for Public Works and Human Settlement in KZN, MEC for Finance, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, a co-chair of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group, regional leader of the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa, senior leader of COSATU. As MEC in KZN, he has directed and overseen the following state-owned entities, that is Itala Development Finance Corporation, KZN Trade and Investment, KZN Growth Fund, Tourism KwaZulu-Natal, KZN Film Commission, and others. For the Transport Sector Education and Training Authority, it was Mr. Justice Siboni Sompele. He is in possession of a Master of Business Administration, BTech in Civil Engineering, and a National Diploma in Civil Engineering. Part of his leadership experience includes serving as head of department in KZN Department of Transport, Chief Director, Road Infrastructure and Regional Services, KZN Department of Transport, Director, Road Infrastructure Development and Management, Deputy Director, Technical Support, Acting Regional Manager, Empangeni Region for Department of Transport, Cost Center Manager, Eshowe in KZN Department of Transport, Control Industrial Technician and Acting Regional Engineer for Department of Transport, Project Manager at AA2 Engineers, Managing Director at Mbele Civils, Site Agent at Conco Coastal Contractors, Resident Engineer at Africon Engineering International, Civil Engineering Technician, Site Engineer, and Site Agent at Group 5 Civils. His corporate governance experience includes a member of the National Oversight Committee of Centers of Specialization, Higher Education Aids, South African Maritime Institute, KZN Human Resource Development Council, UKZN Council as a ministerial appointee, UKZN Council representative on the university committees, UKZN Institutional Forum, Ministerial Task Team on Establishment of South African Institute for Vocational and Continuing Education and Training, Bambisanani Education Trust, Umfolozi TVET College Council, Chairperson of SACPO, General Secretary of SACPO, Chairperson of National Education Collaboration Trust, Member of World Skills South Africa, Chairperson of Umfolozi TVET College Academic Board and other governance positions. The next one is the WNR Seta, Mr. Tulan Chefuta, who is in possession of a Master of Governance and Management in Monitoring and Evaluation, Postgraduate Diploma in Governance, which specializes in M&E, Postgraduate Diploma Executive Development Program, Effective Stakeholder Management Certificate at NQF Level 6, Entrepreneurship Program NQF Level 6, Leadership Program at NQF Level 6, Economic Governance for members of the Executive, Executive Course in Microeconomic Modeling NQF 6, Professional Certificate in Formulating Skills Development Policies. He has served as a Chairperson of the PCETA, Chairperson of the African Peer Review Mechanism, National Governing Council of South Africa, President of the South African Youth Council, NETLEC Community Constituency Overall Convener, Board Member of Proudly South African, Member of the Presidential Working Committee on Jobs, Deputy Chairperson of the NSA Board, Board Member of the Presidential BBE Advisory Council, Board Member of Solidarity Fund, Member of the Institute of Directors, Board Member and Acting Chairperson of the UIF, Board Member of the ICT BBE Sector Council, Committee of Principals for the National Minimum Wage, etc. He was once a manager for programs and advocacy at Gauteng Office of the Premier, a senior manager programs and advocacy at Gauteng Youth Commission, national organizer of young Christian students, manager for strategic partnerships and liaison at Umsobovu. With these profiles, you can see that in most of the sitters, the qualifications as well as their experience bears testimony that their experience and their qualifications were considered with the intention to ensure that they are placed to the relevant sitters where they can add value. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Closing, Minister.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think I need also to indicate that as far as this process is concerned, with the AA's Chairperson, the process itself has been concluded, and the vetting process has been concluded, which then, in terms of the Act, makes a provision in terms of Section 11D to say in the event, so that we close the vacuum, in the event that the Chairperson has not yet been appointed, the Chief Executive Officer presides over the first meeting of the Accounting Authority, whereafter the members must choose a Chairperson from their own ranks for each meeting convened until such time as the chairperson has been appointed by the minister. So in terms of trying to close the gap, hence to date, we haven't actually sent out letters, hence we're busy concluding the vetting process of those constituency-based nominations. Because the legislation stipulates, or the act stipulates, that Labour must bring 5 for this particular Seta. Community, organized community must bring business end. So they've done that exercise. It was just the vetting process on our side. So to mitigate this, the risk and the vacuum that results from the prolonged unfilled board vacancies, we wrote to the National Treasury seeking approval to appoint Seta Chief Executive Officers in terms of Section 49 of the Public Finance Management Act. As the department, we are aware that Seta are expected to comply with the PFMA and submit annual financial statements and performance reports to the AGSA by the 31st of May 2025. So we have received a concurrence from the Minister of Finance, Minister Kotongwana, and that has been communicated to all Seta CEOs. However, by next week, we would have emailed the appointment letters to all AAs so that they can start working with the CEOs as a fiducial duty to make sure that there is nothing wrong that is happening on the side of governance. So I think there is going to be that intervention for now, whilst we are busy concluding the process of appointing chairpersons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think it's quite encouraging that you are also done with the boards, not necessarily the board chairpersons, but the process of the board is also complete. You are just finalizing. You'll give out the letters of appointment by next week. It's very encouraging. Once you have done that, once you have dispatched the letters, I don't know what is your process. Maybe you wait for them to accept or whatever. But once you are done with that process, would also like you to share with us the list of all the boards, so that next time if members want to ask questions, we don't rely on Honorable Khakhao's leaks. We rely on the list that you would have released. Just Mr. Nkabane, earlier on you said I was intimidating you when I was looking at you. The last slide of your presentation, I looked at you because it was not in line with the opening of the minister. The minister in opening said, you have opened the nominations until I think 12-13 June. It will be for 21 days because we've done it last week. And then in your slide, the second says 14 days. That's what I looked at you because it then suggests that we're not, in sync, and it's written there, so we could have fixed it and said it's 21 days because I went to check legislation. Actually, it supports what the minister was saying, that we must advertise for 21 days. So when we do presentations, colleagues, let's double check that part. The other point, Minister, which also raises eyebrows, is that I see when it comes to nominations, a related constituency body nominates the right body. I don't know what are these bodies we've been nominating. I wanted to make an example. So let's say I'm nominated to serve in the services seat. and I'm nominated by Ceboletu Funeral Parlor, because they serve in that, but I don't have experience in that field. When you look at the right constituencies nominating in the right field, but when we look at their profiles there, it raises concerns. But this one who is nominated by Ceboletu, there's no, in the profile, there's no experience in even digging graves. So that's a concern that I want you guys to look at. I think because you mentioned it quite eloquently at the beginning, that the right constituents must nominate, which is something that we really appreciate. You eloquently put it, but on this one, the experience is there. Many of them were caught wanting in terms of that is concerned. So I'm going to note, members, I was making my calculations there, trying to look at time. So I'll start with you, Mama Seko will be number one. Just note your numbers. No, I'll come to that point. Yeah, I was trying to address it. Number two, I'll go to Honorable Msazana. No, you can put your hands down. I've written how I'm going to, and then I'm going to Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Governor, Honorable Khachau. You're number 5. Yeah, in this football, number 5 is a defender. And then Honorable Souls, you're number 6. Khabo, you're number 7. Honorable Nkabane, you're number 8. And Honorable Low, you're number 9. And if there are questions that have not been covered, I'll be number 10. So we're 10 members.
We are going to be number 11. We have already asked the questions.
No, I just raised concerns for you to look at. I've got 2 pages of questions. And I've printed it in small letters, font 10. So there are many, the questions. So members, I'm trying to think, if I give you 15 minutes, that's 2.5 hours of questions. No, I'm saying if I give you 15, it's 2.5 hours of questions. That will take us to 2 o'clock already. It's 11:30. Wait. Honorable Lonzi there at the corner, you know, he behaves like a naughty child. Yeah, he's in a naughty corner there. That's why he's able to speak so much. And then we still have another matter of ours. So, yeah, we will if there's time, we'll add, but we'll take 15 minutes each. Pointed questions, you ask, they answer. And then we'll then, if there's other issues that have not, so if they don't, let's try to finish our questions. So if they answer, let's not labor too much on it, because when the clock cries and I ask you to stop, or I don't ask you to stop, but I've asked another member to stop, it looks like I'm favoring others. So let's respect the clock. When it rings, let's respect it. And if we have time, we'll then go back to the follow-up. We'll try by all means to cover as much as possible. So we'll start with you, Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, just to raise a concern, I thought we will just be kind to 30 minutes, because one, the concern is most of this report, Minister, is about the legislation, not giving us the report of what happened to the end where you withdrawn the the letters of appointment. So it's a little bit difficult because now we are not going to focus on these legislations. We want to understand, because this legislation is a framework of you appointing those board chairperson, and the question, like you said, that you withdrawn them because of the public, what happened, what you have identified. So that is the issue that we are trying to find out. So this totally is not addressing what we were trying to find out in you withdrawing, but we will continue from there. This is why Chairperson was saying be lenient with us to say 30 minutes for we don't mind to be here. We came to work, and it's a I know the members, they are today they are here to really work and represent the public that Minister talked about when he withdrew the chairpersons.
On a lighter note, I'm going to start your time now. On a lighter note, there are members who, like I said earlier on, must go back. We've got funerals, and then our colleagues from MK, they've got a problem that they are also called there to be told about who's been removed and all of that. So let's be, let's think for other members as well that they must go somewhere. It's on a lighter note. The Honorable says that I don't respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am not getting involved in that one. I know we are GNU, but that is beyond my scope of the agreement of the GNU. I just want to find out, Minister, you mentioned every legislation that was guiding you in the whole process. Now, what company or the criteria of the panel that helped you to identify these candidates? Because applications were about 500 and something. And there was a minimum requirement, which that 500 and something, they were qualifying as per the minimum requirements on the Gazette. Now, I tend to believe you used a panel to shortlist. What was the criteria from 500 to 20? We are going to interact. Yeah.
You can press the mic.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson and Honorable Maseko, for the question. When you give a panel a responsibility, the approach that I applied was to say it must be merit-based. We need to first identify the gaps in our Seta system. We need to also identify the strengths of which they were guided by the performance evaluation report that was produced by NSA. Then I said they must also consider demographics and the criteria as stipulated by the Skills Development Act, and also consider the Constitution, the provisions in our Constitution in Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights. But in principle, I wanted meritocracy approach to be applied, and also to make sure that we look at the issues of demographics, representation of young women, representation of young people, representation of everyone, and various races in the country. However, Chair, it's very important also to indicate that the South African Constitution prohibits unfair discrimination on the grounds of race. It recognizes that race is a relevant factor in some contexts, in particular when we are trying to address the imbalances of the past. However, I felt that they should also consider that, so that there is a reflection of the general population of the country. And in terms of their profiles, we appointed very reputable and highly profiled individuals, but on voluntary basis. They don't claim for executing this responsibility on behalf of the minister, we just ask for a panel to oversee and preside over the process on voluntary basis.
Okay. Just for me to understand, so the shortlisting was volunteers?
No, it was done by the panel. Yeah.
Minister, press the mic. We want you to be on record. When you answer, please put on the mic. Yeah, you can clarify that part again, Minister. On the
It's not volunteers as if we went to the streets and asked for people to come and sift and select those who meet the criteria. The entire exercise was done by the independent panel that was appointed by the minister. However, it's very important for me to also register that they do that in voluntary basis. They do not claim for exercising this responsibility on behalf of the minister, and those people are highly profiled. I looked at the strengths of those and see their experience as well in the sector, because our sector needs a turnaround strategy. So I'm confident that the people that I appoint, be it looking or presiding over NSF or NSFAS, as well as the councils and this one, they are credible and reputable in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that panel, who were the panel that the minister appointed to do that shortlisting?
Thank you so much for the question again. I believe all of us, we understand Section 11 of the Skills Development Act that says the minister must appoint the chairpersons of the accounting authority. So there is no need for me to come and declare my volunteers, people assisting me voluntarily to execute my responsibilities. I am not in a position. It is the minister. If there is something wrong that you believe it happened with the entire process, better you should, the person who is empowered by the legislation to execute that responsibility. That's unfortunate part of it.
Thank you very much, because we haven't gotten to that an extent that we can be given the chance to do that. You did on our behalf. You withdrawn the appointment. So surely with the withdrawal of the appointment of the board, it started from the phase where there was the vetting that you appointed. Now, those are the people that you depended on to make sure that when they do vetting, they give you the people that you believe are going to be qualified or are the right people ethically, morally, and professionally. Now, that was not the case because you did withdraw. Now, I'm asking those people that you, the powers invested in you, you appointed people to do the vetting. Who are those people that you appointed as a panel to do the vetting to end up with that 20? That's what I'm trying to find out, because initially the foundation phase of what went right or wrong, it started on that foundation. So I'm trying to find out who are those people. If you can help us to share with us, who are those people that you appointed?
I think I must clarify, maybe you did not get my response correctly. The panel did not do any vetting. It was not amongst the scope of work that they must look at. There is an independent service provider that does vetting, be it you are employing a senior manager in the public service. So it's IME, what is it? MIE that does vetting. The panel doesn't do any vetting or screening of candidates. They only look at the criteria, they look at the qualifications, and then they recommend to the minister. Then I then speak to the DG to say, from the panel of those who do the vetting, they follow the USM processes, then those people take over. It's MIE that does the vetting, not the minister, because I don't have competencies to actually do the vetting.
Now, I think we are moving forward a little bit. It's MIE. Now, what I was asking from initially is take us on the process. So you got 500. MIE got involved and it did the vetting and shortlisted to 20. Am I on the right track?
No, no, we are not on the right track.
Okay, so
the independent panel does the selection, the sifting, and then they also select those that meet the criteria. And then from there, they start looking at meritocracy and look at other considerations in terms of the report that they received from NSA as far as the performance of these entities. Then they look at the strengths, because amongst the critical issues that we look at is governance or leadership from those who are recommended to serve in these boards. So the 20 that is being vetted are those that are recommended by the panel. But within those, there is also another pool that normally becomes on standby to say if this one doesn't make it, that is reserved by the panel that is overseeing the process, to say we have an option to take another person for a vetting process should this one comes negative. But the vetting is not done by an independent panel. It is done by a body responsible for the screening and vetting of professionals in public service.
Thank you very much. Who were on the panel? How many panel members did you have?
Normally, I don't like big panels. I remember I think with NS first, there were about 5 or 6. With this one, there were about 5 again, 5 or 6.
Can you share the names?
No, I can't share the names.
Okay.
I indicated before I started that whatever comes, the responsibility lies with the minister, not with them.
Okay.
I'm not going to drag them in this.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it's okay. Let me continue. So what qualified the withdrawal from you?
Basically, because I'm speaking to the society, I understand. I'm not only responding to the committee. It's very important for me to indicate that as a public representative, consciously, I have a responsibility to listen to what the citizens are saying. We saw what was trending on social media because I did not receive an official report or any correspondence that is complaining about the process itself. I must register that. After seeing those trends on social media, I took it upon me as a responsible citizen to say, let me listen, what is the outcry about? Then I could pick up that amongst the issues, in particular from Honorable Khao is that the recommended candidates to serve as chairs, they are viewed or perceived to be more political bloated or associated with some of the politicians within the movement. Then I said, I must be responsible. I must take the considerations and concerns of the public and respond to them, because there was nothing too personal about the people that were recommended. However, I must also put it on record that the panel recommended highly qualified candidates, and I was happy to see and to share with the portfolio committee today their profiles. However, there is nothing illegal about it. There are no flaws. There is no breach of any legislative imperative. Everything was followed, and the process was beyond reproach.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I mean, the meaning of the beyond reproach, my interpretation is quite different, because you never, in your withdrawal, you didn't defend the process itself. And what you are saying to us, the process was followed. You never defended the list. And what you are saying is beyond reproach, which means that everything was perfect about that. Why are you making that comment now if you did a withdrawal and you say the list itself was beyond reproach?
If you read the statement, there was no way I said that the process were flawed. I even indicated how many people had PhDs, how many with masters, but it was based on human grounds, responding to the outcry of our citizens. Because I understand I'm here voted in this parliament by the people of this country. I have a responsibility to listen to them. When they are complaining about something, I have to be responsive to their needs. So it was just on humanitarian grounds.
Thank you very much. Maybe before my time goes, we've got the Agri-Seta board member, Ms. Peng, that was going to be retained. And surely it's one of the best performing when you look at that. And she also received the letter of withdrawal. All of them, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Chairperson and members of the portfolio committee, all these people or candidates that were recommended, they did receive withdrawal letters, all of them. The day you saw the statement, it was before we started by issuing withdrawal letters, then we issued a statement as the department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are best performing setters that I can mention. I think Agri-Seta, the SASETA, the FASET, the MQA. But the Agri-Seta was the only one that you retained the chairperson. Why change the others if they were also best performing? And the reasoning for retaining Ms. Peng was there that because of the work that she was doing. What were the reasons for changing where the setters are performing?
Thank you. It is not only one candidate that was retained. It's two of them. Yes, it's two. The other issue that we were confronted with to indicate before, because it's very important for me to share with the study group, for instance, health and welfare, and she was the only woman, and one would love her to come back. Others, they couldn't meet the criteria that was put by that time. That's why the chair was complaining about the dates, the closing date and on the Gazette. Because I received calls from various constituencies, chair, to say with the first Gazette that we published, we are still coming with masters, which is going to deprive some of the people from various sectors that they believe they are going to add value. So we had to be tactical in our approach because we must be a responsible government. I responded again. We had to remove the first draft of the Gazette, and I had to say this time around preferable so that we become flexible. So it's one of those challenges that we're facing. Honorable Maseko, thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back if we still have time. Honorable Msazan.
No, ngibonga ithuba wesihlalo. I'm certain that I'm going to be less than 5 minutes, or if at most 10 minutes. And I'm also not going to be tempted to speak on the issue of Limpopo, as that resolution of the committee is gone, including Chair. The provocative utterances that were made around if there are other people with sources as it relates to the University of Limpopo, they must bring them forward. Those were the utterances of the DG, but we'll deal with that on the 30th of July. So I'm not going to deal with that, Chair. Chair, rather the Minister, could you perhaps indicate if there was an assessment that was done as it relates to the vacuum now, an assessment that was done as it relates to the vacuum in the sitters because of the boards that are not in place currently? What impact has it had? Has there been an assessment that has been done? and what impact does it have in the governance or operations and functions of the SETAs currently?
Thank you so much, Honorable Msizana. All of us were concerned about the question that you are raising. Whereas because now the process is prolonging. However, we have a dedicated team that is responsible for SETA coordination, the DDG Valo, as well as the Chief Director SETA coordination, Mr. Nkabane next to me. I'm going to give him a responsibility to respond to this on what are the measures that they are putting in place to make sure that they are, whatever that they are executing is in line with the legislation and there is no mismanagement of funds and. I'm going to give him a responsibility to then respond to this question. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much. There is no assessment that has been done. The boards were supposed to have commenced their duties effective from 1 April 2025. But I wanted to assure the committee that the skills branch and SETA coordination are continuing to monitor the work of the SETAs, their performance, as well as their governance, even though in the absence of the boards, on a continuous basis.
Chair, says no may or they will is Quebec.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me first pause. Honorable Lonzi.
No, ngaxolisa Honorable Msizana, Chair. Sorry. Can we put the aircon here? It's very hot, Chair. All right. Yabo.
Yeah, no, we will speak to them, but Honorable Khakhaw, please, no. Let's not abuse our invitees.
Our new guests.
Yeah, Honorable Khakhaw says no, you are a guest. Sorry, thanks. Anala is working on it. Tate Nkabane.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I wanted to assure the committee that SETA coordination still continues to manage the SETA performance and governance to ensure that we make the SETAs to report. The focus of SETA coordination's responsibilities is to look into the SETAs complying with the regulatory frameworks that are in place with regards to SETA governance. Part of that is that following the minister's request from National Treasury to get approval to appoint the CEOs to oversee the governance of the entities, these entities will be able to submit annual financial statements. That is part of the governance matters.
Press Mike.
No, sorry, thanks, Chair. No, sorry to stop you. I'm not trying to be rude, but I got my response that there was no assessment that has been done on the impact that this has had or is having in the SETAs. So that was my response, and also the fact that you are trying to monitor the fact that there's a vacuum that you always attributed to the department, because that DDG Nomvalo took us through the act. I think it was on Wednesday when I asked a similar question, and we understand the act, but the fact of the matter is that there's a vacuum as a shortcoming of the department because there are no boards in place. So I think we must appreciate that fact, which is where I was going to. I'll move on.
It's Mr. Mvalo, not Nomvalo, no?
Oh, Nomvalo was the former administrator.
Nomvalo is just outside. Is the
and the former administrator of NSFAS. Yeah, so I'll proceed, Chair. So my second question is going to be very specific. I think it speaks to a question that was asked by Honorable Mamasego as it relates to the independent panel. Minister, there's no way in which we're not going to question the composition and the criteria of that independent panel, because ultimately it played a pivotal role in the predicament we find ourselves in. So if you're going to give us a report with an independent panel that played such a pivotal role, and subsequent to that you're going to say you're not going to disclose who those people are, neither the criteria that you used and all of those things, it's of public interest that we know who that panel is and what criteria you used to select that panel, because ultimately that's why we find ourselves in this predicament. So I'm going to again ask you, Minister, what criteria did you use to select your panel? What was their, or well, you did explain their role here in the presentation. So I would want to know what criteria you used and who those people are.
Honorable Msezana, I think I need also to bring to attention that King 4 report on corporate governance 2014, as well as the recommendations by Auditor General, indicated to the minister when we had an engagement after my appointment some of the shortcomings and weaknesses that they pick up in our post-school education and training system, to say we don't have a clear process in terms of our appointments. That's why in the previous audit cycle, there was a finding around the appointments of the boards. And then they advised that we should have a clear process in place. They understand that minister is empowered by the legislation to actually appoint the boards. However, you cannot just read one legislation, not linking it with another legislation, because this is a corporate environment. I had to also apply King 4 report on corporate governance, where it empowers the minister to also appoint an independent panel. But who accounts in Parliament is the Minister of Higher Education. Those processes were done on my behalf. For instance, if I can come with a report done by CHE, I'll be saying when I present here, this is my report. Those were South African citizens, very professional, highly qualified, seasoned representatives of the country who have been in the space for quite some time. Thank you.
Minister, no one is contesting what you are empowered to do and what you're not empowered to do. Here we're dealing with people's lives, young people in particular. You selected the people that you selected in your criteria, which you do not want to disclose. But our people deserve to know what criteria you used and who those people were, because you are saying that these people are
I indicated that amongst the issues that I checked on the criteria was their experience, leadership experience, their qualifications, their understanding of the sector, as well as reputation, credibility. I wanted people with who believe in good governance principles. Those are the kinds of people that oversee the process. We, together with the NSFAS process, which produced the product that every citizen is happy about in South Africa. So it's the same team that is helping me. It is still going to help me because I believe they possess the skills and competences that I need for me to execute my responsibilities.
Now, Minister, seemingly this is going to turn to a dialogue where you don't respond, but you just play around words. So these people did this amazing job for you that you ultimately account for, and they remain ghost people that we must not know who they are. Neither that criteria, because that criteria is something else. But I still maintain we want to know who those people are.
I'm saying I was executing my responsibilities as empowered by the Skills Development Act. The oversight role of the committee is to look at the performance of the entities, not to scrutinize the provisions in the act that empowers the minister to execute her responsibility. This is a prerogative of the minister. It lies with the Minister of Higher Education.
No, thanks, Minister. I'll proceed. At least we have you on record on all of that. Thanks. Maybe my parting shot, because I think it's also going to be a problem, but to think, Minister, in all that you are empowered to do, you can finish us with a vetting report that you got from the MIE that does vetting of these people.
I don't have any problem, Chairperson, to share the vetting report with the portfolio committee. I'm going to share it with your office, Chairperson.
And
before now it's Friday, before the end of next week, you are going to get it, Chair.
No, thanks. And since you also said on record that there was at least only 2 young people, youth to be precise, that were qualifying out of all these 573 candidates, I would really take time for myself to, without any independent panel that is not known, to just go through these applications. If you could so kindly also share the applications of these candidates to us. Thank you.
We wouldn't mind, Chair, to share the master list with the portfolio committee. When I bring to your attention the vetting report, I'll also attach the master's list, because there is nothing that we want to hide.
Thank you very much, Minister, and your department. Thank you very much, Slalo.
No, thank you very much. When they do, and I shared with you, colleagues, let's just be careful with it. It's that thing will have people's ID numbers. Yeah, so we must not be reckless in sharing it.
They are going to share, Chair.
Yeah,
Chair.
Yeah, let's.
Chair.
Yes.
I can see that.
Chair, but before I share, I'm also going to look at the POPIA Act before I take this decision. But if then it allows me to do so, I'm going to share. If it doesn't allow, it requires particular processes to be followed, I will be awaiting for the portfolio committee to furnish me with those processes that they must follow for them to acquire this information. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe on that, I mean, the minister and the department has already shared this information with the public. This was broadcasted nationally and internationally, so I do not understand which, or is it the other section, you know, but be that as it may. Please protect me, Minister.
Yeah,
please protect me. I understand the relations with the minister, but please protect me.
Let's allow Honorable Sezana is still within his right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. There was one question I think I skipped here, Chairperson. Minister, we appreciate the fact that you said you listened to the outcry of the public. It's really commendable of you and your department. I'm sure it's within your powers, as you indicate. But I want to give you a scenario where these candidates reapply again, and they're still qualifying, of course, as you have said, and obviously coordinating officer Nobuhle Nkabane has indicated that they are highly qualified. They reapply. There's no new applications if they are, but they still are the ones that are outstanding. What do you do? Do you again appoint them, or do you set them aside because the public is not happy with these current candidates? What do you do in that scenario?
I think it's misinformation to say the public is not happy about those profiles. The public is not happy to hear that some of them, they are associated with political organizations. Not all those professionals. We are not going to allow a situation where we're going to tarnish the image of reputable people because of our own problems of political association. Because it is not legislated, I will be asking the panel to say, amongst the issues that they must consider this time around, is to make sure that the outcome is balanced. It is not dominated by political associated individuals. It doesn't mean these people are going to be set aside, they are not allowed to apply. They are allowed to apply. They are allowed by the Constitution to participate in each and every activity that is taking place in the country as citizens of this country. We cannot breach the Constitution because there are people that we do not like or we do not love. Those are highly educated people in South Africa, daughters and sons of the soil. Because of our own differences as political parties, we cannot just tarnish their images. They worked for those degrees. They worked to build their profiles. We cannot just take that thing for granted. They've invested in their growth and development. If they feel they are still interested to raise their hands, they have a right in terms of the Bill of Rights to be nominated by their organizations. No one is setting those people aside. The only thing that I've done is to withdraw their appointments. We are reopening and recalibrating the process.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your extended response. Ngiyabonga, Chairman.
No, thanks.
No,
I wanted to address this point first. I'm going to give you
Sorry, Chair, so that maybe I also finish it. When you look at the Gazette, it is clear. It says candidates were nominated in response to the previous Gazette may be renominated if they are still willing to be considered for appointment as Seta chairpersons. It is on the Gazette, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I was saying, I wanted to correct something earlier on, that if we agree with the minister to share the advert, the applications will have people's personal details on them, like your ID, your home address, and this profile did not have those. So that is why this one, it was easier to do. But these ones have got, so I want to, I think maybe what you must do, Minister, maybe because you might have more resources than us. So you can take out the advert, but close out the ID numbers. I don't know, close out ID numbers, address, contact details of those people, and
full of names and surnames only.
now you give us the application with where you've faded out the identities of these people, including contact details, ID numbers, so that at least that is protected. We don't infringe on their, because people, if somebody shares it out there and they now know who the chairperson of services Seta stays, or the person who was appointed, and they've seen where they work, they probably have been looking for their house address and they get it, then they harm them. So I don't want us to be complicit to those things. So when you give it to us, close out the personal information, your full name, full names you live, but the ID number, the contact details, the home address, work address, those ones you closed out. The ones that are personal.
Maybe, Chair, I think maybe I did not get what the portfolio committee requires. I thought they require the master list. It's easy to remove those columns with those details from the master list. If then you need CVs and applications with the full of the documents that people attach, you can't get those next week. It's a process for us to take CV by CV. And it means we need to apply POPIA Act. If you need that very sensitive, confidential information, person by person, then we follow those due processes. I thought you are only looking for a master list where we are going to just delete the column that speaks on the contact details and the address. But if you need the boxes, it's going to take some time for us to work CVs by CV, document by document, even removing from certificates and needs a lot of work. I thought you are looking for a master list. If then you are looking something beyond that, honestly, we have to apply POPIA Act, because even myself, I wouldn't love to see my CV, my certificates, my marriage certificates, my IDs being shared on social media, because as the portfolio committee, we have been doing that, sharing every information on the social media. So we have to apply POPIA Act if you want, if really that's what you want. I thought you were looking for a master list, Chair.
I don't think we're hearing each other. Desiree?
Chair, morning, Minister and colleagues. Apology for
It's
being...
actually afternoon now, Desiree.
Yeah. I think Minister must not take us around the world. There's a list. That list has got which Seta, title name, credentials. What we need is the qualifications. There's a column for that when you apply, I'm sure. We don't need the ID number. If you just look at the voters roll, you get your date of birth and at the end 08 asterisks. In between, nobody can be traced. That's how government actually operates, and private sector as well. We don't provide addresses, contact numbers and IDs. I think we are interested in that list, which has been around the world, and we want to see the qualifications. That's it. It's very simple.
Thank you, Honorable Lonzi.
I was rising on a point, Chair, to say, can we cut the minister, because you'll end up cutting us because of time, unless she doesn't mind staying here until 6 p.m. But her responses are very long. I don't know now, because she's leaving and my questions are directed to her, and it's my turn. She wants to go to the bathroom. Maybe you can give someone else and then I'll come back when she's back.
No, it's fine. We'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah. No. Honorable Lonzi has long said he's going to assist me to check. No, we'll take a 5 minutes break. Let's settle down. Yeah. Yeah, but solve your problem first. Solve.
Chair, I feel abused.
No, I'm sorry. By the DG. Let's start, colleagues. I managed to speak to our technical team during the break to find out what would have happened during that period of no sound. So I'm happy to indicate that they are saying that during the break, remember there was a break where the laptop of the department was not working on our sophisticated systems. And then they mistakenly touched the sound button into an off channel. But thanks to you members and those at home who notified us on time, were able to restore sound. There was no censor there, because I know some people might think we wanted to censor people not to hear what we're dealing with. So I thought it's very important that we clarify that it was a technical mistake from our technical people. So, Honorable Lonzi, I am going to give to you now. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. You know, Minister, it's leadership to say that people of South Africa, we did this process and we realized that there were some mistakes or errors on the way. And as the department were now taking a decision to restart the process. That's leadership. It's not a sign of weakness. It's not making yourself to look bad. In fact, if anything, it demonstrates to the people of South Africa that you are a listening department, that when they say we don't agree, you are able to humble yourself and come and say, we have heard your cries and we apologize for how things happened. We are now restarting the process. But what is not leadership, Minister, is when you are restarting the process, but you are still insisting that there was nothing wrong with the process. There is absolutely no one, no rational person, no ordinary person, not a single person in South Africa that can buy that story. You can't say the process was beyond reproach. You can't say there was no flaws in the process. You can't say we complied with everything. There were no mistakes. There were no errors. The candidates were of perfect standards. The candidates were so perfect. Everything was proper, but we're restarting the process. Because the common sense question then will become, why are you restarting the process if there was nothing wrong with the process to begin with? Because you are the leadership of the department. You don't get forced by anyone. You can't be told by social media that this thing is wrong and then you decide to take instructions from social media. You have to do a personal self-review as the leadership of the department. Now, I want to ask again, Minister, and I hope this time you are going to demonstrate some level of humility, because we simply do not buy the argument that you are saying there was totally nothing wrong with the process. In fact, your DDG on Seta coordination even says the process was perfect, which means it was 100%. Now, why are you restarting the process if the process was perfect? Why can't you show leadership and humility and say, people of South Africa, this process was not perfect. And because we have heard your cries, we are now going to restart the process. We are now going to make sure that the children of ministers and politicians are not given priority over the people of South Africa. We are going to make sure that these sitters are not captured by the ANC. We are going to make sure that these sitters are not given to politicians to loot them. That's leadership. It's not weakness. It's showing humility that I'm a listening minister. I'm not an arrogant minister. So, very quickly, Minister, and if you insist, it's fine. I'll move on to my next question because I don't have time.
I wonder if you want to reconsider your attitude of saying the process was perfect. Because if the process was perfect, you were not going to restart the process. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lonzi, for your question. I'm not going to say the process had flaws, because where am I going to base that argument from? The process was run by a credible and reputable independent panel that I believe they overlooked the part that is concerning, is overlooking demographics, of which the letter that came through you, Chairperson, was also raising that from Honorable Khakau to say we need to consider this item.
No, thanks, Minister.
Oh, you don't want
I've
me to
received
continue?
I've received your response, because I don't want us to be here the whole day. You are insisting on saying the process was perfect, but at the same time you are saying the independent panel overlooked certain areas in the process, which means the process was not perfect. Or is my definition of perfect not correct? Maybe Honorable Van der Walt from the DA can assist. What is the definition of perfect? Because you can't say the process was perfect and then you say but.
Honorable Van der Walt speaks Afrikaans, so
she may be challenged. But let's move on, Minister, because I see you are not folding on this one. I will allow the people of South Africa to be the judge of that. Now, we've got a big problem here, Minister. There is an independent panel that you have appointed. And this independent panel takes big decisions in the ministry. You have even said to us this independent panel assisted you to appoint people into the NSFAS board. A very important institution in South Africa.
Yeah.
It may even assist you to make ministerial deployments to councils, university councils, to TVET colleges. And now this panel is the one that brought you before this committee. Why? Because this panel recommended these names to you that you have withdrawn. Now, I've got a problem when you say you cannot give us the names of these panelists. It's a shadow government. We don't know who. There are people who are taking very serious decisions on behalf of the ministry, on behalf of the department, and clearly you as a minister, you take these people very seriously because you listen to their recommendations. But you are saying, I can't give you the names of these people. Who are these people? Why must they not be told to the people of South Africa? We need to know who are they. What if they are your friends? What if they are your family members? What if these people even themselves are of questionable character? Because this is a public institution. It's not a private company. If you're running a private company, maybe we would have accepted your explanation that I can't give you the names of these panelists. You are running a public institution, WES, higher education, which deals with day-to-day issues affecting students, affecting young people. You are saying to us, you have a secret panel. We're not asking you to give us their locations. We're not asking you to give us their address. We're not asking you to give us their phone numbers. We want the profile of who are these panelists that are recommending names to our minister. And the minister clearly takes these people seriously because we've got an NSFAS board because of this independent panel, secret panel. We have Seta appointments because of this secret panel. Council deployments to institutions and TVET colleges are going to be made because of this secret panel. So I ask again, Minister, what are the names of these panelists who are advising you to make very critical appointments in institutions of higher learning, in government, in the CETAs, in NSFAS? We want to know who they are because they could be your friends.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lonzi, for your questions. I think we need to understand governance. Governance 101, how institutions work. There are advisory bodies in each and every governance system, be it a department. If you can go around and look around from those various departments, There are advisory bodies that advise the minister on certain issues.
Sorry.
No,
Minister.
I listen to you. You must also
But,
listen to me when I'm responding to
through
questions.
you, Chairperson.
Yeah, Honorable Khakha.
Chairperson, I understand that it's not nice to be put in a spot, right? And I understand that the nature of this conversation, because it's personal, is heated and uncomfortable. But that can never justify there being a firing of attitude and a disrespect altogether to members that question. The minute you say yes, conscientiously, you say each and every decision that I take is open for scrutiny. And that is the spirit that the minister is supposed to have in answering questions about the decisions that she makes while under the payroll of the Republic of South Africa.
No, thank you, Minister. I think our members have got a pressure of time. So if they feel like the question that they have asked is not being responded to, or were taking long to respond, they may interject. And we must try by all means not to have, dialogue amongst ourselves. So maybe let's try and be patient with one another, listen to one another, but let's take cognizance to the fact that members may be under pressure because of the time constraint that we have. So if they ask, or look, it's okay, maybe you are not going to my answer, let's not take it as a disrespect and then fight with them. I think let's, as much as I've got a responsibility to protect you as our invitees to the meeting, I also have a responsibility to protect these members from being attacked. I think, so let's try and work it that way. Honorable Lonzi.
Chair, I don't know why the minister is telling me about advisory councils. There's no one in South Africa who doesn't know that there are advisory bodies. Even the presidency has gotten advisory bodies. But if the advisory body of the president takes that advisory body so serious that it even tells him who must be a judge in South Africa, who must be a minister in South Africa, who must be a commissioner in South Africa, then the people of South Africa deserve to know who are these advisors to the minister. The minister can't say to us, he can't tell, I know that the advisors can't say, let's know the law, the advice. I know the advisor, that's not my question. My question is, who are these advisors to the minister that the minister listens to and takes so seriously that she takes very big and critical decisions in the department? Why is the minister refusing to tell us? Who are these advisors that are advising you, minister? Who are the names? Who are the profiles of this independent panel that you take so seriously, that told you who to put in the sitters, that told you who to put in the NSFAS board, that tells you who to put as university council employees? Who are your advisors? Is it your mother? Is it your sister? Is it your friend? Is it a boyfriend? Is it a girlfriend? The people of South Africa must know, where are decisions of higher education taken? You find that a decision is taken in a tavern, we don't know. Because clearly these advisors are more important than all of these officials of Department of Higher Education which are sitting here. Why can't you say, no, the DG advises me? No, the DDG advises me. There is a group, there is a clique in higher education that advises the minister, yet the minister does not want to tell us who these advisors are. So because of time, I'm asking you a yes or no question. And I'm going to follow up on this, you can rest assured. And we're going to get the names of those advisors. I just want, at least on record, to get an understanding from you so that I can move on to the next question. Are you willing to tell us who are these people that advise you to make appointments to sitters, to make appointments in NSFAS, to make appointments to universities, to make appointments at TVET colleges? Yes or no? So that I can move on to the next question. Thank you, Minister.
I think we need to understand that even with the system of the judges in South Africa, they do have assessors, private assessors who
Chairperson.
Listen, I'm still responding to the question. I'm not going to respond to yes or no. I'm not in court.
No, this is not a court.
I'm not in court. I'm not going to respond in
But
yes
the-
or no.
Chairperson, you advised the minister on the issue of time.
Yeah.
I simply want to understand if the minister is willing to tell us the panel. If she's not willing to, she must say, I don't want to tell you who advises me. And then I've got a mechanism to find out who advises her. And I'm going to find out who's advising her. But I don't want her to waste my time by giving me a preamble of South African law that I know, by the way. I'm a lawmaker. I'm here. I write laws. Can't tell me about laws. I'm asking the minister a simple question. I don't have time, Chair. Is the minister willing to tell the people of South Africa? Is the minister willing to tell this committee? Is the minister willing to be open, transparent, and accountable and tell us who advises her to make deployments to NSFAS, to make deployments to Setas, to make deployment in institutions of higher learning? If she's not willing, she can just say, I'm not willing. So that I can move on to the next question, Chairperson. I'm asking you now, Chair, not the minister. Please, can you assist in this process?
Yeah, I had opened my mic to assist and you went on. And you know, when I stop you, man, I've got police outside, so. No, it's okay. It was on a lighter note. Colleagues, I did say that let's try and find ways of asking and answering questions so that we are able to get to the bottom of what is the problem. But if we are combative in answering and defensive in answering, we're not going to get anywhere. I think, Minister, when the member says maybe yes or no, it's not necessarily out of disrespect. Like he said, it's because of time. Whether you are willing to give the list to him now, and then you say no because we have already answered that question that I'm not going to give you because the powers to appoint falls under me as per the section 11 subsection 1 of the Skills Development Act. So it would not have been wrong to say no, I'm not willing to give, so that he moves on to the next question, because that part, I think it was asked by Honorable Maseko, you clarified. It was asked by Honorable Msanzana, you clarified. So he says, don't clarify, just give me a yes or no. So I don't think it's a fair question. It's an unfair question to say yes or no as he had asked. So let's try and be direct on this one, Minister. Thanks. Whose phone is that?
So it is not compulsory for me to disclose the independent assessor, the independent panel that is assisting the minister. I'll first find out from them, get consent, if they are happy that I disclose their names. I cannot just come here and disclose information. I need to comply with the relevant legislation. I'm not going to respond to yes or no, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm going to give you another answer. I think I'm happy with the answer where you say, because earlier on you had indicated that these people, you are not paying them. So, and therefore, you may need to get their consent on whether to make their names public. That answer, I think, it's fair to say, because I don't have. If we were paying them through the state, then I would say, then you don't need that consent. But you are not. They are volunteering. So I take the answer that says that I'm not at liberty to disclose now. I'll get a consent and come back. So at the end, Honorable Lonze will get when we close the meeting or we make the summary, we'll then agree on timelines. Even on this particular one. Continue, Honorable Lonze.
No, thank you. I don't take that response from the minister. And like I said, I will make sure that we get those names. Because even if we're not paying these people are exercising public power. Because they've got influence on the minister. They advise the minister who to appoint in NSFAS, who to appoint in SETAs. They advise the minister how public money is spent. And clearly the minister takes them very seriously, because she says to us, I listen to this independent panel. So we're going to follow up on that, but in the interest of time, we'll quickly move on. TTG on, just my second last question, on coordinating of SETAs, so I can give the minister time to drink water. Now, are you aware, and let's try to do this one quickly, TDG. Are you aware that there was a CEO of Facet, Seta, that was suspended in December, that was undergoing a hearing or a DC of some sort? It's just a yes or no?
Yes, I'm aware.
Is the hearing or the DC completed?
I'm not aware.
You are the DDG that coordinates SETAs. You are not aware that a CEO is suspended, and you are not aware that the DC or the hearing has been completed? Really?
Chairperson, can I respond to that? I'm aware that the CEO was suspended. I'm also aware that he was irregularly suspended. The SETA CEOs are appointed by the minister, and so the suspensions must be approved by the minister.
Just to come in here, you said to me you are aware that the person is suspended. You are aware that there was a DC. Now, how do you determine that the suspension is irregular if you have not allowed the process to conclude? Because you can't.
Hold on, Honorable Lonzi. Okay. Please, let's not disrupt our meeting.
Differently. Did you write to the entity and say, we believe that this suspension is irregular, therefore we're setting it aside?
Yes.
What process did you then follow as a department to establish whether or not this suspension was irregular, if you are not aware that the DC is complete or not complete?
Through you, Chairperson, can I be allowed to clarify the process, how it unfolded? We are aware that the CEO has been suspended. We processed the issue of suspension. The department was notified about the CEO's suspension, but the notification was not in compliance with the legislation, because procedurally, since the CEOs are appointed by the minister, there is no accounting authority that has the power to suspend the CEO without the minister's consultation, concurrence, or approval. So in this case, the minister was notified the same day the CEO was suspended. That did not afford the minister the space and time to apply her mind with regards to the matter. As a result, this suspension, we found it to be irregular in terms of procedural matters. The matter has not even gone to the issues of the merits. The procedure that was followed was irregular.
All right, no, thank you, TDG. When did you discover that the process is irregular, and when did you write to the entity?
I can establish the records for you and respond if you can give me a minute.
All right. In closing, Minister, I really believe that it is very unfortunate that you are not willing to humble yourself on this matter. Because SETAs in South Africa now know they don't have boards. They don't have accounting authorities, rather. They don't have chairs of boards. But you are unwilling to say, South Africa, yes, we may have gotten certain things right, but certain things were overlooked. We apologize, therefore we are restarting the process. You are still arrogantly saying the process was perfect. The process was above, beyond reproach. We complied with everything. If the process was perfect, why are you restarting it? Why are you restarting the process? It was perfect. Let's bring Guatemal's son back. Let him chair the Seta. Let's bring ANC comrades. Let them chair. The process was perfect. They're qualified.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It's very unfortunate of you, Minister. I'm closing, Chair.
Yeah.
That you are not willing to humble yourself before the people of South Africa and say, I made a mistake, therefore I'm restarting the process. My last question, and then I won't come back. Again, please don't run around this question. It's a very straightforward question. Did President Cyril Ramaphosa say to you, after seeing the outcry, after seeing the objections, did he come to you and say, Minister, you must restart this process? Yes or no?
It's not that he said, Minister, restart the process. We had to analyze the outcomes after presenting before the NSA the report. And then I brought to the attention of the president that there is a letter that has been written to
his child.
No, your time has long finished.
I just want to
I
know.
can't just.
No.
I'm speaking.
Okay,
to
don't.
the people of
She
South
doesn't
Africa.
have to
Must
say
give
yes
them
or no.
context. I can't say yes or no.
I just need
Honestly,
to
I'm
know.
not going to respond to
I
yes or no.
just need to know.
As if I'm
Honorable
responding
Lonzo.
to true or false, as if I'm a child who did
let's,
not,
I've
who is a
asked you-
dropout at the university. I'm not.
Don't lose
I
your,
cannot speak
don't
about
lose your
true
cool,
or false
Minister.
here.
Don't lose your cool. I'm used
It's
to
fine.
people like
Honorable
that.
Lonzo, it's fine.
This is my last question, and I'm giving over the thing.
No, Honorable Lonzo, it's fine. The alarm long rang.
But Chair, she
And
has
I
not
gave you-
answered my question.
I gave you even that was grace. Yeah, no, even that was grace, and now you guys are abusing my grace, Honorable Governor.
You can't run away from me, Minister.
I was very happy to take your question, Kelonzi. You deprived yourself by not giving me. Maybe one must start here, Chairperson. Siqale kuqala, from a perspective yendlela umphathiswa aphendula ngayo, sibulele le ndawo nje yokokuba uyaqinisekisa lendlu ba akukho zenzo zibe buqhophololo uqinisekisa uba ku-appointwa o-chairperson be-boards. You know, I will not have many questions, but I will comment on the report and the outcomes of this act after the cry yabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. But it's why usually xa kuthethwa nge-appointments we'll all look for a criteria that was used. And ubabantu, did they meet the criteria that was used? Okanye ukuselecta to shortlisted candidates. The fear of South Africans should be abantu that were selected did not qualify or did not meet the criteria. But in this instance, ayikho i-crime participatena abantu abavelayo pha abayenzi i-criteria okanye they did not meet to the criteria. I-cry yaseMzantsi Afrika ibisithi inkangeleko yosihlalo bakho idominatwe ngabantu abazi-associata ne-political parties okanye abantu abazana nabo. Yabona ke kumele si-throwe i-line kule nto ye-nepotism nazo zonke ezi-acts zibonakala ngathi zingadeprive i-professionals okanye i-academics zaseMzantsi Afrika. To think about it, ndicinga xa kuthiwa umntana wakho Msezane is deprived of the system simply because wena uyapolitika kodwa abe qualify, are we not sending the wrong signal to South Africans that you must not associate yourself with politicians? Because the system will deprive an academic that qualifies for a position simply because who associated no hab. We sit here, talk about higher education. We want to make it fashionable for young people in South Africa and all citizens to go and study. Kodwa mphathiswa kuphinde kube sithi sele sekunjalo because asinayo into eyafumanisa into ethi they were not qualifying for the positions that were attained to them. Maybe we need to rethink okanye sizicinge ezinye decisions that we take as lawmakers. Uba masingayithumela imini message wrong to the society uba kukhona abantu abazodeprive i-system simply because abazali babo bakwi-positions ezithile. Maybe one will think nthethelela unyana katata uGwede, which is not the case, and mas no mas ubuyambo. But ndicinga unyana wakho Asanda 10 years from now a deprive a system simply because when was associated ne EFF ndenza umzekelo, then that child is deprived kodwa be qualified lo mntwana befundiswa ngu-NSFAS maybe because most of academics are beneficiaries of NSFAS. Today as their skills best batrainela zona city they can't execute and they can't offer them into the public sector. Maybe one mayikanote lonto sihlalo sele kungeniwe ke kumba we vetting and processes. It was also a concern about where these candidates vetted, and siyavumelana apendlini chair uba minister will provide a detailed report that will address as concerns sinazo. Siphinde sivumelana uba xa i-detailer as reports i-master list yakhe mayibe inazo zonke as professions. Mphathiswa ndinombuzo nje omnye okudala ubuzo. Kodwa lo mbuzo wam uzoba bukohluka ngohlobo lokokuba xa sele nihlalile nabona uba i-public ikhalela i-dominance ye-politicians or people associated kwaphindelwa kwi-advert sinayo indlela ewe besendikuvile ucacisa indlela ofuna ibe inclusive ngayo, but precisely kulento enabantwana abancinane females and youth. Do we have indlela enizoyijonga ngayo i-independent panel gabalala umcimbi wokuqinisekisa uba they will get first priority? And also ndivuyile xa uresponda mphathiswa kule ndawo yokokuba ababesebeke bafumana akukho nto ibavalela ngaphandle, because ifear yam yeyokokuba sihlala apha endlini sivumelana uba xa u-associated with politicians akukho ndawo uzophinde ukwazi uzassociate nayo. But mandibuze nje lo mbuzo, yeyiphi imiqathango ozoyithatha yokuqinisekisa uba i-chairpersons ezilandelayo noko i-representation yazo izawuba nomfanekiso omhle ongcono wabafazi nabantu abatsha? Ewe sike sakuva usithi i-applications bezimbalwa ezoluhlobo lwabantu ndithetha ngalo, ikhona indlela yokusabalalisa uba ziphumele kakhulukazi kwezi ndawo bakuzo kuze bakwazi uku-apply? Zikhona ezinye measures enizenzayo uqinisekisa uba they are part and parcel yezi board chairpersons kuba yenye yezinto esirhalela ukuyibona? Mandike ngiqale ndikulinde chair wena minister uphendule umbuzo kuqala.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu honorable governor ngombuzo wakho. Ndithi mandikuqinisekise ndibaqinisekise nabantu baseMzantsi Afrika ukuba siye sazimamela ingxaki abajongene nazo, samamela nezinto abaziphakamisayo ngendlela yabanjwa ngayo okanye yahendlishwa ngayo umcimbi wokuphakanyiswa nokukhetha abantu abazawujongela umcimbi wokutrainer abantu baseMzantsi Afrika lokusithi phecelezi ngamasitha ngokwama-skills. Into sizawuyenza uqinisekisa ukuba njengoba uminister seyikhuphile igazethi ukuba siyawusabalalisa lo mba wokuba siyabacela abantu baphakamise izandla bonke bathi bazimisele ngokuzoncedisa baseve uMzantsi Afrika. Siyacela nangoku ngoba siyazazi basithetha nabantu baseMzantsi Afrika uba ukuze this time around xa ngaba iprocess iconclude ingabi nazingxaki, sicela zonke i-national groups esinazo eMzantsi Afrika ziphume ngobuninzi bazo zisasaze lo mcimbi wokuba igazethi is out kwenzela uba ii-constituencies zonke sinazo, i-labor organizations, i-employers, zi-community-based organizations zikwazi ukuxelela abantu bayethu baseMzantsi Afrika ukuba iphumile igazethi mabafake. Nabantu abatsha banalo ilungelo lokuba bamobilize bahambise eli lizwi lokuba iphumile igazethi because sifuna ukubabona nabo beparticipate kwi-economy yaseMzantsi Afrika. Sicela nabo bonke because siye reach out nakwezinye because I've been speaking to various organized institutions eMzantsi Afrika. Ndize ndaphumelela ndayawufika nakule organization ekuthiwa yi-out anditsho uba mabasincedise if bakhona abantu abanenkolelo yokuba bangancedisa uMzantsi Afrika utshintshe isimo esijongene naso, mababafune ii-professionals ezawufaka. Siyaqinisekisa ukuthi noba ingabhalwanga kwimithetho yethu into yokuba it must not be political bloated. It's one of the additional requirements or criteria that I'm going to speak to the panel to consider as we move forward. Ngoba sifuna uqinisekisa ukuba ididiyelwe ngabo bonke abantu baseMzantsi Afrika ireflecte ukuphila nokwakhiwa komzantsi Afrika sonke sizibone sikhona ngabantu abarepresent i-colored community, ngabantu abarepresent i-Indian community, ngabantu abarepresent abamhlophe nabamnyama, sibonakale sisonke as a diverse population yalapha eMzantsi Afrika ijongeke kahle. Sizawuqinisekisa ukuba i-outcomes ziphuma noko zireflecta ama-demographics wethu waseMzantsi Afrika. Enkosi kakhulu ngombuzo Honorable Governor.
Enkosi Mphathiswa, ndiphendulekile. Kunesithethi Honorable esike sathi kukubu nkokheli ukuye ebantwini uthi bekukhona amaphutha uchucela uxolo. Uyukwazi ke ukuyenza lonto Mphathiswa xa ikhona amaphutha. Ndinombuzo. Ibubunkokheli ukuye ebantwini uthi bekukhona amaphutha abe ebengekho? Kumbuzo lowo Minister.
The questions are directed at the Minister. Yes, Minister.
Andiqondi noba siyisayinile oath Honorable Governor uba kubunkokheli uhamba uyothi kukhona ingxaki ibe ingekho ingxaki. Xa ngaba uyinkokheli yiba umuntu onenyani ungawusebenzisa ipropaganda ukuze uexist. And ndiyawucela kuba singapolitiki ngengxaki zabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Sithethe into eyiyo ukuze abantu bakuthi basincedise because themselves they are a government. So andizubenza ubunkokheli boba ndizoxoka eParliament. iParliament akuyona indawo yokuxoka. Enkosi.
Mandibulele Minister kuba ke
Honorable Governor imakancinci nje.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Oh yeah, I'm noting you now. Yeah.
Don't silence him.
Yes, Honorable
No, Chairperson, for the purpose of progress, I'm not sure. I've been trying to check the listening device for the interpretation. Kana nna le ka ke gaola tle ke tswela kwa go bokone bophirima. Ya no ga go tla go arabiwa yana ile bongqonqo. Ta go morwa modimo yana ke ipotsa gore ha ke sa utlwe sepe ma Desiree ene ka o tlhaga go So can I get a chairperson? For the purpose of avoiding stifling debates and interpreting the minister out of context, I'd plead, because we'll not want to be seen as puppets or stupids here raising issues that the minister has already dealt with in her response. But due to language barriers, I'm not saying you must not continue with the Xhosa or Zulu, but I'm just saying for our purpose of those who must listen and comprehend with your response. That is my plea, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. In fact, it's a matter we'll take up with Parliament because they should be giving us devices here. So we'll take it up with Parliament so that they can also help us with translation. But thank you very much for raising it. We will note it as part of the minutes, and then we'll raise it as part of the report to Parliament. Thank you very much, and apologies, Honorable Khabo, but you and I are on the same boat. Honorable Yanga is troubling us, but she's protected. Xhosa is one of the 12 official languages. So she's protected country. Yeah, Honorable Yanga, Governor.
Mandixolise ke ebantwini abathe bachaphazeleka kolwimi endilithethayo. Kodwa ngenxa yoba asithetheli thina sodwa ndiqondile uba mandisebenzise olu luviwana ngubani napha suka khona. Ngenye imini ndizalithethe olu lokuhamba. No, mandibulele ke mphathiswa xa usithi ingakuxoka oko. Masibulele kuba ungayi kwi-public uyoxoka. Kodwa ke ndikunike nje umphako nepanel xa nihleli apho. Siyacela xa nibuya ne list ye chairpersons ezilandelayo. Lo mfanekiso ngqondweni benithetha ngawo apha endlini onayo yonke inhlobo yomuntu okhona eMzantsi Afrika size sibone nayo. Ningalenzi iphutha loba abantwana bepoliticians nepoliticians bangabikho kula list because yawube sithumela umyalezo ngewuwo eMzantsi Afrika. Niqinisekise uba abantu abaphila ne disability abaqualifyayo bakhona kulo list. Kakhulukazi niqinisekise uba nabantu be-LGBTI+ nabo abafumaneke bequalify, they are within the list. Manbulele, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Governor. In March we celebrated African Languages Day, and I think you would have debated very well there. Next year, please remind me. I'm going to ask that you represent us in the African Languages Day. Honorable Khakha.
Ke a leboha modula stulo. Like your night day. Firstly, let's do this. Minister, the whole reason why you have a selection and evaluation panel, the nomination task team, is because the King Ivy report on cooperative governance at 2016 advises that it must be there. And at the heart of why that should be the case is so that there can be transparency in the work of government. You don't need to pay me for me to be known or held accountable for decisions that have to do with the governing or the governance of the Republic of South Africa. So it is all fair and great for you to say because you're not paying these people, you're not going to tell us who they are. But the bottom line is you are being paid, and the decisions that you make on a salary, on the lives of the people of South Africa, and a salary, here we patalanki the people of the Republic of South Africa, those decisions must be transparently held accountable. So it is, for me, an act of shame that you hold the arrogance to tell us that it is none of our business who those people who advise you are. It is our business as the people of this committee, and it is the business of the people of South Africa to know who gets to vet, who gets to govern 19 billion rands of the country's coffers. And if you are still going to maintain, I'll wait for you to talk and then listen to me. Thank you, Minister. And if you're still going to maintain, Minister, that you are not going to tell the people of South Africa who your people are, your people who you clearly, for me, here's my hunch, and I don't have my bones out. I'm not in my ndomba, but here's my hunch, right? The reason why you don't want to tell us on record who the team was, who the selection committee was, is because you know if you tell us the names, it will be very easy for us to close on the dots on who those people are and why they were sent there. Because had there not been those people, then there is no way that out of 573 applicants, the best bets would have been Nomusa Ngubi. There's no way you would have gotten Utembi Ngosi Josopo. There's no way you would have gotten Zakhele Buthelezi. There's no way you would have gotten Ukonde Kababu Katatumantash. There's no way you would have gotten Upetoles Tole there. There's no way you would have had Uloyiso Masuku there. There's no way you would have had Ubuyambo Mantashe Kumersita agriculturist Tumtata ku engineering and manufacturing. There is no way you would have had Usianda Mkati there. There's absolutely no way Elizabeth Tobajani would have been immersed in the system. And there's no way you would have had Ntatema Buyakulu there. Certainly no way Boni Sombele would have emerged. No way Tulani Tifuta would have been there. And Mama Amanda Mapena would have also not been there. These are just a few of the rest of the people there. The reason why you configured the list of the panel the way you configured it is so that there's a tailored outcome of these ANC cadres who are already beneficiaries of the system of government. Some are district municipality CFOs there. And it's a shame altogether. So when I say ngaki iteng, and leadership that is graceful would say, Diakolisa guys, denziputa. I didn't think I would be caught in this mess. But I have been caught and I realized bana di wrong, so I won't do it again. Instead of maintaining to say there's nothing wrong with these people, because your argument, mind you, is the same as saying, Brian Molefe, as qualified as he is, on the basis of his qualifications, we forget about corruption and thuggery because he's qualified. Your argument says it's good for you to have qualifications. You can be a thug as long as you have qualifications. You can be corrupt and be used to manipulate and politicize the system to the detriment of the people of South Africa as long as you have an NQF level 8. That argument doesn't work. Meluat, hi. Congratulations on your appointment. So you were inducted on the 6th of May. And then on the 8th, your body received an advisory notice on these appointments. Am I correct? Is this the tally that I have? Is the dates correct? You were the 6th of May, you were inducted. And then on the 8th of May, the advisory notice came out. Is that correct?
Hold on. Let me pause the time.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I did not want to interrupt Honorable Khahawe. She makes, let me say an example, and a claim on top of that of a very qualified master's, a recent graduate of a master's just yesterday. Yeah, and she says that he's a thug and he's a member of parliament, maybe not a member of this committee. So I would appreciate the situation where she focuses on her argument as it pertains to the topic and withdraws that particular statement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the Honorable Khahawe, I think let's try and avoid. You know, in a full plenary, they say that you are casting aspersions on a member on something that has not been proven. And therefore, please avoid and withdraw that one. Look, I've allowed you with others because they're not members of parliament. And I'm sure in their own right, they will also disagree. It's a point of debate. I saw Honorable Low was raising the hand. I'm sure he also wants to raise the issue. So I don't want us to debate the matters. Yes.
Thank you. I withdraw that Ndate Brian Molefe is not proven to be corrupt, is not proven to be a thug, is not proven to have siphoned state coffers. I withdraw that. Meluwaka? But
You see, now it's going to be a problem because we're going to start debating Steenhuisen.
Yeah, you are
right. Then it's going to be a problem because we are also very educated as well. We're not going to go that route.
Yeah,
so please, she withdraw unconditionally?
You are.
Please, Chairperson.
Yesterday, I had a meeting with the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and she said to me, if somebody opens the mic before you recognize them, you must warn them. So I'm warning you because I was noting, I had noted Honorable Low, I'll note that Nkabane and Khabo, and I hope we're moving towards where we'll allow Honorable Khakau to move. Honorable Low.
Thanks, Chair. It is quite important that we are too much consistent with regard to how we want to address issues. We've been labeled as ANC members who are corrupt, and I'm an ANC member in good standing, and I'm a leader of the ANC, and I'm deployed by the ANC. So there should be consistency as to how do we want to approach this point of orders, because we've been taking it as it is. So we shouldn't be selective as to how things have been done, because we can argue the whole day that we are not corrupt, some of us, but we've been told that we are corrupt. We appointed this as ANC members. I'm an ANC member in good standing, and I can be able to defend myself because I'm not corrupt. Thanks.
Yeah, the rules also say that if the rules, Honorable Law says, if the reference is not made to the name of a person, you must not take offense. I think even yesterday there was a ruling in National Assembly where the EFF was querying that a member was casting aspersions on the EFF as a political party. The Deputy Speaker clarified that we don't have, but the rules does say if it's a shade thrown at the party, it's not to an individual, and we can't sustain an order on such, or you can't call an order when a shade is thrown at the political party, not an individual. Honorable Nkabane.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think you've clarified what I want to clarify. In the reference of a name, it's wrong, Chair. So that needs to be specific. Because when they say ANC comrades are corrupt, we just blanket it because we see empty stadium being made. So it's community and people who are saying that. But when there is a reference, then it becomes a problem. That's why, Chair, we are requesting, Chair, Honorable Brian Molefe received his PhD last week. He graduated from PhD in law. So we request a respect and a withdrawal of what it has been referenced to him. He's a highly educated individual in MK Party.
No, thanks. He did not get it from Fortes RPR. No, I'm joking. Honorable Khabo.
No, Chairperson, I just wanted to emphasize what you had raised earlier on in terms of what the rule says and plead with the honorable member be clear in terms of withdrawal because it's inconsistent with the law. It's unlike we are saying that MKP is a corrupt organization, or unlike saying that Zuma is corrupt. It's two different things. That one is very clear. We are all being accused of corrupt here up until we prove ourselves before the court of law. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Lonzi.
I withdraw. Can I move on?
Yeah, thank you. Hold on, Honorable Lonzi.
No, Chairman, I want to plead with the members that the culprits department, can we focus all our energies on the minister and a team so that we don't get dragged in the sideshows. We want to get to the bottom of this thing of sitters. So all the missiles, can they be thrown on the other side of the room? Please, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Lonzi has promised to buy us ice cream today. So, to buy Honorable
ice cream.
Yeah, so please withdraw unconditionally.
I withdraw, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Answer, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member, and through you, Chairperson. In response to that question, the authority would have received a letter dated 4 May from the Minister requesting a consultation with the authority regarding the appointment of the chairpersons of the accounting authorities. The induction took place on the 6th of May. The advisory note that was sent would have been sent on the 9th of May 2025.
Okay.
Thank you.
So then, how much time did you take as the NSA to consider the names?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So the authority would have convened a special authority meeting wherein the minister...
I'm going to pause you. How much time did you take? Don't take me what happened at breakfast and then at lunch.
Okay.
How much time did you have to consider?
The minister would have presented in the special authority meeting wherein she would have consulted with the authority on the appointment. So in terms of the timelines, the authority would have received the presentation from the minister. Thereafter, a decision was taken or a resolution was taken from the special authority meeting.
Sana mhlambe ndikubuza ngesiXhosa kile mosotho ndizazama ndingasazi ngoba ndiphenduli. Ixesha lithatha ixesha lingaki nokuconsiderisha. So minister unike presentation nini nasebenza phezu kwayo nini?
The minister would have presented in the special authority meeting. So the authority would have deliberated in that meeting.
So you arrived, you got the same day you got the presentation in the meeting, you dealt with it and you moved on. That's what you're saying?
That is correct, Honourable Member.
Okay. In that meeting, was there anybody, including yourself, that had a problem with the composition of the appointments?
So in the meeting, Honourable Member, we expressed our appreciation for the minister in consulting the authority as per the legislation. In terms of the process, the authority members would have equally commended the process that was followed insofar as the appointments of the chairpersons. There were issues that were raised, and I think this was further emphasized by the minister, in terms of demographics. The authority felt that the recommendations were quite short on issues of demographics, young people, geographic representation, and by and large, at face value, that disjuncture or seemingly disjuncture between the experience vis-a-vis the sector in which those appointments would have been made. So those were ventilated, and the advice from the authority would have been that in future, that the ministry would need to look at these particular aspects that were raised and ensure that going forward that those matters are resolved.
So you gave all of this to the minister and you listed that, right? But you said in future. So you said you're listing that, one, there's a problem with suitability, as some of the case in some of the appointments. There's a problem on where the people come from and who the people are, as far as demographic composition is concerned. But even though those are serious problems, we're giving you a thumbs up, continue and appoint these people.
Thank you, Member. So the issue around the suitability was at face value, but the matter was clear.
Order. Yes or no, please, because I gave you, like, it's a very simple answer. So you still gave a unanimous support of the list, even though you raised issues, we heard what your issues are. But after those things, your opinion to the minister was still that the list is great, let's have it. Was that the absolute majority consensus of the authority?
The authority would have found that the process that was followed was a correct process, and the authority would have approved or given the thumbs up to the minister.
The report that the minister then gave to the authority on the composition of her desired list of candidates to fill positions, did it include who the panel was and what the panel recommendations are?
Can I get clarity, Honourable Member? Are you...
So obviously, so the minister's submission to you is based on the panel that shortlists and says this is the recommendation of who we think you should go. Were you privy to this composition of that panel? You're not. So you are saying now to the people of the Republic of South Africa, as the head of the NSA, you do not know who the panel that worked on the preliminary work of deciding who the candidates for appointment of Setas, which you are responsible for scrutinizing, are? You don't know those people. You just took what the minister told you and you knew nothing else.
The responsibility of the authority would be to ensure that due processes were followed and that at the level of governance, that insofar as the process was commensurate with the legislation, we were satisfied that that particular process did indeed take place.
Thank you for not responding to my question. Ntate Dlamini, Kapukenta Ngubane, what is your job?
I'm Chief Director, Seta Coordination, responsible for Seta performance and governance.
What does that mean in this process? The process of the appointments, how do you fit into the picture?
I run the process administratively. I also have the responsibility to provide technical advice in the process.
So meaning the setups of the meetings, the screening processes, all of those things, that administrative function is yours?
No.
What do you mean then you run? What do you mean? Explain. That in this process you feature with technical support and administrative support. What does that look like?
I will make an example. The gazette, when a gazette needs to be issued, minister cannot prepare a gazette.
So you are nowhere in the middle of the screenings and the nominations involved in any of this. You can say yes.
No.
You're not. Okay, that's fine. DG Sishi, when a minister of your department that you are the Director General of takes a decision to compile a panel that is responsible for the appointment of people who directly account to you, do you ever get to know what that composition is?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by saying our approach has been that we separate we promote the integrity of the process by ensuring that we stick to AG's advice. So this is the first time that we have gone to this extent, which is when we presented to Parliament. That's what we emphasized all that way up. Extraordinary measures taken to improve on the integrity of the processes, from the qualifications, the minimum requirements right up to that point. My role would be then, once the NSA have looked into the list and it now is approved, to make sure that the machinery of the department provide support and make sure that the orientation programs are done. And so I think that would be the role of the DG then.
The mic is off.
Oh, thank you. DG, do you know who the selection panel for the appointment of NSFAS are?
No.
You don't know? You're saying that with the fear of God in your heart, that you do not know?
Yeah, yes, quite correctly, no. That's what I said.
Okay. So the whole lot of the department, including the NSA that's sitting here, is saying with their chests, none of you know who the minister's panel is. You don't know the faces, you don't know the names, and you were not involved, that Minister Nobuhle Nkabane concocted this whole fiasco alone.
Chep, I trust you will not find me to be out of order if I say, in the past, whenever we were appointing panels, there's been problems that have been identified in the department. One of them is administrative inefficiencies in the department that would have concerned the minister. as she was determined to make sure that the integrity of this process is upheld. And so you would also see that even the processes of ensuring that there is an arm's length kind of panel that is going to make sure that these processes are looked into had to be such that we protect its integrity and there is no prior contact with anyone who's appointed. So if we say no, that's because indeed that's what we intended to produce, a process that is free of any contamination and influence by any other official of the department.
TG, you have a lot to say, but you're not really saying anything. The answer is simple. So you are saying yourself as the DG and all your officials here, you are saying you're throwing the minister under the bus for herself to take responsibility alone. You are saying as the DG and none of you people know who she worked with to consult on this matter. It's okay to say so you don't know anything as the department.
Yeah.
Okay. Advisor to the minister.
Yeah.
I heard you, it's fine. That the advisor to the minister, that next door, Hana Intatik
Honorable.
Am I correct that you hold the position of the advisor to the minister?
That's correct.
Okay. When who's the panel? There's no way you can be advisor to the minister and not know who the panel is. And you can't intervene. Nobody. I'm asking. I get everybody here introduce themselves, Chairperson, to say they're going to respond to questions. Each and every one of them must.
Yeah, the advisors don't account to us.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're just here to, and you're not willing to just want to tell us out of public service who the people are. Okay, that's fine. That is okay. I was just trying my luck, and you're very touchy with the whole thing. Sad, actually. But okay, no, it's okay. It's not a train smash. The issue, I want to conclude it because we're not going to go anywhere with this thing. We're literally not going to go anywhere because one, Minister Nkabane sees nothing wrong with a pool full of ANC loyalists from KwaZulu-Natal comprising majority of the deployment list because they're deployed. Number two, sees absolutely nothing wrong with the fact that the people of South Africa said they do not have trust in who these people are and the motives that they serve or the real reasons why they want to serve in the seaters. Bold to the extent of saying that the process was beyond reproach and that the same people must apply again. After 573 applications were received and her secret panel weapon, which we will very much uncover very soon, her secret panel clearly favored these other people. So we're not going to go anywhere. The only closing shot I want to say is this. Minister, at the heart of public service is selflessness. It is an absolute blessing to be given a position of a minister that oversees not only SETAs that are responsible for empowering young people, but overseeing institutions that make or break the lives of young people. And given that in the last 31 years of this country, we've had an issue where there is an erosion of trust between the people of this country and its government and how government has been politicized, you would assume that people who come and take office do so with one interest only, the people, and forget about their political loyalties. You can be loyal to your political manifesto, but you can't be loyal to the stomachs of cadres. Because what that then does, Minister, is it not only questions your reputation here and makes us question your credibility and the interests that you have and you serve, but it makes us question the department itself and its configuration on where it is going, whether the people of this country can continue to pay tax with confidence, knowing that their tax is going to serve a good mandate. I just hope one day you're going to reconfigure your thoughts and be honest and transparent about who your panel is, particularly if you're going to expect us and the Republic to respect the recommendations of that panel.
Thank you. Honorable Souls.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I think I'm going to start by saying that so that people don't think I'm a MK member. What I'm wearing, I am actually wearing a design by a local businessman in Rustenburg, Mr. Ramafoko. Ramafoko, and he owns the business called 3 Rams. I'm also drinking out of the cup that his business makes. And the reason why is because, Minister, I want to reassure you of my intention. I'm not trying to score any points. I'm here because the chairpersons that you appoint affects businesses of black South Africans, colored South Africans, Indian South Africans, white South African young people. And so it's very imperative that we do this process right. So that is my motivation, just so that you know. Secondly, you have spent a lot of time dealing with the constitutionalism around the appointment of those that are politically associated, that it's not illegal to do that. I want to reassure you that I agree with you. It's not illegal, so it can be done. Then also, the qualifications of the appointees or the previous appointees. You have shown that they are qualified. And so that part of the process of not depriving people based on their political affiliation, the qualifications, that part of the process clearly seems to be perfect and above reproach. My question to you is, are you 100% sure the entire process of appointing Seta chairpersons was perfect and above reproach? Beyond, above, same thing.
Thank you so much, Honorable Soul. That's what I can say. One did not anticipate the outcry from the society, to be honest, because what I sticked on is the criteria and the application of the act. That's what the mandate that I gave to the independent panel that was overseeing the process. So after seeing that or observing that there is an outcry, as a responsible citizen, as a public representative, I had to act and respond to their outcries. That's why now, when we reopen the process, we are going to take all those issues that they've raised into consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are you aware that Government Gazette number 34249 of the 26th of April 2011, regulations for matters relating to the accounting authority of Seta, uses the word independent chairperson in interpreting Section 11 of the Act? Are you aware?
To be honest, I haven't looked at the Government Gazette of 2016.
I have.
I have to be honest here.
I have, and I put it to you for the sake of progress.
2016, not this one. I would love to get the copy so that
Okay,
yes.
I put it to you that said regulation speaks of independent chairpersons. What is your understanding of independent chairpersons? Just off the cuff.
When I think of the word independent, it is quite broad. Depends on which angle are you going to approach it. I'm not sure whether the angle that I'm going to use is it going to achieve your expectations. For me, the independent part of it is to say the person has to exercise his or her fiduciary duties with distinction. There should be no conflict of interest. The person must be guided and adhere to the constitutional obligations as well as the Skills Development Act. Thank you.
For the record, is every single person on that previous list independent based on your definition?
Because in terms of be it a person is implicated or is allegation or was arrested or has a criminal record, my determination was based on the vetting report that I received. So it made me to be comfortable that indeed the process is independent, because amongst the measures that I said I'm going to put as the minister is to sign a service level agreement with those chairs and to indicate that they must not do any business within the sector.
The process might have been independent. I'm asking, are you, based on your definition of independent chairperson, are you 100% sure that every single person on that previous list of appointees are independent chairpersons based on your definition, not mine?
Yes, for me, I could safely say they were, because they are no longer there, they were independent, as they knew that amongst the issues that we would commit or sign with them is to say they are not going to do any business within the sector.
Are you sure?
I can't be sure, but we have measures that we have put in place to assess. We have measures that we have put in place to make sure that they do comply with the service level agreement.
Honourable Minister,
they do comply.
With respect, you said you can't be sure. Are you saying that you're not sure? You started your response by saying, I can't be sure, close quote. Are you saying that you are not sure?
Basically what I'm saying, in terms of the reports that I received, I was comfortable and confident that the process was beyond reproach and those chairpersons are independent. You know, sometimes you appoint a person and the person meets the criteria. You wouldn't know what a person is capable of. Then what helps you is to put measures in place, internal measures, to make sure that no one contravenes with any legislation and a person also signs a declaration of interest. So that's what I covered myself with. I don't know what is it that they could do beyond that, because I can't put my head on the rock and say I'm 100% sure that they wouldn't.
In your definition, you mentioned one of the items that you mentioned was conflict of interest. That is not something for future. It's something that you predetermine to the point of consideration.
Yeah,
So then when you say independent in that sense, you are saying, just on that point, you are saying at the point of appointing them, you are sure they are independent as it relates to conflict of interest.
Yes.
So you are 100% sure that they are independent.
Yes, but beyond that, I wouldn't.
All right. You are sure. All right. Do you still maintain that the entire process was beyond reproach and perfect?
In terms of legislative imperative,
Independent
it
chairperson.
complied with each and every piece of legislation and requirements by the regulation.
Okay.
But then, additionally, it's my responsibility as a public representative to listen to what people are saying. When they say the recommended list is politically bloated, I had to respond. That's the only matter that made me to then say I want to review the process.
Okay. I just put to you another element to consider, which is the independence of the chairperson. Okay. The second one is, are you aware of the insertion of section 11 capital letter A and section 11 capital letter B in the Skills Development Act? Are you aware? Are you aware?
Yeah, this is section 11(1)(a).
Capital A. The insertion, the Principal Act only has section 11, subsection A, B, etc. Then the amendment added the insertion of 11 capital A, 11 capital B. Are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware, but I don't have a copy, unfortunately, now, because with my presentation, I only focused on section 11(1)(a). Yes.
This section, the section that we are referring to is called the eligibility section. The eligibility section demands of the candidates to have specific character qualities.
Okay.
You can trust me, Honorable Minister.
I know, I must sit.
That's okay, but you can. It's just I'm worried about my time, but you can trust me. The eligibility clause deals specifically with character qualities now, not just education, not just political affiliation, but character qualities. It calls for people found to be involved in theft, fraud, even acts of dishonesty. The word dishonesty is even there. To be disqualified from appointment. Is there anyone on the previous list of appointees who has been charged with or officially said to have been involved in acts of dishonesty like bribery or any form of corruption?
As I indicated, Honorable Soul, I only relied on the vetting report. I did not interview each and every person that was recommended because it's beyond my obligation. So I rely on an independent vetting company to actually provide those services on behalf of the department.
Honorable Minister, you are the one throughout the meeting who wanted to make us understand it is you who appoints.
Yes.
Then you wanted to make us understand, because it's not just in your individual capacity, you are not as an individual capable of doing all of that yourself. You have then a voluntary panel that assists you. And this makes us understand that you will now make sure of all these questionable things. So you cannot now say that you don't know, you just take the vetting report and then you gave me the impression. That's why I'm not asking about the secret panel. Because for me it's like, well, if it helps you to get to the detail, if that panel helps you to get to the detail, then it's great. Then you should know whether someone as part of that list has been charged or not.
Should I come?
Yes, please, Minister.
Yes. I think maybe Honorable Sol, you are referring to 11A on eligibility D. Is it? I'm going to make a reference. Unfortunately, the majority of them I don't know. I only know one person. Not that I got that from the vetting report, because the person was cleared. I had to make a follow-up from the vetting team that was giving me the report to say this is a report, Minister, to to say, so did it clear? One of the people that were recommended is Mr. Mike Mabuyakulu, because I'm from KZ and I know him, that he was once arrested, charged for some criminal activities, as much as I do not know the details. And then what I picked up from that report, because I saw it, is that the case was closed and he was cleared. So he's the only person that I know of, not through the report. It's because I know, hence I'm from KwaZulu-Natal.
And you don't feel that that's reason to question eligibility?
I think this one is more technical in terms of legal terms, because my understanding is that if somebody has been cleared, he has been cleared by the court of law. So who am I to then argue or challenge the court of law to say this person has been cleared? You know,
I'm not saying specifically the individual. I'm testing your disposition.
I want to speak about this, something that I know. I do not generalize, because I know that one.
But I'm trying.
Others, unfortunately, if they do have some issues, I don't know.
I'm trying to decipher your posture in assessment, not necessarily the individual that has been cleared. I'm trying to your posture when you look at a situation. Do you say, oh, clear, tick? You don't look deeper into what 11A and B requires. To say, look deeper into the character qualities of these chairpersons you can appoint. The law wants you to do that, not just clear it.
No.
Is it true? Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
No, I must take your note. It is assisting us, hence we have reopened the process, maybe to also dig deeper and also cover the aspects that you are raising. It's helping. In fact, it is empowering us as the ministry.
You have just indirectly conceded that you're now spotting some flaws.
Yes, because of the issue that you are raising to reflect on 11A.
All right, so I'll leave it there.
Capital letter A to F, yes.
All right, I'll leave it there.
Yes.
And continue. For clarity, you said that the reason there was unequal race appointments was because 0 colored South Africans, 0 Indian South Africans, and 0 white South Africans was nominated or applied. Is that correct?
It's correct only with the chairs, but with the AAs, we are good. When we bring to the attention of the portfolio committee, the AAs.
So with the chairs, nobody?
Yes.
None
I'm
of
hoping
those.
this time around all of us are going to go out and encourage them to be nominated, or we are going to go out and ask relevant sectors to nominate them.
All right.
The only person that applied was the chairperson, the previous chairperson of Health and Welfare. Unfortunately, she couldn't meet the criteria, or was nominated, not applied.
All right. On your media statement dated the 16th of May 2025, you commit to the nation that when it comes to preference and equity, you are going to specifically look at race, gender, youth, people with disabilities. You include race, I quote. In the government gazette that you've released calling for the reopening for nominations, you expressly exclude race. You only have gender, youth, and persons with disabilities. What is the reason for not having race in the official government gazette?
Maybe if I can respond to this one is because when I looked at the constitution, because that one was a gazette, at least that one, the first one was a statement. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa prohibits unfair discrimination on the grounds of race. So it was not easy for me to just put race on a government gazette. Hence, the Constitution prohibits.
No, for equity, you are saying the Constitution allows you to have preference for equity, to look at racial balance. That's the reason why you have it on the statement that you're talking to South
Yeah,
Africans.
yeah.
It is untrue to say that you are not allowed by law to say race in a government gazette.
When I looked
incorrect,
at,
Honorable Minister.
when I looked at the Constitution, it says it is only a relevant factor in some context, in particular in addressing the imbalances of the past. So
You
when you
said
look
that.
at it and try to interpret
that's what
it,
you said.
when you bring, I'm making an example, white people, you cannot say you are addressing the imbalances of the past.
Okay, colored people.
However, I'm reaching out to various organizations, the colored community, as I've mentioned earlier on, the organized white people organizations, and through the business chamber to say, good people, please try to encourage them to be nominated. I also spoke to Outer as well
Honorable Minister,
to say,
I agree
also
with
spoke
you.
to various executives,
Hear my
cabinet
question.
ministers who are here.
Please
to
hear my
say-
question. I agree with you. That call that you are making for all races to come requires you to put the word race in the government gazette. Do you agree?
I have to get a legal opinion. I don't want to say I agree or disagree,
Did you get a
unfortunately.
legal opinion to put the word race in your media statement?
No, I did not.
Yet you put it in your media statement. Why?
I felt I must put it.
You don't feel you must put it in the government gazette?
No, not that we were trying to deprive other races to be part of this process. That's why I'm even saying to you,
Minister.
I'm even reaching out, speaking to various organized races that we have in the country. I'm reaching out to everyone to
Minister.
say, good people, let's try to make sure that this process
I wanna
becomes
implore-
inclusive at the end of the day.
My intention is not to embarrass you. My intention is not to, I said it at the beginning, but I am asking for honesty. I am asking, let's agree and let's take accountability if we've done wrong. You now have a second opportunity to correct this. You have not excluded race because you want to. You are now positioning yourself to the nation as 1 minute I want to add race, the next I don't want to. I need a legal opinion. So what I'm imploring you to do, Honorable Minister, what I'm imploring you to do, take accountability. Say there's race in your media statement and you meant it because you want to include all races.
Yeah.
And you accept accountability that the word race is excluded in the official government gazette. And you will fix it.
I will do, Honorable Soul.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Based on that concession, would you now agree that the entire process was not perfect and above reproach based on your concessions now?
No, these concessions does not invalidate the process, because what guides the minister in terms of appointing AAs is the Skills Development Act.
Okay, so I conclude.
So I followed all the requirements as made in the Skills Development Act.
So I
However, I am going to consider the issues that you have raised here. I am going to speak to my team to also remove the gazette that we have advertised yesterday and put this one, because we want to make sure that this process becomes inclusive as much as we could.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank
I
you, sir.
put it to you, even though that you have admitted to the flaws, and by virtue of the fact that there are flaws that you conceded to, that makes the process not perfect. That makes the process not above reproach. May I just have your focus this one, because I'm concluding.
It's confusing me.
Yeah.
It's showing me what I spoke on already, Honorable Soul.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Because I'm concluding. And I'd like you to hear this, to say that because of that concession, I put it to you that the process has been flawed. I'm glad that you're committing to fix it. And I want to remind you, Honorable Minister, you're not fixing it for you, you're not fixing it for the panel, not for me. You are fixing it for young black businessmen and women, like 3 Rams, Mr. Ramafoko. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lonzi. I suppressed you when you wanted to call order because I wanted Honorable Souls to finish. You can come in.
No, Chair, I think you also addressed this when you started the meeting. I just wanted you to emphasize it. There's a lot of chit-chat that takes place between the minister and the DG and the team whilst we're asking questions. And then when she doesn't answer our questions, she becomes frustrated, but it's because she can't hear them. She's chatting. So I know you addressed the Chair, but please re-emphasize this is a very important process. Can the minister listen and pay attention? Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks. They keep going to her ear. I was going to suggest, Minister, that maybe we bring the advisor next to you and not the DG. The DG, even when he's next to you, he speaks loud. Even when I'm here, I'm trying to listen to the question. I keep on hearing, and I always say to members, we can talk on WhatsApp. See, on WhatsApp it's very quiet. You just type quickly and say, this is the question. Please, colleagues from the department, I think it sometimes distract the members when they're asking a question, looking at the minister to see if their question is making sense, and the minister is not concentrating and listening to the question. It also disrupts the members. Honorable Nkabane. So let's improve, colleagues. Honorable Nkabane.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me firstly start by pleading with your good self that I would request that you should not stop me in the process or be tempted to disrupt me. That is my plea to you as the Chairperson. I'm pleading up front.
Today I won't do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Chairperson, let me start. Like I said, Nalina Laka ke Khawlatle, Minister, Rasifane Setsele Khaba, se fetoge. Le nna ke batla go pega thaba ka ono kwa tlhotsa, a o tlhotsa ka feletsa o nkwetse. Ke ne ke re tla ke tsumule pele go appreciate the minister's consideration. If you are a government elected by the people. You represent the people, and in the process of representing them, you must listen to the people. I appreciate your consideration of the public views. Whether to others, they might exploit it for political purpose or not. The fact that you have demonstrated leadership in listening to the people that you are leading, that is appreciated. In fact, the appreciation is not only about listening, but also demonstrating in action that you are willing to learn from the people as much as they must learn from you. We appreciate that withdrawal, Honorable Minister. Let me get to the point I want to raise, and I would want you to understand this thing and clarify this thing of power so that we are not found in the power struggle unnecessarily. We are all members of we are all members of parliament according to the constitution of this country. We have delegated the powers of presiding over the affairs of this country to the president of the country. Our powers as members of parliament. He ultimately delegated those powers to the ministers. In practical terms, both the president and the minister, they are having borrowed powers of parliament. So both the ministers, including deputy ministers and the president, they account to parliament. So when we apply accountability in this context, this is the relevant platform for the minister to account. And when we are holding the minister accountable, it will be in line with the principles of accountability that takes place within the public sector, and also considering issues that you had raised in relation to the King 5 governance report. Now, in this instance, Chair, I wanted to reflect the issue of accountability so that in the process the minister understands that she's here to account on the basis of the powers that were delegated to her. And many scholars previously have tried to interpret this thing of accountability as to what does it mean. But in a nutshell, nutshell, from where I'm sitting, is basically taking full responsibility of your actions. Now, in the context of public sector, it means that now that we have given you the responsibility as a minister through the president to oversee the smooth running of the Department of Higher Education, including the correct spending of the budget allocated to the department, it is for that reason that you must account, because that is the funds of the public. And your actions, as and when they are taken, it must be taken in line with the powers that are vested in you as the minister. So I thought I must indicate this thing, that public sector is governed by certain principles. And one of those principles is the fact that we've got Batopele principles, and one of it deals with transparency, and would obviously hold the minister accountable in line with those principles of Batopele, including those principles that guides the public sector of South Africa. Let me go to the issue of boards, Chair. This chairperson's boards. Minister, let me start with this panel that is seen to be treated as a private entity within the public sector. I know the powers that you have as a minister, like I indicated, the borrowed powers. You appointed the panel. I would want to understand with you, which process have you followed to appoint the panel, Honorable Minister?
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo, and thank you for your preamble in trying to maybe empower us to understand the accountability as the public representatives. The criteria that one has used is to get people who are senior in the sector, professionals who have been around in the sector with a reputation, because what is important is reputation. People who are guided by good governance principles, people who have no public negative publicity, and the people who have vast experience in the post-school education and training. Those are the principles that the minister applied in trying to get this cohort of senior professionals to oversee the process of appointing the chairs. Because with the AAs, it's a submission from sectors.
Thanks, Minister. If I raise my hand, I don't want to be disruptive. You must know that I'm saying I'm fine. In terms of the process, were they handpicked, or was there a transparent process of appointing them?
It's the discretion of the minister to actually identify those people. There was no interviews, there was no, just a discretion to say, I believe Khabo can actually add value in this process. Then I just write a letter to that follow the due processes to check whether the person is available to serve the nation in voluntary basis. Then that's how the process goes. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. Again, when I give you indication, so we can safely say that you have handpicked them based on your powers that you have as a minister.
Not sure about the word handpicked. I have applied my mind to look for credible individuals that are going to form part of this independent panel that is going to assist us in identifying and appointing people that are going to assist me in applying my vision of turning around the post-school education and training, and also in terms of the MTDP, to apply or to make into action the three key priorities of government.
No, thank you very much. Maybe it's the interpretation of whether handpicked or discretion. at the end of the day, the minister has used her powers to appoint these people. Honorable Minister, I want to check with you, were these people subjected to any vetting after appointment as an independent panel?
You did not hear the
I
question.
can repeat it, Honorable Minister.
No, you see, DG, you did not, the minister can hear the question. And we've just spoken about this. Please, the question has been raised to the minister. Again, you are chit-chatting. The minister did not hear the question. Please, Honorable Khabo, hold on, Honorable Khakao.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
To me.
On DG.
Oh.
When we asked DG questions, even specifically to myself, he said, Yana, he knows nothing about this whole process. He says he doesn't know anything until he was told who these people who were appointed are. So I fail to understand how at every question that is available in the sitting, the DG is whispering to give advice to the minister on something he knows fuck all about.
Yeah, the DG is out of order, but we don't know what he's probably telling the minister that he's hungry because he doesn't know about the process. So, I did say, I did say the DG is distracting the minister. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson.
I am, hold on, let the house come down. Let the house come down. Honorable Khabo, you are repeating the question.
Honorable Minister, after you had used your discretion or handpicked people that you appointed in the independent panel, were the very same panel subjected to a vetting process to verify their independence?
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, there was no vetting on their side. But I applied my mind to make sure that I bring on board people that are not questionable, people who are not going to make sure that they produce what is expected by the people of South Africa as well as by the government of the 7th administration.
Not a problem, Honorable Minister. So, based on your response, you are confirming that these people who have been identified to form part of the panel that is deemed to be independent, there is nothing that was used to verify their level of independence or dependence. Rather, we had relied on your discretion as the minister and with powers vested in them. I'm not questioning your powers, Minister, I appreciate it. These people were not subjected to any vetting. Vetting meaning that whether we have verified their qualifications, their skills and expertise, whether these people, they've got any criminal record, whether these people, there is a problem of corruption in the country now. Whether these people, they do not have a history of putting their hands in the cookie jar. That's what I want to check with you, Honorable Minister.
The screening was done. What you are talking about is screening, but there was no vetting.
All right, I take note of the fact that there was no vetting on people who must appoint board chairpersons that must oversee institutions or entities that are worth more than billions. That one I take note. Honorable Minister, the withdrawal of the appointments of board chairperson has both financial and legal implications. Did the board chairs that you were appointed previously, were they presented, the ones that you had withdrawn? I agree they are no longer there. No, you are not a mola to a motu shuling, stopu kisera sebona. I want to check with you, Honorable Minister. Now that I've said that they've got both financial and legal implication, let me speak to the legal aspect. Were these chairs given or given an offer as the usual process to accept being appointed as chairs of sitters?
Chair, they were given offer, but there was a provision on the letter to say they must respond in writing in 2 days whether they accept or decline. And then between that period, before we could receive their indication, then there was a withdrawal.
Okay, it's not a problem. Did they submit their acceptance of the offer in writing, all of them? You see, now the DG is no longer here, there's another problem. You'll get your chance, Mhlegas. I'm going to attend to you decisively for that matter. Let's allow us to interact with the minister.
Yes, they did submit their emails through the chief director responsible for Seta coordination to confirm those who are available.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I want to give you a scenario. When a municipal manager is appointed or a director at the level of a municipality, they give him an offer to be appointed in that particular position. And that offer, to a large extent, sometimes indicates what would be the benefits. Others would even indicate the salary packages. I would want to check in this instance, is there any financial implication? Because obviously, for an example, once you have appointed me, like I said, you are a municipal manager appointed for a period of 5 years. Once I receive the offer and I accept it, it then means that there is a financial obligation that you must meet from your side as the person who has given me an offer. We are not longer entertaining whether you are appointed right or wrong. No, you know, we are just preparing for a tombstone for that matter. That one is dead. We are dealing with this one now.
So there are no financial or legal implications. And with the appointments of boards, there is no salary package that is be put as part of like public service where there is conditions of employment to say this is a salary package that you are going to get. They only claim by attending a meeting. But as soon as the board would have said we're going to write to the Minister of Finance for concurrence, like what we did with the NSFAS, so that determination is then made to say the sitting is going to be this amount, and the meetings must be either 4 quarterly, once a quarter, which is 4 meetings per year. But to be honest, there are no financial implications. The appointment doesn't even come out with salary package or anything.
Thank you very much for the clarity, Honorable Minister. And let me go back to this panel. You know, this panel has powers to both build in this country and disrupting the plans of this country, given the process. Honorable Minister, I think one thing that you need to accept in this meeting, and there's nothing wrong. Part of leadership is taking full responsibility of actions that you had, of your decisions. And whether the process has unfolded according or not, now we are dealing with a process whereby we are reopening, we have reopened for nominations. And when we reopen for nomination, it basically means that, Honorable Minister, there was something wrong. That's why there was a public outcry. And I'm going to again plead with your conscience, Honorable Minister. It takes nothing from you. It has nothing to do with your standing, your political credentials. For those who know you, they know you. But we must not allow people or honorable members to create an impression that you are a minister who's insensitive, who's so arrogant, who's full of herself, who will not even accept when the process, to a large extent, proves that it is not handled properly. I would like to plead with you that at some point you must accept that the process was not handled properly. And that is part of the responsibility of taking leadership. Because if there were things, everything that had went well, it means that we'll still be having those boards. So I will not want to enter into the nitty-gritties as to what has happened. Your report in terms of your withdrawal letter, I think it is paragraph number 5. It says that I will also establish a new independent panel to process nominations. I would want to understand from where you are sitting, are you basically saying that first and foremost, it's a vote of no confidence from yourself to this panel? But second to that, is it a confirmation that indeed this panel, to a large extent, there were certain things that they did that was inconsistent with the process. Let me stop there before I confuse my sequence of questioning.
Is it the report? Because I'm trying to look for new. From this report, I don't see it.
Not Honorable Minister, it's on the statement that you had released when you were dealing with the withdrawal. The statement of the 16th of May 2025, withdrawal of recently appointed chairpersons of Seta boards with immediate effect. So my question is, are you confirming that indeed the panel that you had appointed previously to deal with the appointments of chairs that later created an unnecessary brouhaha in the country and created a platform for mushrooming politicians to twerk and jump in front of screens just for the purpose of social media likes? Did you get my question? Or you only focused on the latter statement of...
I'm looking at that member was jumping.
No, I did not. No, I did not say any member. No, Minister.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Lonzi.
I don't want to derail the House because this question that Honorable Khabu is asking is very important about this secret panel. But I'll just ask you to please caution the Minister. Again, this is a very important process. We're not here for jokes. But let me not derail the House.
Yeah, no, thank you. Colleagues, let's concentrate. We do have people who are diabetic and we've not eaten. It's after 2. We don't want, I know my mother is diabetic. I know how bad it can be. So let's try and work towards getting to where we want to be so that we can eat. Food has been here. Honorable Khabo, please ask the question again.
Honorable Minister, on the 16th of May 2025, you released your office from you released the media statement from your office. And the heading was the withdrawal of recently appointed chairpersons of Seta boards with immediate effect. In the very same statement, in the very same statement, you are indicating, I think it's paragraph number 4, I will also establish a new independent panel to process nominations and recommend candidates. So my question is it an admission that indeed this panel, there was something that they did not do right? That's why ultimately you had withdrawn. And that's why you are even going to appoint a new panel that is independent. Thank you very much.
Maybe one can say it's maybe grammatic understanding or grammatic errors. But what the paragraph would meant to say is that the minister is going to constitute an independent panel that is going to process the nominations and recommend candidates. And this process will put emphasis on merits, competences, relevant experiences with balanced representation in terms of race, gender, youth, and persons with disabilities. I think it should be grammatic error, Honorable.
No, thank Honorable Minister. You know that grammatic error is costing your credibility in the public space. And whoever that conducted that grammatic error, I would plead with you. Because the interpretation from where I'm sitting is now like you are taking responsibility. Now, in fact, there's nothing wrong taking responsibility when you say that this panel was very useless. It had created problems for me. Because that is my view. Not that I undermine them. Let me give you a practical example. My closing remarks, Chairperson. There was one of the people that was presented by the panel that is expected to be above reproach. I think was candidate number 12. I can give you time. Re Filima Pulan. Re Mapulane. Re Filima Pulan. re Mapulane la re go ya ka report wa lona mo lorile le rengwa dilo tse le di tlhokang ke gore motho a bana le masters kopa a kitse re ka khona go ka ela tlhokaone ha ke ne ke sheba ka mbo ke tsatsang ka tokomane le re fileng re le ra lemoga gore go ya ka tokomane ya lona la re Mapulane ha felletsa grata ya gagwe ya di masters ka mantswe a mangwe ile a dira paranyana hela the master's degree is not completed. That's what your report is saying. Number 12 when we leave this meeting, Honorable Minister, you must address the media, apologize to the people of South Africa, or this panel has misled you. We'll make sure that they take full responsibility and they are going to face the full might of the law with the powers vested in you as the minister. Go to candidate number 12. While we are checking on candidate number 12, Honorable Minister, maybe as part of my parting shot, Chair will allow the Minister a while to check on that thing. As part of my parting shot, Chairperson, I would plead with the Honorable Minister when dealing with the appointment of the new panel that is supposed to be independent. As part of applying the principles of accountability, can we make sure that those people are vetted? Because now it has always been suspected that they are going to be biasness. But equally, Honorable Minister, it is our belief that in our decisions that we are taking, we must be able to demonstrate the geographical spread of this country. It cannot be that through and through, even in terms of budget allocation, would forever want to be biased to certain provinces and leaving out certain provinces. But equally, Honorable Minister, plead with that panel of yours, of which I'm suspecting that majority of them are old people of that panel. It cannot be that in the country where the dominant population is young people, you have got a majority or the entire list of chairpersons that are old people or above 50. It cannot be right. It cannot be accepted, and the argument that would be presented would be that young people have not applied. And I want to put it to you, whoever said that young people have not applied, that person is lying to you. That's why the credibility of that board is highly questionable. Because we can put it to you that young people who have got masters, who have qualified, not through bogus or unquestionable universities, who have qualified, who have got master's degree, have applied. But through systematic processes, because of these people, there is nothing that we can prove that they were not biased. They have managed to remove those people from that list. And I would like to plead with you, Honorable Minister, maybe as part of responding to my question, if you can just tell me, the annual financial statements must be submitted by tomorrow. And I've asked this question, what is going to happen? The DDG spoke of section 49 trying to threaten me, and he spoke of section 55. And I've taken him through to say that, can you say to me that, in fact, the DDG indicated in the last meeting that you wrote a letter instructing accounting authorities to take full responsibility of that process of submission. I don't know if I'm quoting you in verbatim.
As we close.
Yeah, as I close. I knew it is going to get to that point.
Now the time is low.
But we have always been allowing people to speak even if their time is over. And I'm going to plead with you. And
I've allowed you.
Yeah, it's always the case with you.
No, I've allowed.
I'm going to get to a point of now relegating to a level of Honorable Lonzi, so that I can also be respected.
It's been 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the issue of PFMA will be clarified as to what is it that we are going to do now that there must be submissions this weekend. And equally the issue that I've raised the Honorable Minister in terms of candidate number 12 that I've asked questions about.
Minister, you answering any of the questions he has made, or you think there were comments?
Chairperson, I think I indicated in my opening before the presentation that as a mitigation measure for us to close that vacuum as the department, we have since requested, in terms of section 49 of the PFMA, written to Minister Kodongwana, the Minister of Finance, and he has given us, we have obtained concurrence from the Minister of Finance to assign CEOs to execute this responsibility so that come the 31st of May, financial statements are indeed submitted, as well as the performance reports to the AG. I think that's the first part. The second one is around the vetting of the panel. It's more of a comment when I look at it. Honorable Khabo, but it's not the surname. We take note of this the process that we need to also undertake, so that we make sure that we are transparent in our approach, and we bring people that are going to actually assist us in concluding this process, which is long overdue, and our people on the ground are waiting for us to come up with clear interventions on how best do we then skill the nation. Hence there is a skills deficit. So it's one of the areas that we're going to focus on as the ministry, to vet the panel before we could also give them a responsibility to execute this responsibility. And the representation of young people in these boards, it's one of the issues that maybe we're going to consider, but we would also request you, because we work on the documentation that we have received. So it is our collective responsibility here in this meeting, in this parliament, to encourage young people, that those that we know that they meet the criteria, to be nominated, so that they are going to be considered. Because we have seen this when we're doing the NSFAS. We did not get anyone, young people, who met the criteria. There were only 2. And those 2 who met the criteria, both of them, they were considered and they were appointed to serve the NSFAS board. So I would then appeal to the members of the portfolio committee to spread the word in their constituencies, to ask young people and encourage them, those who meet the criteria, to raise their hands to serve the nation. I also pick up some of the areas that we are speaking about, Honorable Khabo, in terms of the limitation as far as the recommended list. It's consciously correct for me as a public representative and as a leader of the society, because all of us here, we are leaders of the society, representing my organization, to see with what we are raising. I also pick up that there are some limitations, in particular with Mr. Mohlopi. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing him correctly, Philemon Mapulane, that the master's degree is not complete because he's still busy with the dissertation. However, with the gazette that we have issued, it doesn't necessarily say master's degree this time around. I don't want us, when we see Mapulane being nominated, I don't know what the panel is going to say, but this one did not have or doesn't have a master's degree. It says preferable. Honorable Chair, I think it's very important for me to emphasize that point. Thank you so much for your comments. I think they are empowering us as we navigate the space and prepare for this second leg of the exercise that we need to embark on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the first gazette wanted masters, not NQF level 8. The first one, or you'll check. Okay. Boom.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks a lot. I think from the start, from my side, Chair, I would like to appreciate the Minister for really withdrawing the whole previous process. Because what happened here, the whole department was put into disrepute with all of this process. It's this thing, Chair, of throwing a facade. When you've arrived, you throw a facade as if you're coming to do something different that never existed in this world. When there are easy things to still achieve what you want to achieve by just going for the easy route. I think there were about 3 previous ministers in this department. I've never heard of a panel from them. It started by, I think it was Professor Tlengwe, it was Minister Dr. Naledi Pando, and the Blade. In the department, there are staff that can do this process. The problem starts by saying, by throwing the facade, that I want to do something extreme, and things, they just fall apart, worse fall apart. Because we've got this tendency that have arrived, I want to be seen. Good, I'm so extreme, and then things fall apart. When there is easy route for the whole of I don't know how many administration, all the ministers have used the internal staff in the department. My first question is from the minister, what didn't you not trust? Because the reason I'm asking is for the first time we hear that for onboarding this board, even the chairs, there is a panel. And this panel, all of us, we're saying it's a secret panel. No one knows who they are, how it was onboarded. What prompted you to say there is something happening in this department that I'm so fearful of that I don't want to utilize this department's resources? As I mentioned, that there's been 3 administrative before. All of them have been saying, you guys have been running this process for the past 20 years, 30 years. Run it for me again, the way I want to run it. I will scrutinize it. Was there something, Minister, that you didn't trust in the staff in the department?
I think I did indicate when I started to say AG raised this thing, flagged this thing, that previously the process that was followed in appointing AAs was irregular. So we're responding to the call of the AG to say there was no clear process and paper trail that would say as the minister, you follow this. So they advised me that I should come up with a clear process, because with the previous administration and the weaknesses that we're picking up today in our sitters, it emanates from the process that is not clear on what kind of a system are we putting in a place to actually appoint those AAs. That's why we see the system collapsing. I'm not the one who collapsed the system. I arrived, the system is already collapsed. Our sitters are not performing. So I'm responding, addressing the finding of the AG.
So the minister, instead of correcting what the AG said, the process had loopholes. Instead of correcting the loopholes and follow the process, you just decided to take the system out.
This is a corrective measure.
Yeah.
This is a corrective measure.
So that to put in the panel.
Yes, this is a corrective measure.
Okay. So because this is what we see here, Minister. Firstly, this facade of NQF level 9. Honorable members are pointing out on your list. Some of the people that are there on your panel are on NQF level 6. So again, I'm implying we're throwing this facade of thinking that we are doing the exorbitant, amazing things, but we come back, we do the wrong things. The person, there's a name, a person who was dismissed at the facet. It's written Elizabeth Tobejane was fired at the facet for corruption, but is found being appointed in the board in another seat again. These are the things that we are saying that it's a problem in the department. I don't know whether maybe there is a problem with the advisors or there is a problem because now we will need to move from the department staff because the staff was not involved in this process. Maybe there is a problem with the advisory or that panel that you appointed. Because there were corrupt people here that they've put. It's quite extreme that the public was screaming about this thing. To all of us, it looks like cronyism. People that were being appointed here were friends, were comrades of high stature, some MMCs, things that have never happened before. We see it for the first time, as I'm saying, Chair, to us who are outside, we've seen this thing happening, but we've never seen it to this extreme. What is happening in the department? Are you being advised correctly, Minister, with the whole of this process? For the second time that is going to go to this process, are you being advised correctly this second time around when now you are repeating this process?
Yes, I am advised correctly. And I'm happy to see, Honorable Nkabane, that you can pick up that it was wrong for politicians to serve in those boards. Because with yourself, you served in 2 boards of Setas when you yourself was a leader of the African National Congress. I'm happy when you can see those things that are wrong today, the things that the collapsing system that you are speaking about today, you were part of it. I'm happy and I'm taking note, at least when you're talking from experience, because you were part of the mess that we are trying to resolve today.
Can I correct you there, Minister? Let me assist you to correct you then, Minister. You must ask your staff. When I was appointed at MICT Seta, I was running my IT business. I was not a politician. Just to assist you in that. I was not leading in Johannesburg region.
Minister,
stop misleading us, Minister.
Minister, please allow, let's not interject when he's speaking. Continue, Honorable Nkabane.
I was appointed at MICT Seta because I was a businessman who was running his own ICT business. I was a member of ITA and I was a member of ITPF, the Associations of IT, who sends a letter on the MICT to appoint me. If you don't know, you must ask and don't mislead us here.
Honorable Nkabane, hold on. Honorable Khakha.
Clarity, sorry, Chairperson, because it was very explosive. So there's just one thing that I need to clarify. Did the minister say that Honorable Nkabane was part of the mess when he was leading in Johannesburg on behalf of the African National Congress? Is that what she said?
I don't know if Honorable Nkabane was leading in Johannesburg in the ANC.
I think whoever said that must confirm that, because I've corrected the lies in this room. I'm saying again, when I was appointed at MICT Seta, I was a member of ITA, Information Technology Association. I was a member of BITF, Black Information Technology Forum, and I was seconded by them. I was running my business. Can then the person who said that confirm that?
Okay, Minister. Clarity from Honorable Khakha.
Yes, Mr. Nkabane was leading in a branch in Johannesburg, and when he chaired in Seta for 3 consecutive years, getting adverse findings. But now he comes here and tells us how we should turn around the entity, when where he was chairing, the entity received adverse findings for 3 consecutive years.
Honorable Maseko, welcome.
Thank you very much. Chair, you know, in the spirit, usually Karabo says in the spirit of Paseka. We started this meeting correctly, so, and our agenda is quite clear. Let's not derail in the intention of this meeting to make sure that we address the issue at hand. There is a withdrawal of the list. It has nothing to do with Member Nkabane, and he's not part of GNU. I'm not protecting him. But I think the questions that have to be asked, Minister, respond to them. Let's not go to an extent of we derail the intention of this meeting for the sake of having to have the political scoring boxing match that I'm totally not interested in. We need to just focus and make sure that we do adulting in the right way of being here, holding each other accountable in responding to the questions, and not fall into the trap of derailing what is it that we need to address today. So can we try to stay away from that? Because now we do have files, all of us. I can sit here and open the file of each and every one because we've been in politics for a very long time. Whether it's a positive or a negative, but the files are there. So can we just stick to what we are supposed to do?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Msezan.
Chair, I'm going to agree with Honorable Mamaseko. In fact, Chair, I would have expected that you would have protected Honorable Nkabane on that attack from the minister. The minister is getting questions. She must account to the portfolio committee and its members on the affairs of the department and its entities. She's deliberately attacking a member of this committee and you're not protecting him.
Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted also to assist that we focus on the order of the agenda. and don't derail the meeting, so that we respect the decorum of Parliament, because the people of South Africa are expecting us to give them feedback and go forward as government. So I would wish to also request that we keep calm and then we address issues adequately as we've been dealing with them, so that we're able to find a solution. At the end, we are going to come up with solutions, recommendations to assist the process. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know how many times I've pleaded that let's concentrate on the business of the day. Making life very difficult, colleagues. Minister, let's not attack members on what they would have been doing previously. The question that are related to what we're doing to fix now is extremely important, so that we don't find ourselves on that path again. Let's not move away from the subject of the day. Please, I really beg you, Honorable Nkabane.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's the issue of trying to run away from the question that try to paint other people with the other brush and run away from the question. So, Chair, we have a list here. There are members in that list that doesn't have NQF level 7 even or 8 as required, but they were on that list. We've got lists that of people who are corrupt that are on that list, who were dismissed in some cities for corruption, but they are on that list. And chronism and the whole thing. So the next question now, with this new appointment of the panel, Minister, are you going to appoint a new secret panel again, or are you going to use the same panel that advised you to do this work?
Chair, can I give the opportunity to Seta coordination to speak on the first issue that he has raised?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. I want to clarify the list with profiles of panel, of recommended candidates. The lowest NQF level, a candidate with the lowest NQF level is NQF level 7. All candidates recommended are above NQF level 7. I needed to clarify that. And secondly, I must clarify that in terms of the Skills Development Act, it is not prescriptive in terms of the qualifications required, but to ensure that we are looking for the qualified people, also hoping to identify people with capability. Minister stated that preference should be given to candidates with NQF level 8. Thank you.
Yeah, but so the Gazette said NQF level 8, the previous one, not NQF level 9, which was masters. No, again.
It says 8, NQF level 8, not 9.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, now you are now answering. You are saying there's at least one person who has been appointed with an NQF level 7, when the minimum requirement as per your Gazette said NQF level 8.
Yes, Chairperson, in compliance with the Act.
No. So you put out the Gazette, because if you are saying compliance with the Act does not describe any educational background. So it means you are saying even if we release the Gazette that we are going to, I've paused your time. I just want to clarify this matter quickly. If we are going to release another gazette. You said this time will say preferably NQF level, whatever. Myself with NQF level 4, I can still apply and still be legible because that is what the Act will then say. Is that what you are saying?
Given that the legislation is not prescriptive, Chairperson, in terms of the qualification requirements, the Minister has suggested NQF level 8 as a preferred NQF level. That simply means even someone below that, but considering the capability, experience, as well as the leadership experience that person will be in possession of.
No, I disagree. So I did see that. Please read the first, I think it's the first 2 or 3 paragraphs where it speaks about, because it's very clear on the educational background. Does not say preferably on NQF level 8. It said minimum requirement. Please read it, whoever has it there, so that we're clear. So, because there's a point I want to make here about what you are saying now, what has been said earlier, and what members are alleging. Because there's a DDG.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. That's correct. It says.
No, go closer to the mic. Don't go back.
It says, Chairperson, this is the one with the deadline of 13 June 2025.
We don't want that one.
That's the current one.
We don't want that one.
Or the one that
Leave
is
that one
now.
We want the one of November 2024.
Okay.
You are going to open it. I'm telling you, it says minimum requirement of NQF level 8. Yeah. Yeah. Now, Seta coordination. When you say trying to respond to the allegation made by Honorable Nkabane, or no, because his allegation is that there are people there with no NQF level 7. You say no, that's not true, which is fine. But then you go on and say the person with the minimum NQF level there has got NQF level 7, right? Which then means, from where we're seated, that person did not comply with the gazette that the minister would have released, right? And if we then agree there, then it begs the question again, Minister, what is our understanding of beyond reproach? Because we have now seen, this is, I've been noting them, there's one of somebody was fired at Facet. There's one minister that you say was cleared, the criminal case cleared. Now there's one who did not meet the minimum requirement on educational background. So when we say the process to DG was beyond reproach, was solid, that the process was clean, what are we talking about when, at least now we've identified 3 issues? This beyond reproach means what? Because it means it's not there. It means there were gaps in the system, which we must acknowledge. In order for us to fix them, we must acknowledge, okay, there were gaps here. I have my own questions, which I'm going to pose. But we must at least accept that there are gaps here. Because if we don't accept it, we are going to repeat them. And we are going to have the same problems. And we'll be doing that thing that Einstein says when he talks about insanity. Doing same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So we must accept, colleagues, where it's leadership to accept. So on this one, I agree. Yes, at the time we thought we were fine, but in retrospect, in hindsight, we accept that the criticism that says this thing was not perfect. To fix this thing, this is how we're going to do it moving forward. Because you can't say it beyond reproach, honestly, when we have this a few things that we're identifying. Honorable Nkabane, please continue.
Yeah, Chair, in continuing, as I said in the beginning, Chair, that while you're speaking on that, it's not happening for the first time in the department as well. They did it on appointment on the board of NSA as well. They go ballistic, they say minimum requirements, NQF level 8, and then they appoint people who are on NQF level 6, NQF level 7. So it's typical. It's this facade that I'm talking about, that now we want to do better things than the previous one, and we do the worst things, which is putting the department into disrepute, and it's making us look like fool in this portfolio committee as well. We don't know what we're doing. So I think I'll end there, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. Maybe with this one, we need to categorize them, Chair, to say the minimum requirements of the AAs differ from the minimum requirements of chairs. Maybe that's where we don't understand each other. With the chairpersons, the minimum requirement was NQF level 8, which is a master's degree. Honors degrees. And the chairperson of NSA has that. Because I think he was not in the portfolio committee. Remember, Chair, I brought a submission here on AAs now to say I received a number of requests from the labor in particular to say we're struggling to get the people who meet these requirements. It was labor, it was community, but the employers and business, I think we did not have any challenges. They said they would want me to exempt them. I brought that submission here in Parliament to say we are exempting them. And the report was adopted in this meeting. That's why you would see that sometimes, as much as there was a requirement, but there are those who do not even meet those minimum requirements. We brought it to the attention of the portfolio committee. That's why you are saying with the NSA, AAs only, not with the chairs. There was no compromise with the chairs. Chair, I think I must indicate that to say labor, in particular labor, had to engage us and say these are the limitations that we are facing. That's why we are not responding to calls for nominations. So we had to exempt. And the Parliament, the portfolio committee, the report was presented to say this is the intervention of the minister to say let's try to loosen up some of the requirements. That's why you are saying others, they do not meet the criteria that you think they must meet. It's true. It's because of that exemption that we had to apply to those members of the NSAAA. Maybe even with the boards, other sitters, we are still going to find that because it was a blanket approach to all of them because they couldn't find people met the criteria that the minister had stipulated. So looking at those issues that Honorable Nkabane has picked up on the system and those that we have also mentioned, Chair, as we navigate and improve our systems, we are going to take them into consideration and rectify ourselves and make sure that with the second leg of our interventions, we don't see those gaps that you have identified. But I want to put it on records that with the AAs, they are exempted to the minimum requirements so that when we see them, we don't ask again, why this one, I know him, yes, NQF level this, and the advert was saying NQF level this. This one is only applied to the chairpersons. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Desiree, let me give you, you said only a few questions. I'll give you Honorable Low after.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, a lot has been said and back and through, so I'm not going to repeat the stuff that I had noted. But what I would like to point out through you to the Minister, DG and team is, before I put my question, is 2 or 3 things. The first thing is, and I myself and Honourable Khabu has in the past said maybe we should call the previous minister in front of this committee as well. We are in this situation in the 7th Parliament because of a mess. I can have stronger words to describe the situation of higher education, including the appointment of people on accounting authorities, boards, whatever positions we have to appoint via the Minister's office or the department. And we are not the same team, and we are not going to allow, Chairperson, I know you will agree, that our legacy of the 7th Parliament and this committee is to be the same as the legacy we inherited. We are not going to allow that. Individual parties will take legal action if need be. The committee will do whatever they have to within the powers allocated to us. And Minister, I'm glad you speak about listening to society. I'm going to speak on it later. But the preamble of the Constitution of this country say, we the people. So I'm putting it to you today, if you are going to listen to some society, you've created the precedents today for your future, and that is to listen to all society, no matter what. It's very easy to run a campaign on social media on unhappiness, and then you will have to respond the same way you acted today. So I, Chairperson, am of the opinion, no matter how much the Minister tried to explain on Wednesday and how much this is going here with advice and without advice, is that you have to acknowledge, it doesn't mean you're a bad person, because I'm not here to talk about personalities, but you did not apply your mind. There's no other way to think about it. Because Wednesday, during the question session, you said that this list was bloated. You even mentioned about PhDs and engineers, medical doctors, whatever. But not a word, not a single word about expertise to save the broken entities or authorities. Not a word. It seems like, and I have great respect for academics and achievements that people make. But when you want to fix a broken system or body, you need people who specializes in that. You know, while this was going on, I thought about many PhDs and many people with nothing. And then you would, and the one thing came up was that I trust a priest or a pastor or whatever. But we had a pastor who used doom on the congregation. So anybody with anything is not necessarily the right person. So I do think that in your statement, by the way, which you have issued, and I'm not sure if all members have it, my apology, Chair, I didn't share it again now while I was sitting here listening to this, actually says that, because you spoke about the independent bodies and panels and whatever, you actually says here, I will also establish a new independent panel to process the nominations and recommend candidates. So this means that you cannot, if I understood this correctly, and what you have said previously here contradicts, because you said you have these independent people who you trust, whatever. You cannot use the same people to do the same position interviews, not one of them. We will find out. We're also politicians for a very long time, since 95, if you want to know exactly. So that is the thing. And Chairperson, the Minister must also tell us, I believe, whether you believe it, is my question. You know, it's like too much power corrupt. If you use the same panelists, the same whatever advisory bodies, and you appoint the same people over and over and over, it's going to become a mess. Too much power. I, as an applicant or an aspirant applicant, might eventually know who they are because they're always the same, and bribery will come out of it. It happens. That we are in government. But Chairperson, my questions are, and I actually would like to quote some of the media stuff that I read. I read your statement, I read all the media coverage that the President has, and there are words, Chairperson, like, it was a mistake. There was nepotism, what. And that's why I say you did not apply your mind. My questions are the following, Chairperson. Can you tell us by the time you withdrew, you sent letters to these successful candidates, if you want to call them that you are going to appoint. You just now said on one of the responses that they got letters. In 2 days they have to say whether they accept the appointments or not. So in that 2 days, I saw there was a date on one of the articles of the 19th of May, and you withdrew the list on the 15th or something. So in that 2 days, did any person responded with a positive that they are accepting? If so, who are they and where are they connected? My other question, Chairperson, is there was accusations of political bloated or connections and involved in connections with board members or chairs, whatever the case may be. And are any of these applicants in any way working for government and its departments or entities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Desiree. Minister.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Within the list, some responded and others did not respond. So we can finish the portfolio committee with the list of those who actually replied to say they are accepting the offer. Yes.
Okay. And then there was another question. The first one.
Oh, the new one that you are asking, you are saying the statement says, I will also establish a new honorable member. I take your advice.
And any, Chairperson, any government-related business or employment?
Business.
Of an applicant.
So from those who had initially been appointed, the Chairperson, do you have any of them working for business? Is that what you're asking? Or working for government?
Yeah, any of the applicants and anybody on any of these panels.
Or on the panels?
Panels and application.
Okay. So on the ones that you had appointed?
There's a panel.
No, there's the chairpersons.
Oh.
Did you have any of them working for government? That is one. Number two, are the panelists that you had appointed to deal with these matters of NSFAS, this one, all of them, working for government?
Yes, with the advisor falls under working for government because it's paid by public funds. It's Mr. Konde. Yeah, he was the former DG of the department that I can think of. And then with the panel, I need to scrutinize but most of them, they are more into the private sector, serving as board members, and others are academics. And I think one of them is an advisor. Yeah.
Okay, you'll give that.
No, I will ask for consent. I cannot just say committee and say I'm going to give. Because what if I don't get a consent?
No problem. No, I'm saying to you, you will give us a list of those. There was a Karabo list that said this one is a CFO or whatever at this municipality and all of that. So give us a list of all those that were appointed who are working for government. and not only the advisor to the minister. That's the point I was getting at to. So go give us that list, scrutinize it, and give us even at which level of government do they work for. Then the second one, we've agreed about you going to look for consent. Honorable Law.
Modula stulo ke go leboge ke tse tshonwe ke re kgang gape ke kgang tse di matsetseleko le tse di masisi gareng ga gore ba Afrika Borwa ba gamaregile ba ipotsa dipotso gore ra go tswa rileng ya ka le maloko a parlamente le ba rongwa ba department go botlhokwa thata minister ra gore o tsetsie ditetlebo le dingwe tsa ditshwaelo tsa ba maloko a rona parlamente gobane go tshimola ka pele fela ha re tla go leba sentle matsapa a mantsi thata re itemogela mo paneleng ya rona e le goreng e santse re sa itse. I'm going to go back to the panel issue and I'm going to speak here and I'm going to be very calm and as conscious as I am. You have shown leadership by agreeing to the process of the chairs as per the outcome of society. You've shown us that you are willing to listen also and work with stakeholders. And I want to take you back to the people who could have crafted your statement, which I was quite concerned when I wrote the statement. I read the statement as a result that says that the stakeholders, which I felt that maybe portfolio committee was not part of the stakeholders. And today at least you could see that the stakeholders of portfolio committee's members are trying to bring about a solution that will respond to South Africans' outcries. I'm saying all of this because, Minister, the most significant problem that we are faced with as a country is that before that you sit to agree on appointing board chairpersons, have you previously looked onto a criteria to check all those previous chairpersons? Do they have any findings of non-compliance or irregularities in the past where they were involved in governance or financial management? I'm posing this because I feel the panel did not do much in identifying or going deeper into identifying all of this. And I'm posing this question because what could have given effect onto all of this thing? It could have been when you could have started to understand the findings and provide the context on the current concerns that highlight the need for a stringent government where we are accountable and we are transparent. In the previous chairpersons, before you appointed these ones to the panel, have you sit down to review on the previous ones onto the non-compliance or any findings of irregularities so that you can therefore draw your confidence from the fact that how you're going to drive the new appointments? I want to check from there so that I can come back and unpack why that panel must go and why the public must know the panel. Thanks.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. Remember, the Portfolio Committee gave us a responsibility to assess the performance of all our sitters in the country. Oh, the chair is not here. Now I'm checking and I can't see anyone. I must speak to you, yes. So we did that exercise. NSA provided us with the report. Then that's the report that guided us on how best should we approach each and every sitter in trying to identify the strengths, the weaknesses, and what kind of a caliber of a chairperson that we should put in that sectoral sitter to turn around the sitter. So it was based, our determination was based on the performance report that was presented before us by NSA. CO, I think he was working together with the board by that time. That was the day before Asanda.
Okay, mine was to check previously, was there any investigation or audits that revealed unethical behavior or financial mismanagement among the past chairpersons? I want to establish something. No, yes, the previous chairpersons before you appointed, I want to know, before you go to appoint new chairpersons, I agree the department sits, it make determinations, it review, and you sit with the panel or you sit whatever and say, this is what we've picked up in the previous financial year, and these are the problems in the sitters. I'm asking this because these sitters are not performing. They're not doing anything. So I want to know from the beginning of appointing the chairs, what was the criteria to identify the previous problem and to give effect to the current problem directive in terms of this? Thanks.
Please allow me, Chair, to give to the CEO Kuzayo to take us through that.
Honorable Chair or Acting Chair, Minister. Yes, there was Yes, there was an assessment that was done, but I must also indicate that in the list of that is being discussed, there were only just 2 members, and there was no findings that were made against the members and individually as the chairpersons.
Okay, I'm basing all of this question because if you would have went through a thorough and a review process that is quite content and that is quite extreme, you would understand that the panel had a duty firstly to identify the gaps. Hence, I'm going to plead with the minister consciously with you, Minister. I'm pleading that with this process, because we've already accepted, go and consult the panel, but give South Africans the benefit of the doubt that you will give the names of the panel and then you will give their background so that we look as to how you could have went to get to the panel, because the problem was not going to be the chairs or to be done by the chairs. The problem was the cohort of the panel as to are they conscious enough and how they could have advised you in terms of their process of the board. So I want to plead with you, consent or not consent, give the people of South Africa the panel that could have brought to this process, because already in the committee we have identified 3 to 4 problems in the process to appoint the new chairs of the boards. So it's important that you go and relook onto the panel and give it to the South Africans and strengthen it and give it a clear terms of reference, because our question will be, did the AGSA give you an advice to have the panel, or where did you derive the panel? Don't get what to get to that point. So what the panel, I want to consciously plead with you again as a South African, as a minister of South Africa, please go and give South Africans the panel and go and review on the panel and give them a clear directive as to what should happen, because we might come back and have the similar problem as to not be able to account for that. My other question I want to ask, it's on the panel, Minister. My concern was to say, if we haven't vetted the panel, I want to ask a question. What criteria were they using to evaluate applications, and how are they ensuring that the process is free and is for all while you have not vetted them? What would have constituted their consciousness as to determine who gets shortlisted, who does not get shortlisted, while we do not know what they possess, what they have?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think this question is coming, I don't know for how many times now. It has been coming and coming and coming and coming. I indicated that the criteria that was used by the panel was to stick to the legislative imperative, because the criteria in terms of the nomination is explicit in the Skills Development Act, Section 11.4, which provides the minister in appointing the members of the AA to say they must consider issues of gender, demographics, representation, disadvantaged persons or communities that have been prejudiced by past racial and gender discrimination in relation to access to skills development programs, a blend of knowledge, skills, and experience required for the effective function of the Seta in question, and is drawn from the ranks of senior officials in the organization. So I don't want us to believe that those who are serving in, who are senior officials in organization, they're not allowed to serve in these boards. The act is clear to say they must also form part of the board. So those were the issues, and then taking into cognizance the strengths and weaknesses as well as the performance of the sitters, then see what kind of a leader that is going to drive the transformation of our sitter system.
Okay. I was asking it deliberately because I wanted to get to the point where, at this particular moment, what mechanism will you employ to address the potential conflicts of interest among those overseeing the review currently now? So that we understand, do you have measures in place? We understand you don't only speak of the act, because the act can give you a directive, but does it unpack provisionally what is expected? Because there should be an act, there should be a policy and a code of conduct that gives directive to certain individuals who preside over others as to how do you prohibit it. These particular issues do not come and repeat themselves again. I'm putting it into the directive because I agree we're trying to, the members could have asked other questions, but we're trying to drive it to the solution based on that. When we come back, we're clear. I want to know what mechanisms are in place to address any potential conflicts of interest among those overseeing this review at this current epoch.
I think the first part is to sign a bit after being sent letters of intentions of the minister to serve this independent panel. What is going to follow is the vetting process. That has been recommended by the members of the portfolio that we should vet these people. We cannot just hand over a process which is sensitive and critical to people who are not vetted. That's the area that we're going to focus on. And also make sure that they sign the declaration of interest. That's the key areas that one is going to consider during the reappointment of this panel.
No, thanks. You should also include on vetting the minister.
I started with it in my response. Yes.
Okay, thanks. And we check their interest
How
also.
about disturbed you, I could see
No, he was
when I
not.
was responding.
No, he was not. He was not. Minister, I'm moving to another question. The question is trying to address that the decisions to take, are there any public announcement or reports detailing the criteria used for the reappointments? Have you done a detailed criteria that you've explained to the community, or you only release a statement?
The Gazette speaks to the public.
Have you, I'm trying, have you make other means of extraordinary from the department in terms of is beside the Gazette?
It's the Gazette, Chair.
Okay. And then I want to check, how transparent is the reappointment process?
I believe it is transparent because there is no other media of communication that you can utilize as government beside Gazette. That's transparency to say there are these vacancies that are open, so people must respond to the call for nominations.
I'm asking transparency based on this, Minister. Let me try and put it down. We are at the reappointment process where we've identified issues that could have hindered our process through the public outcry and the issues that could have put forward in place. Now, I'm giving the Minister an opportunity to reassure society calmly to say, out of my observation, that is going to be our transparent process in going forward. There was an outcry, one minister, that said, we'll prefer, as this process is going to be on the public eye, the minister should be able to time update and communicate with the public so that tomorrow we don't find ourselves wanting as a country. So that is my question based on that particular way, because we are today debating a process of the first appointment, whether was it according to the law or was it not according to the law. I want you to reassure our citizens today what will propel you at this point, so that we do not go and say the panel, the DG or whoever. We are going to say, I went through and I'm satisfied, I went through the policies, the Gazette. This is my transparency, I can defend these particular individuals. I'm raising this because previously you could have had a problem where you could only account to few individuals, but you couldn't account to individual chairpersons, because when a process comes from an independent panel, when it gets to you, you are expected to study, apply your mind, and look at the legislative, and then you align as what you are going to announce into the public. That is why I'm trying to bring you into. Thanks.
In terms of accountability on this process as empowered by the Skills Development Act chairperson, the only entity that the minister must actually account to or consult in relation to the appointment of NSA of Setas is to seek NSA approval, no concurrence. So what one is going to do as part of engaging the communities to understand how far we are without declaring those who met the criteria or requirements or not. Because I want us to move together with the society to understand how far are we is to, from time to time, through media statement, brief them to say the process now is here. People are being vetted now with this number of people that have applied. We have sifted this number that met the criteria. We are still in a process of doing that. It is going through media engagement, but we are not going to declare who are those people that are sifted or that met the criteria, because it is confidential up until the process has been concluded by the NSA in terms of the Act. There is no other way I could declare that information, because the legislation empowers me that I must consult the NSA before the information can be communicated anyway.
Oh, thanks. Last time we had a Seta board chair who attended the meeting, and it was, I wanted to check the cost implications and what is going to happen for him to recoup or pay back the money, because he was removed as a chair immediately after the withdrawal of the minister. Section Seta, Chairperson.
For now, we did not get any indication that there are financial implications, but we are still going to make a follow-up and find out from the relevant Seta and provide the response in writing, Chair. Because at this point in time, we don't have a clear indication, but our understanding is that there is no financial implications. But however, if when we go back to double check with the Seta to get more information and to find something else, we are going to respond and provide the detailed response on this matter.
Oh, the reason I was asking it is that he did travel and arrived in Cape Town, so I think he must look onto it. So that what are the cost implications? Because he before that he was told that you are no longer the chair. Shame, he was here and then he was as a chairperson. So please look onto that so that we can cover up all aspects. Now, Minister, in my closure, I want us to agree that it is crucial that all nominees possesses an NQ level 8 qualification as mandated by the Skills Development Act, and then to enhance transparency and integrity of the appointment process, the following we will have to engage the South African Qualification Authority, SAQA, to audit educational credentials is also critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a comment. I'm going to be very quick. Minister. Okay. 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 Let's do this, members. Let's let me allow you to get food, and then we'll do this part at least. Whilst I'm asking questions, you'll be eating. So let's quickly do that part. Thanks. But let's do it in 5 minutes, colleagues. Nah? Yeah, I mean, now it's myself and you, just the questions. Let's dish and go sit down, colleagues. Khabo. Eva, let's not eat there. Let's go sit down, please. Continue, members. Those who are still dishing, please do so very quietly so that we can continue. It's late now. It's 3:20. I was called to order on email by one person who, Honorable Cesar, please go answer the phone outside. The meeting has started now. I was saying I was called to order by one of the people who were watching us. No, SABC has left. They are going to compile a report. They've got deadlines. I made a joke on a lighter note about when we were talking about Honorable Molefe's PhD, and I said I hope he did not get it as an RPL. And somebody, it was a joke, you know. Yeah, but I understand where the person comes from. That there are a lot of current students and prospective students who want to go to Fort Hare, and if we keep on making jokes about Fort Hare like that, it might not look good. And I would like to, I know we were specifically talking about the RPL, given what the SIU had reported to us about the RPL program on the 14th of February this year. But I understand where the person comes from, and I want to apologize to him and many others who may feel offended about that particular comment, which I made as a joke. Minister, the advert, when it comes, it says Seta board chairs at what. So where does it go? Who receives these applications? Yeah. Yeah, no, let's take, you'll eat after the meeting.
No, thank you so much, Chair. I think because Nobuhle Nkabane indicated that in terms of administration, he's the one who consolidates all the reports from and hand over to the office of the minister. There is an email as appears in that gazette, sitachairs@et.gov.za. So he's the one who is managing and monitoring the nominations as they come. That's why he indicated that he's responsible administratively. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So when I apply, Nobuhle Nkabane is the one who's going to receive in the department my application. And then what is the process from there, Nkabane? Do we take it to the minister straight? Do we process it internally in the department? What is the process?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. There's some administrative processing that entails capturing, because it's just the documents come as emails, so they needed to be captured. That is the processing part of it. Thank you.
And then after that, where does it go? It goes to the minister.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then, so when it comes from the Seta coordination, minister, it comes to you. It's a raw data. It has not been filtered with those who qualify, those who do not qualify, those who have not submitted, who have submitted IDs that are scanned and are too dark, because it's just raw data. It comes like that, just on the record, Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. It comes as soft copies as well as hard copies.
But as raw data?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So when it gets to the minister, what then happens? You've received 500 and something applications for 21 Seta board chairs. What then happens after that? What is the process that you take in order for us to get to the second, third, fourth stage so that we can appoint?
I think I did indicate, Chair, that hence the Act empowers the minister to oversee the process. It is the prerogative of the minister on how the process must follow. I have developed my own systems because AG complained that there is no proper system and no paper trail when they want to understand how the process unfolded. So after that, everything is handed over to me to work closely with the independent panel. That's where it ends. Then once the independent panel has concluded the processes, then we compile the report. I also utilize Seta coordination to assist in terms of populating the report to meet the standards of NSA. Then the report goes to NSA.
Yeah.
As per the Act.
Let me just clarify. We are not against what the Act says on Section 11(1)(a) that gives the minister the prerogative to appoint. We just want to understand. You have 520 applications. In the ministry, I don't know how your staff, what is the composition of your staff. So how do you then process the 500 and whatever number to shortlist?
Chair, I indicated that I take the raw data as it is and hand over it to the panel.
Okay. Yeah, it was not that clear. I'm glad it's clear now. So it comes and goes to this panel. Okay. And I know, Minister, you said you are not going to share the panel with us at this point. You are going to check. But what is the... You did say that the panel is credible, fit for purpose. I will take your word for it. The 4 or 5 member panel that we are talking about, who are volunteering their services to you, what is their administrative competence? Because this would look like it has a lot of administrative work. They must sort out, check first whether this candidate, Teboho, has submitted all documents, has the documents are certified, has got the relevant qualifications, all of those things. That's a pretty much administrative part of the work there. What is their, do they have an administrative support that you are giving them, the panel, because I suspect if you are putting in a panel, it's a high level panel of very serious people who possesses very high credentials. Do we have? How do they deal with it? Are you giving them administrative support? How are we dealing with it?
I do provide them with administrative support, but I feel, Chair, we're being too technical now, getting in the space of the minister as empowered by the Skills Development Act. Honestly, I must register that. Because now it's like you're going to say me, how many people were in those interviews if you were interviewing somebody? Even when we tape a cabinet memo, those issues are not being asked. I must register my concern that I'm not comfortable with that matter, because it's like you are interfering with the act, the section that empowers the minister to execute her responsibilities.
No, we're not interfering, Minister. We're asking these questions because I've already mentioned 3 points which disapproves your earlier assertion that the process was beyond reproach. So this is the point we want to drive to you for you to understand. We're not interfering with your duties as a minister in the act. We don't want to enter into that space. But we want to register how we believe you are getting this point, because at the beginning of the meeting you're very clear that this thing is beyond reproach. In fact, members were even joking about it at the beginning, about beyond reproach. The Honorable Lonzi said legal must explain what is beyond reproach. So we want to show you so that when you do it again, when you do this process, because it's going to be done, when you do it again, these gaps that would have identified with you, because your team would not have identified it. If they had identified it, you would have came here and said, initially we believed that the process was too clean, was 100%, was perfect, as you said. But in retrospect, we believe it's not. So we're not interfering. And I want to also place it on record that this is not interfering. This is us doing... You want to call order, DG?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I can comment.
Yeah, but we are talking, DG, and you are disrupting us. We've been telling you the whole time. So that's why I was asking if you are calling order.
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but please, DG, some of us, when we are... you are disrupting our chain of thoughts. We did say that, please speak on WhatsApp there, Yeah. So I thought Minister must just clarify that particular part. What makes in your own view, Minister, what makes a person credible? When you say this one, Tebogo Chair, is credible or is not credible, what makes him credible, in your own view? Minister?
What makes a person credible, Chair, is exactly how it is defined when you Google. By encyclopedia, you'll see what it means. It's exactly that.
You are not going to answer us. You are not going to answer us, Minister.
I've responded, Chairperson.
Okay, so I'll take it, the Minister, you are not going to answer us on the credibility, because the reason I was asking this question, who's singing there, please? I was going to say, if you are saying to us, you have handpicked, or what do you call it? What is the right word? Handpicked, or you have apply to your mind, on who then becomes this panel. It's okay, that's your prerogative. But these people may be credible to you because of what you know about them. But they may not be credible to somebody else. There are 1,000 people here who may believe that I'm not credible. There may be 1 million people who believe I'm credible. And they are using their own discretion on credible. And we then take these people, and I want to assume they are credible. I want to give them that respect. They are credible. We then, without vetting, because I think there was a concession earlier that the panel was not vetted. Or they were screened but not vetted, something to that effect. And give these people to deal with a sensitive matter here that may also have, if they've not signed non-disclosures, and the reason why I'm even jumping that part of asking if they went through this process is because, Minister, you have decided to say we are now encroaching on your job when we are asking, you're saying you are too technical and encroaching on your job. But we have exposed these 500 and something people who have applied to people who have not been vetted, who have not signed. We'll assume they've not signed non-disclosures of information.
They did.
Yeah, but again now we don't know, because when we ask you, you say we're being too technical and we're encroaching on the job of the minister. Because reality is then, we then have a problem, about this, with this particular people. We are going to ask you to reconsider, maybe ask them, do you mind if I think you said to some member that you are going to look at, I think it was member Desiree van der Walt, that you are going to ask, you are going to reconsider appointing another panel, not the one that was there. Did I get it right? Okay. So maybe it might not then be relevant for you to give us the name of that panel, because it will no longer be the one that deals with these issues. We must accept that members were correct. The process was never beyond reproach, because you have a highly qualified individual, as Honorable Nkabane says, who was in the Seta system as a COO, who the same system says there's allegations of corruption against. I must confess, I don't know the story around this matter of Elizabeth Tobejan. I don't know the story around it. But the same system that is we are supposed to believe is beyond reproach does not pick up or this person that we are taking there as a board chair was in the system and left the system under a cloud. We can agree that it was beyond reproach. It's not possible. We can't. And we must accept that it, and if it means maybe the panel did not have enough resources, maybe the reason is we did not give them enough resources to pick these things up. We just said to them, we want the report next week Friday. They had to go, that company that you have appointed, EMI or whatever, they just ran through over the counter. They did not even go to, you know, in depth. But you have NSA. NSA should know, you know, last year, and that day, Kuzwayo, we said to you, in the past 10 years, go and do a report for us for the past 10 years. I want to remind you, and I told you the significance of this thing. It's just that when we speak, I don't know, sometimes I question my English. Maybe when I speak, what I think I'm saying is not being heard on the other side. Because every time when we ask you, department, do this, you go and do something else. Every time. This is what we said, Minister, to avoid this thing. Go and do a 10-year review in all the cities, both management and boards. We said so to you. We said in the boards, you go and say, 2014 till 2019, this person was a chairperson of construction, the under administration. Let me think of something. Bank Seta, a chairperson of a bank Seta. And these other people were in the, what do you call that management of the board? What do you call them? Exco. They were in the Exco of this seat. There is this Msazana who was an ACT chair at this bank seat. Audit and risk. In the past, in that 5 years, this Seta performed badly on audit. No problem. 2020 to 2025, these people were just moved around the Setas. This Msazana guy, who was an ACT chair of bank seat and performed badly for 5 years, now Vumbugas as an ACT chair of Chieta. Chieta in 2014 till 2014 till 2019 was performing well. But since Msazana arrived with this bad reputation from 2014-2019, the Chieta now performs badly on audit. We said, go and do that thing. Why did we ask you to do that? We even said in management, you must go and check who was charged, left before their cases could conclude. Where did they go? You remember that day? We said, and why did we say you must do those things? It's because of this, what we are seeing here. Now we're shocked that a person, I don't even know the period the lady was in the cities. It might very well be that he was in this period that we are talking about. At least you know he was suspended, but your system did not catch him that there was this thing. Right? You don't do that report for us. In fact, like I said, I've not seen the full list of the NSA. But in the pictures that I saw on the D-head, I saw a person there, a person I have serious interest on. Serious interest on. Who was a chair of services Seta, and that board overcommitted the Seta by over 4 billion when they were leaving, the final days of them leaving. That Seta is struggling to balance their books because of those overcommitments. As we speak, 2020 to 2025, what did they go? Given, what is that, the Mayor Seta. She was chair of Mayor Seta. Where is she now? I saw on the pictures, NSA. I saw her on the pictures there. I hope it's a look-alike. I'm happy you are shaking your head. Because if I'm happy you are shaking your head. But I saw, because we had said, go and do these things. Because we don't want to, somebody messes up here, he goes there, you know, because you don't put mechanisms, and tomorrow they will blame the minister. The minister appointed. But the minister was not there when this person was getting all this, and you don't even give her those reports of 2014 till 2019. You see? So that is why we're saying you must do it, NSA. When we do it, DG, no point of order. DG, switch off the mic, Minister, so that we can hear the DG. The DG has got a point of order.
Chair, it's not a point of order, it's a point of clarity. You are talking about the report that was done, completed. All of the things we are saying you said needed to be done, were done. So I don't understand whether your line of question is about the quality of that report or inadequacies that you have derived from going through it. But we do not wish that we go on record as people who did not take advice of this portfolio committee, because the report is there, it can be produced now.
Yeah, DG, that the format that we've asked you to do, it is not there. You can open it now and choose any seat of your choice, and then tell me who went through a disciplinary hearing between 2014 till 2020. You can choose. You have it there. You can open it. I'm telling you. You have given us that report that does not speak to this thing that the report that you have, they want to help you. You have done some work, I'm telling you. That's why I said, I did not say you did not do any job. I said you did, but the manner at which you've compiled that report that does not assist us, and I want us to leave it at that. The what do you call this, the minister? The Gazette. I did not hear whether you said. I thought it was out, but I hear that after you had a conversation with Honorable van der Walt, you are saying it will come out. Can you just clarify on the Gazette? Is it out or it will come out?
Chair, it's not Honorable van der Walt. It was Honorable Soul who was having a concern that the issue of race is not covered on the Gazette. Then we said, as much as it is out, we wouldn't mind to make those amendments and reissue again tomorrow, which is then going to extend the days.
Okay.
It was not Honorable van der Walt.
Okay. So okay. So
We are just going to close that gap on you.
yeah, on the race, you'll just put you are encouraging colored people, Indian people, and white people to apply. Okay. No, it makes sense. If you can just also add young people, people with disabilities, to also apply. Honorable Khachau, you had a follow-up. You're done.
I'd even forgotten about the follow-up, Chair. Chair, I want to say, so the minister obviously can't tell us who the people of the panel are. You also can't tell us which wing of Luthuli House authorized it, which is fine. My question is, are you able to provide the committee with the minutes?
Order, Chairperson.
With the minutes of the...
Under
Can I say? I submit and then
Yeah,
check
no, but
the
you're
order.
not making things easy for you.
Are you willing to
No.
give us
Can I
the
call order,
minutes of
I'm not
Chairperson?
making things easy for you. I'm going to stop you because you're not making things easy for yourself. Honorable Khabo.
I want to call the honorable member to order because of, in terms of the Skills Development Act, there is no way where the Progressive and Revolutionary House of Luthuli is being mentioned there. So the honorable member, she's been disingenuous. She's just misbehaving by dragging the name of a revolutionary leader of the gigantic African National Congress into process where Luthuli House is not involved. Thank you.
Honorable Khakho, please ask the question properly if you don't want me to take my minutes.
Minister, are you willing to furnish us with the minutes of the meeting of the panel, that the final consideration that then served before your table on the recommendation that you took to NSA?
Sure, Chair. It is the discretion of the minister. The issue of the appointment of chairpersons of Seta boards. There are no minutes that I'm going to table before them. The only thing that I can share, because it is in the public domain, is the reports that I've tabled before NSA. And to clarify matters, there is no Luthuli that has ever engaged on this matter, hence there is no provision in the Skills Development Act on their role. Thank you.
Indeed, Minister, there's no Luthuli.
It's not a follow-up, Chair.
Yeah, but
It's a request.
you see, Deputy Speaker said to me, if somebody opens the mic, I'm finalizing this matter. There's no Luthuli members. I know that it may be easy to want to take a jab at political parties, but the first one, let it be our job. Let's stick to our job. Honorable Msazan.
No, Chair. For me, it's not another question or follow-up or nothing of the sort. I'm just concerned about the report that the DG is speaking about and that you've responded to, Chairperson. At least I haven't seen it. I might have missed it. So just a request, maybe that we are finished with it if you have it. Thank you very much.
No, thanks. We'll do so. We Honorable Masako.
Can I just a clarity, Chair? I forgot to ask the NSA, because this is not the first time that you have to deal with the list that comes to you. The issue of a 1 day of looking at the board and the induction, is it the first time that is happening that way, or there have been a scenario that it has happened that way before? And what is the norm to you that you can share with us when coming to the forwarded list of the candidates that you have to look into?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So in respect to your question, and I'm sure Honourable Members would have heard, Minister, that the term of office of the Seta boards lapsed on the 31st of March 2025. So the matter was brought to us on an urgent basis, precisely informed by the fact that the term of office has lapsed.
I'm sorry, Chair. You know, I'm one patient person you can ever get. So the question that I was asking you is it the first time that it has happened this way, this time of 1 day? And what is the norm in the past that, or has it ever happened this way before? And to you, the norm, if you can share with us that it can make you to have a due diligence in looking into this. What is the norm to you?
All right, thank you, Honourable Members. So in terms of has this happened in the past, I don't think the authority would be in a position to answer that, because our appointment, we would have received our appointment in May. So in terms of past experience or having that institutional memory, we would not be in a position. However, through you, Chairperson, I could request the executive officer to maybe respond to that.
All right, thank you, Chairperson. So there is no norm for consultation, but there is a procedure for calling the NSA meetings. So has this happened before? The only time it happened was when the consultation for 2020 appointments occurred, because we were pressed by the COVID national lockdown. And subsequent to that, the authority had taken a resolution that going forward, there would have to be information forwarded beforehand and so on, and which then followed. That was the procedure that was followed. But this time, as the chairperson has indicated, there was this challenge of that there was the term of office had expired, and there was a need to arrest the situation. So the board, the authority, considered that presentation by the minister and understood that there was a need to quickly arrest the situation that was created by the vacuum.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. The NSA consultation was conducted on the 6th of April. Is it April? Sorry. On the 6th of May, then the NSA advisory note was received by the minister on the 9th of May. That effectively means it was not one day. Thank you.
All right. No, it's fine. So, Minister, you confirm that there will be no legal challenges on the withdrawal. Are we saying that those who are appointed, the 21, after the maybe legal will assist us, after the appointments of this round, they've got no legal recourse to challenge them not being reappointed? If maybe they can, if you can help us there.
Our capable leader.
The most dumbest, according to the chair. Good afternoon.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm saying, Chair, everybody has a right to approach courts. And if they feel that they have a legal right to challenge minister's decision, they are free to do that. But as legal, we will be ready to go and defend minister's decision.
So you are saying to there's a possibility that they can approach the court, and you're also saying that they've got no chance of winning.
I wouldn't put it like that, Chairperson, because it depends on what their papers that they'll be filing are saying. We will defend what is put before court. We will not speculate. We'll rely on what they are saying. If their approach is that there is a legitimate expectation that minister has created for them, thinking that they will be appointed there is a legal authority on how to deal with legitimate expectations. So we will definitely be ready to do that research and assist the Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the approach of the legal team, and I'm trying so hard, I'm going to give you another look. I'm trying so hard to ignore the first point when you took the mic, that according to me, I'm saying the legal team is the most damaged, which I find it very unfortunate, coming from a chief director of the department. But what you are saying to us is that legal team, your minister says there might be a legitimate case for people to want to take the appointment or withdrawal on a legal review, and we're not doing anything. It's as if we're saying we know we're sitting on a landmine, or we're sitting on top of a sinkhole. Maybe let me use sinkholes. The township I'm coming from has got a lot of sinkholes, and we're not going to move. We're going to wait for that day where a sinkhole is going to swallow us. I don't think that's a proactive attitude. I don't know legally what could be done. For me, would be to, I know that the letters would have been written to these people, or something, but I don't think just standing and waiting for them not to be appointed the next time, and then them taking us to court, and we say maybe there was a legitimate, they can cry legitimate expectation that this is what would have this thing created, but I don't know, I'm not comfortable with that. Honorable Khabo?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to address that issue that you have had correctly. And today might be happening to you, tomorrow is going to be us. And if this is the attitude that they are used to giving to the minister, it's a Christmas they will never see from us. You can't have a chief director saying that, whispering that you, in your own view, the legal team is the dumbest. We must never accept that thing, and I'll request you to request her to withdraw and apologize. And it's unfortunate. I'm not the minister. It's unfortunate.
No, thank you very much. Now maybe let's close the meeting, but I was going to address that part, Minister. It's Honorable Lonzi before I go to the close. Yeah.
No, I apologize. I think maybe you didn't see my hand. I had just one quick follow-up from Karabo, because clearly the minister is refusing to give us...
It's Honorable Khachao.
Yeah. Honorable Khachao, sorry. Yeah. Clearly the minister is refusing to give us the names of the people in the advisory panel. So I've just got one question for the department now that is here. The chair of the NSA, the DG, DDG, the advisor to the minister, the coordinator of SETAs, the PLO, the entire department. Is there anyone in the department who knows the composition of the advisory panel of the minister? None of you know it. All right, no, thank you, Chair.
They had indicated earlier that they don't know. So colleagues have arrived at towards the end of this session, and I want to make few remarks on the proceedings today. There are certain things that I will not be comfortable with, but but I've taken oath. And I've accepted that I'm going to be the chair of the committee. And as the chair of the committee, sometimes we'll not agree as members. But I've got a responsibility to continue having our meetings, the decorum of our meetings to be fine. So I want to appeal with you, colleagues, Minister. There were instances in the meeting where I personally felt that we are raising our voice and we are speaking over members. It should not happen. You will not like some of the questions they ask you, but it should not happen that we create an impression that you can decide to answer or not to answer members in this house. They do have a recourse if we don't answer them. But let's also fix the attitude. And let's not, and I did plead earlier on, the combative way of doing things does not mean we'll get things right. Let's be patient with one another, but let's respect one another as well. The DG did it. I mean, many times when members were speaking, at some point I will ignore it until members will then call order again. That this chitty-chatting, and when you have a big voice, colleagues, you are disrupting, even like I was saying myself. I've got a responsibility to listen to all questions so that if you don't answer the question, I'm able to protect the member because they've got limited time. And to even a point, where the DG were addressing our own issues here, and you are responding. It's just that I was a little bit lenient. But that doesn't happen, DG. Let's not take advantage that we're smiling, but we're at work. We're respecting your spaces where you work. We also expect that there will be the same respect accorded to us where we work, because tomorrow you'll complain that we're monsters when we run the meeting as hard as we can according to the rules. We don't want to do that. Even the comment from Advocate Kuta there, I was just saying, let me allow it. But this is not the first time, Minister. We have raised our discomfort with how the department handles legal matters of the department. It's an observation we've made. If you don't like that criticism, it's okay. But you can't then want to tell us we can't criticize you. If we criticize you, we say we are the dumbest. It can't be. Let's respect the decorum of our meetings. We've got a responsibility. We've got, I don't know how many young people are out there without jobs as we speak. I don't know how many people are out there who, they don't know whether the accommodation providers are going to, Tanya, please, if accommodation providers are going to, host them this weekend or not. So we've got a lot of people, we've got a lot of work that we must do. Okay, Honorable Khamo.
Chairperson, we are voted by more than 1 million people. We can't be undermined by an individual by virtue of coming from the legal fraternity. That is also subject to the legal framework that is guiding this country. she must withdraw what she has said in this platform. She must withdraw, and that's not for you. It's for us as members. It's for this committee. It's for the people of this country who have given us their vote. Whether it's 9% or 40%, but we are a product of a democratic process. Thank you very much.
Advocate Kuta. Are you willing to
Listening.
withdraw?
I'm listening, Chair.
I'm asking, are you willing to withdraw?
Withdraw what part?
No, it's okay. It's okay. You see, Minister, this is, close the mic. This is the attitude that we're talking about. And we don't only see this attitude from the department. Even some of the stakeholders we have here. I think we might need to, Minister, I don't know, we might need to look at the recourse on how do we report, because this is not the first time, that we have these problems, including from your stakeholders, Minister of Universities. We ask them for information, they never bring it, and all of that. So we might need to, members, when we sit next time, I'll look at the legal recourse we have. Who do we then report to? Maybe to the speaker, to report to the leader of government business. But because this can't be, this attitude cannot continue. We have an attitude here of people who simply don't care. They've got this I don't care attitude. When they are paid by a public, money that is collected from our public, who many of them can't even afford to pay those taxes. And Rona, who are paid by them, we behave as if we own this thing. So we might need to look at it. We'll look at it with the research team, MMP, so that we look where do we report, because it's not a good attitude. It's a bad attitude, and this is not the first time that we are seeing these things. And Minister, they are like this because they came and lied to us with the third court. I don't know what's funny, Advocate. Who's laughing there? They came and lied to us when they were reporting the third quarter of the department on an APP. And we called them out that we are lying. The attitude comes from there. But, by the way, we could have used section 17, subsection 2 there, that you come to parliament in a prepared report and you lie to us. You are in China, I think, Minister, on an official, or Japan. I can't remember, but around there. They came and lied and we caught them out. Then they come and say, no, it was a typo. Where have you seen a typo like that? So we will not let this one lie. We'll write to get the correct, what must we do when we have officials of the department behaving in this fashion? It can be. We're not going to agree to it. We've got a serious job here to do. Many of our people are in the streets. We've got sitters who do programs every day, but we can't see beneficiaries. We can't see them in our constituencies. We're struggling. We've got TVETs who can't give our kids certificates. We train them for the streets. We've got universities who have who are refusing to confer students with their degrees. So this is not a joke. We're not bound to be here. It's a Friday today. And I said members should have been home, because tomorrow some of them have got funerals and all of that to attend to. Honorable Desiree must go to Zanin. So Luna, you think we're joking. So this part of it, will close it that way. Minister, thank you for the presentation. We're hoping that those that we have asked that you are going to give us, you'll bring back to us, and then you'll also look at your people and check if you can give us anything. There was a part, members, that I presented earlier on about University of Limpopo. I said they've still not responded to us, and I was saying to you, even though they had lied to us that they have responded to the summons, we did prove that they did not. But I did say to the leadership of Parliament, let's not open cases for now. Let's give them another chance. So I'm lobbying you, members. I'm going to give each one of you 2 minutes to speak on this matter, whether you agree or not. I hope you agree that we reserve them the summons, because they are very clear. We want you to provide us with 1, 2, 3, for which you have agreed to give us in the meeting. So I'm going to start with you, Mama. So I'll go line this time. So just 2 minutes on the matter.
Okay.
So that we can resolve on it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I totally agree with you. Let's try to see if they can send that information. And I'm lashing on Kamoawa Christmas. Already Minister Karu engaged Zelebona. Maybe there must be a progress in trying to mitigate between us getting the information and the university. So I'm going to totally be dependent on the progress that maybe Minister did in trying to also source out that information that we need from them, so that we can make sure that we don't end up going to open the cases. So let's give them time and try to see if they can send that information. And I also, Minister is here, and if they're the DG out, also try to communicate with whoever who is your contact that can listen, to say they need to give us that information, and let this go and have that information so that we can interact nicely moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think let's trust the Minister to lead us on this and resolve. Thank you.
Susan.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think there's a lot that has been said by colleagues, especially yourself, Chairperson, in and around the fact that we are also empowered to hold these departments and entities to account. And we are empowered by Parliament and the people that voted us to Parliament. So I don't want to maybe emphasize on that point. But on the subject matter, Chairperson, I would also agree that we reserve them and see then after that how it goes.
Look, Chair, we can try to give them another opportunity, but the arrogance is right on the roof. So it's clearly they have higher powers, I think. So we can give them that other chance, but to me it indicates that they think they are gods of these universities. I think that's what it's clear to me, but we can give them another chance.
Okay, Honorable Souls.
Agreed, Chair, but our meekness must not be misinterpreted as weakness.
Chair, agreed to, but a homework of reminding people in this room that we will not take light disrespect at all point of time. And if they continue presenting themselves the way they have did today, we will have to take other measures, because a room was very unconducive today. We sat because we are obligated to sit. Otherwise, there was a lot of disrespect circulating around, which I think it's just out.
Thank you, Sidukana.
No, thanks very much. I think given the fact that the minister has requested for extension, I want to give the minister that we wait for the minister to process and then we'll take it from there. Let's not resummon them and then give the department the benefit of the doubt, because I think we're integrating while amalgamating our relations and then we're working together. So I think we must wait for the minister, allow the minister to process the report, and then we'll take it from there as per the report we're going to get from the minister. Thank you.
Chairperson, as per the instruction of the whip, you follow suit. That is the first thing. The second thing, Chairperson, it's a party line. We are not apologetic about it. The chief director of legal service or legal team, now I'm not taking it light. She undermined us in front of the public. She continues to undermine us in front of her employers. Myself, I'm not going to take it light, and in this meeting we must resolve. It's not up to you. We are giving you a mandate as a collective, as members of this portfolio, that attend to this matter and give us a report back on how you have attended to this matter. This lip service arrangement is not going to work on us, because this is the stinking behavior that creates an impression that we are unable to hold the department accountable. If the thinking is that we are in their pockets, not some of us. Thank you.
Desiree?
Well, I'm a bit tougher, maybe because I come from the private sector many moons ago. I think through the Minister's Office Chair, if that report comes, I think the varsity, UL must know, Unilim, that they get funding from us. You know, and I don't want to say it, but if you carry on like this, we'll just withhold the funding until you do come. So we cannot sit here till Christmas next year and be held ransom. And also we're jeopardizing the quality of education at Unilim. Let me be very honest about that too, because there's a heck of a playoff going on, and I think we must really be a lot more tougher and not just write letters and give them D-dates. In fact, Parliament closes the end of July, and I think they must appear before then. Thank you, Chair.
What are you saying? So
I'll support another opportunity, but I think there must be much tougher communication. We're not here to beg people. We are here to summons you, and you act, and you get funding from us. So if you don't want to listen, then jeopardize. But the students will be on us if we withhold, and we don't want that. But they're not going to hold us to ransom. They shouldn't.
Thank you. Honorable Lonze.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think Honorable Low presented a very superior argument on the matter. Let's allow the minister the time and the space to deal with the matter and give the minister the benefit of the doubt. So, Chairperson, I feel abused here. Can I be allowed to finish my point?
We are protected, sorry.
I think let's allow the minister, Chair, because it will also show that when we are aggressive in holding them accountable, it's not personal. When the ministry does well, we must be able to commend them so that we can be able to hold the same standard when they don't do well. So far we're very happy with the intervention of the ministry in the UL matter. Minister, continue doing what you are doing, and then we'll come back and resolve it. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's fine. Members, I think we have two views on the table. The first view is that we give them another opportunity to serve them, as an opportunity for them to respond. The other one is that, which is, the first one is, which is what the work of Parliament is, asking responses from these entities. The second view is that members are saying, let's suspend this work of Parliament and give the minister an opportunity to come. And she has committed to bring the report to us by the 30th of July. So there's those two views. So I want us to conclude on these two views so that when we close here, we know what clear, so that we don't speak many things. So there's option A and option B. Hold on. There's two views. You must be democratic. You don't have to refuse.
It's two separate matters.
Okay, hold on. I know, but it's an option on the table. I know you're saying it's two separate matters, but there's two views on the table. Your view, which you supported, was we reserve them as part of an oversight work of Parliament. There's a view that has been presented, which Honorable Lonzi claims to be superior logic, for reasons known to him, that we wait for the process of the minister. So I'm saying we're putting it on the table, that option A, or the first option, will be we reserve them. Option 2 will be we wait for the minister to do it. So, Mama Seko.
Thank you, Chair. So the first option is the legal option that we did send the summons.
Yes.
So that is the one that we are going to, we have to agree to say we are going to extend the time.
Yes.
But from my side, I was saying that much as it's like that, we are sort of lobbying minister to make sure that it talks to the university to give us that report.
Yeah.
But the report that still has to be consolidated of the minister for the end of July is still coming. So this is our process, that we have a legal matter that we have to receive the report based on that legal matter. We cannot shy away and say we are now going to say minister, because already there's cost attached to this legal matter that we need to get the report. So they are totally two separate.
Okay, so you are saying
extend the time.
Yeah, we're saying we serve them, but we ask the minister to
tell them
Yeah.
that, so that this matter
Makes
can
sense.
be closed.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Khakao, option 1, 2. I want us to be clear on this matter. So option 1 is the one that Masako was saying, or option 2, the one that we give the minister.
I mean, we already went on around and we said this thing. Now I must repeat it again. I think what Mama Seko said, that one.
Okay.
Chair, sorry, on a point of order, I think what Honourable Matseko is proposing, it's a simultaneous thing, so that should be actually what we agreed to, because with the minister's report for end of whenever it's coming, time frame, it's not being halted while this is going on, it's parallel. So I think that's very understandable.
So that is a party line of...
I've just overtaken all of you.
Honourable Cesar?
No, Chair. The report that is coming from the Minister on the 30th of July is a report based on her assessment and the DG's assessment and the associates. Our process, however, to resummon them, because we are outstanding responses from them, must continue. So we must resummon them as the portfolio committee.
Mbovu.
I agree, Chair. Let's continue taking them to account and let's wait for the report as well. All must go together.
Hello, sorry, Souls.
Number 1, Chair, thanks.
Number 1. Younger.
It's B, Chair.
Sorry, option 2. Yeah, B. Oh.
Chair, I'm still going to stick to the point of option 2, because if you look onto the merits and the content is still the same, it will give guidance. So I'm still going to say option B.
Khawo.
Langa tsena mo gorogorong wa moriti wa loso ga ba re ke kola moja ke aya ke dumalana le B.
Honorable Lonzi, I know it's obvious, but
Chair, I'm being abused.
I want you to put it on record.
No, Chair, look, my view, Chair, again, is that where we see that the minister is doing well, we must be able to commend her, so that we may be principled to fight with her when she's not doing well. In the context of the UL matter, I saw she was also there
unveiled 2,000 or 4,000 4,500 student accommodation. And we have always encouraged that institutions must build in-house accommodation to avoid the corruption of private accommodation. So, one not personal, Minister, where you do well, we commend you. So we'll move with B. Thank you, Chairperson.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to exclude the vote of Honorable Khakao. And on the votes, we have 5 members who are saying it must, we must reserve them, and 4 members who are saying we must wait for the minister. Yeah, so we will prepare the reserving. Sorry? No. No, the chair has never voted on.
Only when there's a tie.
Yeah, the chair will vote when there's a tie. And you don't want to hear what would have been my vote on our laws.
Option 1.
So we will serve them, and then let's plead with them to answer questions. Those questions, it's what they agreed to in the meeting. So those who are close with them, please beg them, talk to them, tell them, hey man, respond, and they must not lie. No, I'm protecting you, Honorable Lonzi.
Honorable Maseko,
Honorable
it's going to be on the record and it's incorrect.
No, order.
I don't know those people.
So thank you very much, members. We're supposed to finish at 1. It's 4:30. I've missed my 2 interviews this afternoon. I wish you the good weekend. We're meeting on Tuesday, members. We have a joint committee meeting with Basic Education.
Yes, we have.